Sound?
Thank you. Bonjour, good morning. Mon nom est Teddy Sami.
Good morning. I'm the director of the Norman Patter School of International Affairs.
Another edition of the Year Ahead Conference. J'aimerais vous souhaiter à tous et à toutes la bienvenue.
I'd like to welcome you all to this conference.
Great one, so it's great that some of you can be at the Canadian War Museum, while others are also able to join remotely. Congratulations to my colleague, Professor Steve Seidman, and his team for continuing the tradition of hosting this annual conference every December for the last 7 years. The objective of the Year Ahead Conference, as originally conceived, is to provide an opportunity for experts from academia and the public sector to have a conversation about international security challenges that the Canadian government and its closest allies are likely to face. As in previous years, we again have a great agenda to look forward to. Topics will include gray zone warfare, organizational change, domestic operations, Islamophobia, and national security. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all the sponsors who have made today's conference possible, in particular, Faculty of Public Affairs at Carleton University, SSHRC, and other granting agencies who have supported us in the past few years. Thank you very much. I wish you all a good conference. Merci et bonne conférence.
Thanks, Teddy. Good morning et bienvenue. I am Stephen Seidman, Director of the Canadian Defense and Security Network, Patterson Chair, International Affairs, and the co-host of the Battle Rhythm podcast with Stephanie Von Lackey, who will be with us later on today. Welcome to the Year Ahead 2022. The idea of this conference is always to give a glimpse to the problems and challenges facing Canada and its allies in the near horizon. And we've been living in very challenging times the past few years. And so we consult with our partners in and out of government about the topics that concern them most. And so we're very excited to have an in-person event as well as an online event this time around. So it's a hybrid. It's one of the first in-person events that I can think of since the pandemic started. We're hoping that this is part of a transition to normalcy, although obviously with a new variant, we don't really know what future lies ahead of us until we understand that variant a little bit better. But we're looking forward to having this event today, and we're looking forward to getting participants both from the audience here and online to ask us questions so that we can have a dynamic conversation about not just the things that are facing us, but how should we best respond to it. It is no secret that the global health crisis has affected us all in profound ways. It's upended the way we interact with our families. It has changed the way we work. It has greatly challenged the government in a myriad of ways, from getting the original protective gear out to the people, to helping remote communities, to getting the vaccine out, and now to getting the vaccine out again and again. The security, intelligence, and security landscapes were no exception to all of this. We saw the Canadian Armed Forces be part of the rollout of the vaccine. We saw them flying refrigerators up to the northern parts of Canada because the Pfizer vaccine was very sensitive to temperature. So we've all been affected by this crisis. For the year ahead, we're focused on a few key challenges that we've identified, again, with our partners. How to respond to the challenges of Russia, China, and other authoritarian regimes that aren't war, but aren't not war either. This gray zone where our adversaries are using our values, our democracy, and our way of life against us in ways that are asymmetrical, that it doesn't cost them a whole lot to do these things, but it can have traumatic impacts on us. So we're going to have two panels dedicated to that, one focusing on the legal gray areas that are created by this. The second panel will be on learning from what our allies have responded to this, because we're not the only ones facing this crisis or these attacks. We're also going to have a panel on changing the culture of organizations. And we say organizations in general, but there's a couple that we have specifically in mind that the pandemic has overlapped a lot with the crisis the Canadian Armed Forces have faced in its leadership with regard to sexual misconduct, with regard to the abuse of power. And there's been a lot of discussion of cultural change and organizational change, but we don't really know we don't really have really good grasp of that, or at least we outsiders. So we've brought in a group of people who study this stuff and have perspectives on what are some steps we can take to try to make changes, both in the short run and in the long run. We also have a panel on domestic emergencies and how to respond to them. One of the surprises I've learned over the past couple of years is that the understanding of domestic emergency operations has been quite segmented, that those folks who study Canadian defense and security haven't really been engaged in domestic operations. That is, they haven't studied it the way that people who actually do emergency operations. There's a community of scholars who do this kind of work, but they've been kind of disconnected from conventional defense scholars. So we're bringing those people to us to get a perspective, because General Eyre noted before he became Chief of Defense Staff, was Army Chief, that these domestic emergencies are challenging us more and more all the time, and we've got to figure out how to do this not on an ad hoc basis, but to actually develop a better understanding, better preparation, and figure out what are the challenges in the future. As the floods in British Columbia last week remind us, climate change is here to stay. We can be fighting climate change in a variety of ways, but the effects of it are going to be felt. And one of the automatic go-to organizations we reach out for help is the Canadian Armed Forces. And we also have a special panel on Islamophobia and national security, that with our partner, Women of Color Advancing Peace and Security Canada, we've brought together some people to address this challenge of how fear of Muslims, hate, has caused us to really harm our national security, that national security is not just for government agencies, but it's for the entire Canadian public. And our concern about the war and terrorism over the past 20 years has rebounded upon a certain part of Canada in ways that have been quite destructive. And so we're going to have our fireside chat's going to focus on that issue today. I want to thank the War Museum for hosting this event. This has been a challenge for them because they haven't had a whole lot of events in this context. I'm very happy and proud that we are continuing with our event today, despite the fact that we face the pandemic. I want to thank Kaha Haji Mohammed, who is our project coordinator at the CDSN and the director of CSIDS. She's done a great job of building the program and working with the War Museum, the AV people, the translators, and all the rest to deliver the conference. I'm very grateful to Melissa Jennings, who is utterly indispensable, who is the CDSN's director of communications, who advertised the event ahead of time, and she's going to do a lot of the heavy lifting afterwards to get the content online and distribute it in a variety of ways. We have a great team of research assistants, Paxton Mayer, Rachel Wallace, Gabrielle and Rose, who have done a great amount of work leading up to this event and helping make this day work well. We're thankful to the SSHRC Partnership Grant for funding my staff, to Carleton for funding our graduate students, to the Department of National Defense's Mines Program for funding the conference itself. Throughout the day, we're going to have presentations in person and from people who couldn't make it. So we'll have a mixture of online presentations and in-person ones. Our audience as well is going to be both online and in person. We're going to try to include both audiences in our Q&A. There are microphones here and there for the people in person, and online you should be able to use the interface to ask questions, and we should be able to see them, and the moderators will direct the questions to the audience, to the speakers. If you have challenges, you can email info@cdsn-rcds.com. That's info@cdsn-rcds.com. If you're having technical problems, or if you want to send questions to us as well. I will not be live tweeting as energetically as I'm known to do so, as I will be busy trying to keep track of the event itself. But you can use the hashtag YearAhead2022 to continue the conversation online. With the help of the experts we will hear from today and from the engagement from those watching online, we can exchange perspectives, share research ideas and strategies, and most importantly, try to figure out some solutions to these problems. We hope that eventually this program will be online and also on TV. We want to acknowledge that Carleton University, as well as this location, is located on unceded Algonquin territory, which is home to the Anishinaabe Nation. We've provided simultaneous translation online. We have 2 different YouTube channels, one in French and one in English. We have closed captioning as well, and there are devices outside if you need to have translation. If there are any technical issues with anything today, you can also reach out to Kaha Haji Muhammad. Her email address is K-A-H-A, Kaha Haji, H-A-J-I, hyphen Muhammad, M-O-H-A-M-E-D, at cunet.carleton.ca. Finally, for some housekeeping, we are still in the middle of a pandemic, so we must follow COVID rules, which means that when you're walking around, you should be wearing masks. You can get the food from the side for the breaks. The lunch will be served directly to you. There will not be a buffet. You can obviously get up and walk around, but when you do so, please put your mask back on and keep the usual distances. Now I'd like to introduce Dr. Leah West. She's an assistant professor at the Patterson School of International Affairs at Carleton University. She will be moderating the first panel, and I believe all three of our speakers will be online as they're coming from Europe. So I look forward to hearing from what they have to say about the legal challenges of the gray zone. Thank you. Thank you, Leah.
Hello. Oh, there they are. Hi, everyone. So it's really my pleasure to be here today, and I want to start by just explaining, so the term gray space is used often when we talk about techniques, strategies, etc. But when we're talking about the law that applies in the gray space, we usually use the term below threshold. And so that, what we mean by that, and because you'll hear it probably a lot, is activities that fall below the use of force threshold that are therefore not governed around the laws of the use of force or jus in bello, or armed conflict. So they are not an armed conflict or an armed attack, so they're not governed by what we call jus ad bellum or international humanitarian law or the law of war. So it's activities that, as we know, create havoc, create significant consequences, but aren't governed by these two sets of laws that we typically associate with action with that kind of destructive capability. So the law around the use of force in armed conflict is highly developed. There are treaties we can look to that set out the law, as well as customary international law. But operations that fall below this space are still subject to much legal debate. And to explore that debate, I'm thrilled to be joined today by literally some of the world's leading experts on cyber operations and international laws. Starting first with Dr. François Delarue, who is a senior researcher in cybersecurity governance at the Institute of Security and Global Affairs in Leiden University. He's also a team leader of international law project at EU Cyber Direct. He's an associate fellow at the Hague Program for Cyber Norms and previously worked as a research fellow in cyber defense and international law at the Institute for Strategic Research of the French Ministry of Defense. His book, titled Cyber Operations and International Law, was published in Cambridge University by Cambridge University Press in February 2020 and has been at my side ever since. Second, we have Dr. Asif Lubin, who is an associate professor of law at Indiana University Moore School of Law and a fellow at IU's Center for Applied Cybersecurity Research. He's additionally affiliated as an affiliated fellow with Yale Law School's Information Society Project, a faculty associate at the Berkman Klein Center for Internet Society at Harvard University, a visiting scholar at Hebrew University of Jerusalem Fetterman Cybersecurity Research Center. Dr. Lubin's research centers around the intersection of law, technology, particularly as it relates to the regulation of cybersecurity harms, liabilities, and insurance, as well as cyber policy design. And his work draws on his experience as a former intelligence analyst with the IDF, the intelligence branch, as well as his vast practical training and expertise in national security law, and foreign policy. Basically, you can't read anything on this subject without him being cited or mentioned. And then we have Dr. Eliza Watt, whose research focuses on cyber law and human rights. She is the author of a book titled State-Sponsored Cyber Surveillance, The Right to Privacy of Communications and International Law. Her work has been published in a number of peer-reviewed journals and other publications. She's contributed to the UN Office of Disarmament Affairs 2017 study titled Non-Binding Norms for Responsible State Behavior in the Use of Information and Communications Technology. And she's also a lawyer. She's a guest speaker at the College of Information and Cyberspace, National Defense University at Washington, D.C. And she is a lawyer in the UK. So today, rather than presenting papers, what we're going to do is a bit different. I'm going to ask all of the panelists a series of questions for which they are prepared, and we're going to build a dialogue from there, and then we'll open things up to a broader Q&A, just to keep things a little bit more dynamic. And because I want to have a conversation with these folks about legal authorities in the gray space. I was really hoping they'd come to Ottawa. Okay, so to get things kicked off, we were going to start with Professor Lubin. I have a question for you. Why should states care about if and how international law governs below threshold cyber operations? Can and will the law actually ever serve as a deterrent for states operating in this space? And should we really worry about deterring them at all? I turn it to you, Professor Lubin.
Thank you so much, Leah, for that wonderful introduction, and thank you for the invitation to speak here today. I'm sorry that I'm not there in person. I'm actually in New York celebrating my first year marriage anniversary, but I did not want to miss this opportunity, so my partner excuses me and allows me to indulge in being here today. So this topic is one of importance, predominantly from how timely it is. What we've witnessed in the past few years is a growing reliance on cyber tools to engage what was traditionally done through kinetic warfare. So we now rely on cyber surveillance as well as other more offensive cyber operations to collect information about our adversaries, to send signals that are not done through kinetic means, and to really create a secret environment, not one that is public, where messages cross and various kinds of political interests are achieved. And it is in that space that we should ask the question, what, if anything, should be deterred, right? That's the question that was posed. For the audience, I want to suggest an article, an opinion piece that was published in the New York Times in August by Sibel Greenberg, titled, "Could Cyber War Make the World Safer?" And what she argues in that piece is that we should be cautioned not to suggest that every element of what is colloquially coined cyber warfare is necessarily a bad thing. The example she gives there is the Israeli attack on the nuclear reactor in Syria in 2007, in which 10 allegedly, though no public information was ever released, allegedly 10 North Korean scientists were killed. And she compares that to the Stuxnet incident, which by itself, from a legal perspective, can open a lot of doors. Is Stuxnet even below or above the threshold? That's part of the problem, that the threshold itself is not sufficiently defined. But she gives the Stuxnet example to demonstrate here, achieving the same political goals, the countries involved, allegedly Israel and the United States, were able to take down or significantly hinder the Natanz nuclear enrichment lab without killing anyone. So to the extent that we're able to achieve certain political goals, in this case, international non-proliferation, without causing kinetic consequences, could that be a good thing and not necessarily a bad thing? And so the question that we should all kind of pose and ask is, where do we draw the lines of deterrence in the below the threshold space? And what are the kind of activities that we do want to see deterred, and therefore we do want to see regulations that help shape that deterrence, compared to other activities which we might not want to see deterred, and we actually might want to even incentivize states to engage in. And I think that that has been a big challenge for states. States have had an easier time regulating what we've colloquially called the above the threshold space, in part because it's easier to set a prohibition on the use of force and just move forward with that prohibition. When we move to dual use technologies, When we move to activities that are in that space of non-intervention and infringements on sovereignty, that is precisely where regulation becomes tricky, because you don't want to set the net too wide to over-capture things that you don't necessarily want to deter. So that's kind of the first part of the answer I wanted to offer. I'll just mention one second half of it. Even if we kind of want to move forward in that conversation, we'll have a lot of different elements that make regulation particularly challenging here. The first is the challenge of accountability in a space where attribution is extremely difficult and fraught. And so our rules of attribution, which have been with us for decades, might have not been kind of crossed the threshold into a digital universe in which attribution can be augmented through the use of various kinds of spoofing tools and anonymizing techniques. Similarly, cyberspace is also a space that allows the move from state actors as primary actors to non-state actors having the same access and capabilities as some nation states. And this could be multinational corporations on the one side, but it can also be criminal gangs in the ransomware context. So how do we set regulations that arrest both kinds of actors in that space is open for debate. The third issue is unintended consequences. Cyber operations, below the threshold cyber operations, have more ability to spill over and cause disproportionate effects that were not intended by the players. And so what was presumably a non-kinetic operation might end up being kinetic if we use tools that are in a reckless way or that do not take into account particular consequences. And then the last thing I'll mention is the secrecy surrounding this. So cyber operations involve intelligence agencies at a greater degree as primary actors in this space. The operations are not disclosed to the public. There's a lot of activity that is ongoing that is not subject to transparency. And so how do we address this kind of space that obviously involves all kinds of secret secondary rules, administrative rules, regulatory agency rules over which we have no public debate and control. So that's where I'll stop to start us off. I hope I've been provocative enough to kind of carry the conversation forward.
So perhaps I'll start and see if Professor De La Rue has anything to say maybe on the issue of attribution. I saw you nodding and you write about this in your book, or Dr. Watt, if you have anything you want to jump in on, but I'll turn it to Professor De La Rue first to see your response.
Good morning, good afternoon here in Europe. Thank you very much for the invitation. I just wanted to say at the beginning in French that merci beaucoup aux organisateurs.
Thank you very much to the organizers for allowing me to speak French. I would prefer to do my presentation in English so that we could have a better dialogue, but thank you very much for this opportunity.
Turning back to English. I think on this first question, and what are the main issue, mainly with the question of also with the question of attribution, is one of the issues is we have a set of rules that were developed before, and we try to adapt them to this very specific context. But most of the time, what is interesting is we are actually trying to find answers to questions that are not legal questions. And for me, that's one of the main issues we have with cyber today is for a lot of questions you will hear or you will read, actually also in academics works, that international law is not providing a sufficient answer or international law is not providing an answer. But then when you read the problems that is listed after, the question is not a legal question. So for example, on the question of attribution, which is one of the very big topics, as you mentioned before, we always have this debate on, yeah, but we cannot attribute, yes, but you cannot attribute not, because the law does not give you any title to say this person is related to that state. You cannot attribute because you cannot find the evidences, which is not a legal question. So I think it's always kind of the step backs. I think it's interesting to have on this question and on this question on below the threshold is there are different rules, there are different, we will come back in the discussion on that, I'm sure, but there are different rules that apply below the threshold. It's just they might not be satisfactory, they might not provide a satisfactory answer. Then the question is, can the law provide a satisfactory answer? Because maybe the answer you look for is outside of the legal framework.
Great, thank you. Dr. Watt.
Hello, and thank you very much for inviting me to this very interesting discussion. It's a pleasure to be here. Well, I have two points to make in relation to this. So the first is how international law governs below the threshold operations. I think first issue to actually highlight is what is the threshold against which we are going to be actually gauging the gravity of a particular operation. So are we talking about the sort of threshold that applies to the jus ad bellum qualifications, or is it the sort of threshold that applies, for example, to the breach of general principles of international law, such as, for example, sovereignty? So I think this, in the first place, is something that we need to establish. In other words, it really is not well defined in international law what are below the threshold operations. So this is something that I actually wanted to talk about anyway later in my presentation. And I think I take the point that Asaf has made earlier. In that, obviously, attribution it's of huge concern, and it's one of the most important aspects of international law at present. In other words, how do we legally actually attribute an action of a state or a proxy in order then to be able to respond to that particular action within the legal parameters? Again, my presentation, and I have a presentation on the topic, hopefully will address these issues in more detail. I have actually prepared some slides, so my presentation is more structured, and I hope I will be able to use that. But I am very much looking forward to addressing that very point. In other words, the point of attribution is something that I had picked up on when preparing for this, and I just don't want to repeat myself. So hopefully, when I come to discuss my question, I will all of that will become more transparent.
Great, so then I'll ask the second question to Professor De La Rue then, unless Professor Lubin, you wanted to jump in response. So Professor De La Rue, are wrongful acts carried out in cyberspace somehow different than wrongful acts carried out wholly in the physical world? Why is the international community struggling, and we've talked about some of the reasons why, to clarify how the law applies in cyberspace? And I think you'll probably expand maybe on some of your points that you've just made, but I'll turn it to you.
Thank you very much, Leah. Yeah, I think I had the same problem than Elisa. You want to say so many things for the first question, but that you don't want to go too much on what you for the rest, and to put some other answers. I think so. What is very interesting with these two questions, and I will start with the second one, is, are they really struggling? And for me, that's part of the question, is, are the states really struggling to define the legal framework? And what I want to say here, what I want to highlight is the first resolution on cyber at the UN, the first on security, international security related to cyber, was adopted in 1999, so 22 years ago. Over 22 years, actually, they had quite a very dynamic debate. They have created working groups on everything. As international lawyers, we know that international law is maybe the slowest thing on earth. So 22 years to have this kind of debate and already having kind of first ground discussion on the content of norms, I'm not sure I would qualify it struggling compared to what we saw on some treaty-making process, like the law of the sea processes that took more than 50 years to arrive to a conference. So for me, that's kind of the first point, and I always kind of like to recall that mainly when I'm teaching, actually, because yeah, so students ask you this kind of question, and you're like, yeah, but compared to the rest of the international security and international community, we talk about a very short time frame, which had success, which had failure. And I wanted to move on one of the failure, which for me is also very important on this question of struggling, which is, so the UN established, the UN member states through the first committee, the Committee on Peace and Security, established group of governmental experts. So a group of experts will be meeting and working on these questions. The first one failed because of international law, actually, and also the fifth one. One of the questions we always see is, on what was said, is a group of states, for the last one was Russia, China, and Cuba, blocked the report, saying that they don't want to see in the final report self-defense, the law on countermeasure, and the law of armed conflict being kind of enshrined in it, because that would be kind of a justification for the militarization of cyberspace. Well, I disagree with this affirmation. I'm not the only one. I think it's something very common in the literature. But what is interesting is the way that was perceived. Because the way that was perceived is this country are actually going against the international legal framework, or like there is a problem on the international legal framework. But what is clear from other discussion and what is clear for what has been following up is it was not a contestation of international law. And this is also very important, I think, to frame in the discussion is it was not saying that they don't want international law to apply. What they didn't want is to have these specific branches of international law detailed in the report. They made other declaration relating to use of force and self-defense. For example, Russia made this kind of declaration. So that's also for me another point to say in struggling. There is struggling on maybe defining the legal framework, but there are also a lot of this kind of struggles, failure, or other like events, let's say, that just may be related to the political context and maybe related to where this discussion takes place. And I think it's very important. So we have a very dynamic debate, and I think that's what we can say. The UN has been very dynamic. All international organizations today work on cyber. You have discussion on international law on cyber, like for international lawyer, it's a dream. You have these questions popping everywhere. You have questions everywhere. We have now states, we have certain states that have published a strategy on how international law apply in cyberspace. We have this summer, the UN that released a compendium where 15 states, including some of the 13 previous states, but have released their views on how international apply in cyberspace. So I think, yes, there is some struggle, but there is also a lot of dynamism. And we see like this kind of slow ship, let's say, or iceberg, if you want to compare it to an iceberg, slowly moving and something is happening. Where I wanted to go with that and what I wanted to highlight is what we see from the discussion, from what we see in the papers, in the strategy and so forth, is actually states tend to converge in their view. There are some specific points on which they are divergent. Sovereignty is a big one. I think Asaf also has a lot of points to say on sovereignty. But still, there is a high degree of convergence, and that's very interesting. The other point which is important, there is no contestation of international law in general. There may be some debate on specific interpretations. The UK has a very creative approach to sovereignty, for example, but still, you don't have like contestation of entire branches of international law for now. So I think that's something interesting, which leads me to the last question. So which was your first question, sorry, but why states and our wrongful act carried in cyberspace somehow different? And I think that's a very important thing, because when you think about these rules and when you think about this question of struggling, why do we need to define them when we talk about cyber? Why we never did that outside of cyberspace? So for example, there is this rule defining like customary rule, and you have also then some treaties, but a state should not violate the territorial sovereignty of another state. But we never defined really clearly what does it mean. We never adopted a treaty saying that 1 foot crossing the border is fine too. No, it's not, you know. So it's a bit also what I find very interesting is there is this question that in cyberspace, we tend to be willing, and state mainly, also academics because we really like to have these debates, but mainly state tend to really want to define everything very clearly. Same thing with the use of force. We have Article 2.4 of the UN Charter, we have customary international law, which is even less defined, saying that, okay, you should not use force between states. But we never really define what is the content of force. And then we have this debate here on cyber that we want to have a red line saying that that number of computers destroyed, maybe that's a line. So, which lead me to ask the question, why we have this difference, why we want to have this kind of precisions in cyberspace. And the reason is because we are moving with cyber from an exceptional circumstances system with something that is very exceptional in the mobilization and the use of the norms, of the rules and principle of international law, to a daily experience. A military airplane of a foreign country breaching into the border of another country, it's not happening every day. Like an unlawful violation of airspace is not something happening every day. A territorial violation on land is something that is happening twice a year, 3 times a year, maybe more, but not that often. Cyberspace, it's every day. Every day you have breaches of international laws through cyber acts by one state against other states. And you have examples all the time. And I think this is where it's very interesting and what is different is we tend to use a legal framework that has been built to regulate something that is exceptional, and at the end, the answer is more political than legal, to something that become an everyday experience, and where you need something that would be maybe closer, or you expect something that will be working more closely to domestic law, something that is more defined with categories and everything. But it's just not what we built the international legal system on. So for me, that's what is interesting with what we see. And the last point on that is where it's actually changing a lot is the line between what will be an international wrongful act and what will be another type of act is way thinner in cyberspace, if not completely blurred. And one of the, like, with use of force, for example, we have the very good book of Olivier Courtine that discussed, it exists in French and English, that's why I'm using this example, but which discuss actually these examples of what is a police operation, what is the use of force? And you have sometimes this difficulty to define where is the border between the two. But in cyberspace, it's even blurred. Like you have a lot of operations, police operations, that you will not think that they might also constitute violation of national law, namely violation of sovereignty, for example, because police will penetrate servers located abroad to collect data, to collect evidences, and so forth. So I think it's also why you have this very big question today on what is difference in cyberspace and why we need and why we are struggling at the end to define really the legal framework is you have all these questions that are appearing, and you have the fact that before maybe the military and a few other services may be able to breach international law, today kind of every services of a state, from the police, from the tax office, and so forth, may be breaching international law through different type of acts. So that's, I think, create a lot of questions. And yeah, that would be my answer to these two questions. Sorry, I've been a bit long.
No, that was fantastic. Thank you. Just to get my regular plug in, Professor De La Rue noted that many states have made public statements about how they view the interpretation of international law, especially around this issue of sovereignty and below threshold operations. And that's really, really important for the development of international law and for us to even understand how our own domestic law is applied, because we have to interpret our domestic laws consistent with international law. Canada, unlike all of its allies, has not made any such statement. I have no idea, as someone who studies Canadian domestic security law and Canadian application of the law internationally, how Canada interprets the law around cyberspace and international law and how it sees its limitations. So if any of you work at GAC, you can remind them that I'm still waiting. Professor Lubin, I know one of your interest areas lately is the issue of ransomware, and I think maybe this might be a way we're talking about how are things different and why should we care. And I think ransomware is one of those excellent examples of something that's starting to happen every day. It's no longer exceptional. So I just invite you to speak to that.
Sure. Let me just say, I sign off on everything Professor De La Rue just said. So I think that everything he said is spot on and highlights precisely the challenge that states face in trying to regulate a moving target like cyber regulation, in particular where they want to keep flexibility and freedom to do certain things while not doing others. And the challenge is, as it's kind of alluded in my own statement at the beginning, is where do we draw the line between those things that we want to see keep going and in fact potentially incentivize, and those things that we don't. Ransomware is where potentially there shouldn't be a dilemma. The idea here is that these are private actors engaging in what is essentially the kidnapping of data and putting ransom in exchange for its release, and or now the kind of the new version of ransomware, they tell you that if you don't pay the money, they will put all that data online, making it accessible to others. And so ransomware is perhaps just a fourth generation of what international lawyers have called humanist generis. It's the idea that there are certain kinds of people out there, individuals who are engaging in crimes against mankind. Not any different than perhaps the trade slavers of old, or pirates of old, or moving forward, those who kidnapped planes, or moving even further, those who engage in various forms of terrorism or transnational organized crime. In all of these prior generations, international lawyers stepped in to create treaty regimes that in certain circumstances established universal jurisdiction, required and mandated states to cooperate and share information and intelligence, and ensured that these individuals are not seen as members of society subject to the traditional protections of diplomatic protection and safe havens from their states. It is in ransomware that we have not seen these same transition moving forward. In fact, states have been reluctant to rely on legal rules to regulate this space, both domestically and internationally. Only recently, the Biden administration has called ransomware a national security threat. But even when it did so, and it went to President Putin of Russia to call him out on his safe havening of ransomware activities, he said there's should be certain kinds of ransomware activities that are off the table, listing those critical infrastructures as those for which ransomware attacks should be denied. But in so doing, he was essentially saying, but all other ransomware is fine. And that is exactly the problem. Ransomware is the kind of thing where we should have a consensus. No ransomware is fine. Why is particular kinds of targets okayed where others are not? And yet, even on something as to me obvious as that, we fail to reach international agreement and set up international norms. And I think that demonstrates beautifully just the challenges that states have had in coming together and reaching an agreement. So I'll stop here, but I think ransomware just demonstrates more of the kind of things that we've been talking about so far.
Perfect. Now I'm going to turn to Dr. Watt, and I'd like to know, in your opinion, how we should be holding states accountable for internationally wrongful acts arising in the context of cyber operations, below threshold cyber operations, and what would that look like? And I do know that she has slides that she'd like to share. I think you're muted, actually, Dr. Watt.
I have to prepare the answer to this, or try to prepare answers to this by actually putting it in the form of slides, because it basically helps me to focus, and it means that I'm not going to meander with my thoughts. So perhaps if we could, yes, excellent. So if you bear with me, and I will actually outline my own view in relation to this very issue. In that the issue on the state's accountability for internationally wrongful acts arising in the context of the below the threshold cyber operations, in particular highlighting certain inconsistencies in relation to both the issues of attribution and also some evidential issues, in particular the standard of care. So can I have the next slide, please? Yes, thank you. So as we have actually noted from the very start, it is very difficult to actually define with any certainty what are the below the threshold cyber operations. But in my own view, these are the operations that actually basically do not fall within Rule 69, which is set out in Italian manual, which basically states that the use of force operations are those cyber use of force operations are those operations which are akin to kinetic operations. In other words, below the threshold cyber operations don't cause significant physical damage or injury, and also they do not result in substantial permanent loss of cyber infrastructure's functionality. So when we think about the below the threshold operations in recent years, I think some of the colorful examples include what Asaf has just hinted at, a number of ransomware attacks, but also the SolarWind operations are worthy of note, and the recent Pegasus spyware. May I have the next slide, please? So below threshold operations actually can give rise to the responsibility of states for wrongful acts. These are defined as a principle according to which whenever one state commits an internationally wrongful act against another, international responsibility is established between them. So therefore the question is, what is an internationally wrongful act? An internationally wrongful act is a breach of an international treaty law, customary international law, or general principles of law, and it also actually it has to be attributable to the state under international law. So when we think about cyber operations, this would amount to an internationally wrongful act if they are inconsistent with the primary rule of international law and when they are attributable to the state in question. May I have the next slide, please? So why is this important? So in order to make a state accountable for a damage that might have been the result of that activity, and to be able for that state to respond within the legal parameters, so what is actually within the legally established lawful responses, it is actually necessary that a particular operation is attributable or attributed to the state. So therefore, the question of attribution is a simple one. It is simple in that it is the attempt to identify the perpetrator, but obviously, in real terms, it is very, very difficult because it is trying to assign cyber activity when a perpetrator can obviously hide its identity, or where the cyber attack originates, say, from multiple jurisdictions, or when it is conducted by a number of different players. May I have the next slide, please? And so when we think about attribution, there are three different types of attribution. We have factual or technical, political attribution, and we have legal attribution. So here, actually, for our purposes, in order to hold the state accountable for internationally wrongful acts, it is the legal attribution that matters, because legal attribution means that basically the state who has committed the wrongful act can be held responsible under international law. And also it allows us to really understand what's our the sort of remedies that are available to the victim state. So this would, for example, include such things as countermeasures, the resort to countermeasures, or maybe actually also the resort to non-legal, unfriendly acts such as retortion. So can I have the next slide, please? So countermeasures are acts that otherwise would be unlawful, but for the fact that they are meant to compel another state to seize its unlawful conduct. And they are only available if the cyber operation constitutes an internationally wrongful act. So they would generally not be available if, in a case of an act of a proxy, which is not attributed to the state. So there would be a number of different countermeasures that a state can resort to. For example, hackbacks, so in-kind countermeasures, or not necessarily actually cyber countermeasures, such as, for example, closing of your own airspace. May I have the next slide, please? So we have already alluded to the UNGG process, and we know that there was a broad consensus reached that international law applies to cyberspace. The 2013 report actually also specifically mentioned the state responsibility principle. The 2015 GGG report then established 11 non-legally binding norms, including Norm 13, which actually specifically talks about attribution, but in general terms. Can I have, yes, thank you. So then we come to the 2021 UGG report, which had actually elaborated on all of those norms, including the norm on attribution. And I think one of the most interesting aspects of that is that the report stated that the indication that the ICT activity was launched or originates from the territory of a state's infrastructure is in itself insufficient to attribute that activity to a state. Can I have the next slide, please? So obviously we know that the diplomatic process had splintered, and in parallel with the GG report, we also have the open-ended working group report, which did not actually address the problem of attribution in any way. However, obviously there might be a follow-on on this in 2025. In addition to that, as we have already noted today, numerous states have started articulating their own position in relation to how international law applies to cyber operations. And a number of them confirmed that malicious cyber operations trigger responsibility of states for internationally wrongful acts. So we have in 19 states between 2012 and 2021 that put forward their own national stance on issues of attribution. And all of them, despite the fact that these views vary, all of them actually agreed that the customary international rules on state responsibility, as articulated by the International Law Commission, on state responsibility apply in this context. Can I have the next slide, please? So in general terms, the articles of state responsibility provide a duality of rules. Number one, any conduct that is wrongful, which is attributable to a state actor, would be obviously falls within the the conduct of state actors would be attributable to a state in question. Conversely, a conduct of a non-state actor would actually not be attributable to a state in question, provided unless it actually falls within one of the exceptions articulated in the articles. Can I have the next slide? So when we think about the conduct of state actors, the situation is pretty straightforward, because this would be organs which exercise legislative or executive or other function. And when we think about that being translated into the cyber domain, Tallinn Manual in Rule 15 provides more or less the same. In other words, it actually states that a conduct by a state institution or a person or organization empowered by domestic law would be attributable to a state. So it identifies such organs as intelligence agencies, military and internal security and customs agencies, which will all actually be, all of these acts would be attributable to a state. A good example would be the mass surveillance activities of the NSA and GCHQ. Can I have the next slide? And of course, more difficult is attributing a cyber operation to a non-state actor. So generally speaking, activities of non-state actors would not be attributable to states, apart from the instances set out in the articles on state responsibility. In particular, if the actor is actually acting on the instructions or under the control or direction of the state, and or when the particular action is then subsequently acknowledged by a state or adopted by it. Can I have the next slide? Thank you. So the idea of control or instruction has been then elaborated by the International Court of Justice as the effective control, and then subsequently we have also this been translated onto the cyber activities by the Tallinn Manual, which in Rule 17 actually talks about attribution of proxies, which would be established where we have non-state actors who are engaged in pursuant to states' instructions or under their direction of control, or when the state acknowledges or adopts the operation as its own. So in effect, when we think about the control of a particular cyber operation by a proxy, there seems to be a duality here. First of all, foremost, a state must, can I have the previous slide? The state must determine the execution and the course of a specific operation, and then that operation must be, the cyber operation must be an integral part of that operation. May I have the next slide? And so this is the part that actually causes some difficulties, because we have, in effect, we do not yet know in international law what is this degree of control that needs to be exercised by the state in order to attribute the action of a proxy to that state, because this degree of control seems to actually vary in sort of interpretations of the state. So I have given here 3 different examples. For example, Germany, in its 2021 policy statement, says that the degree of control must be sufficient. So there must be a sufficient degree or intensity of control. In other words, what they are saying is that the state doesn't actually have to micromanage a particular cyber activity. Definitely, it doesn't have to actually oversee every technical aspect of that operation. So this can be contrasted with the Netherlands' stance on this. And they're saying that the degree of control actually must be high, and just financing of a particular operation is not sufficient. And again, the US stance is quite obfuscated on this issue, because they are saying that where the state governs sufficient amount of information, however it is obtained, whether it's through technical means or all sorts of intelligence, that in itself permits attribution. And then that gives the right of a state to actually resort to remedies against the wrongdoer. Can I have the next slide? And of course, another issue is the issue of the burden and standard of proof. So there is a perceived understanding that it is necessary to fulfill the burden or satisfy the burden and standard of proof for two reasons. First and foremost, to determine the potential responses, including the right to resort to countermeasures. And secondly, in order then, if a state so chooses, to instigate an interstate litigation. Now, this again can be contrasted with the American view, because in accordance with the American policy stance, it is not necessary to actually satisfy the burden and standard of proof when a state resorts to countermeasures. That only becomes necessary if a state actually wants to instigate an interstate litigation, which is quite interesting, because now in law, we actually do not have an objective standard in an objective criteria, which sort of standard of proof state has to reach in order to resort to a remedy, which is a lawful remedy, which is a remedy within the parameters of law. Can I have the next stance? But that in itself actually has always been problematic, because in interstate litigation, that has never really been an established standard. So we know that in the context of cyber activities, the burden of proof actually, in accordance with the academic view, falls with the victim state, whereas the standard of proof of the view seems to be that it doesn't have to reach the beyond reasonable doubt criteria, but it is not as low as just making up of a prima facie case, but it sort of lies in the middle. In other words, it either has to be high or intermediate based on convincing evidence or the preponderance of evidence. And finally, in addition, a state considering taking countermeasures must act as a reasonable state would act under the circumstances. So can I have the final slide? So all in all, in answer to how a state would be held responsible for internationally wrongful act in the context of below the threshold operations, obviously the operation must first be attributed to the state in question. So attribution here would be to a state organ or a proxy where such operations are engaged in pursuance to state's instructions or under state direction or control. However, obviously, we don't know what is the necessary degree of control. It could be high. It should be high in accordance with the views of some states. It should be sufficient in the view of others, and or where a state later acknowledges or adopts the operation of its own. In addition, the general view is that to resort to countermeasures and or for the purposes of interstate litigation, a state must also satisfy the burden and standard of proof. Here, it seems that the burden of proof still lies with the state in question, and the standard of proof is either high or it's intermediate based on convincing evidence or its preponderance. So I hope that this answers the question that I was asked to deal with. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Watt. And I think you raise some really excellent points. I think we're all becoming used to seeing states attribute attacks to different states. We've even had NATO, for example, attribute an attack to China. But what you don't see in those statements is A, what the evidence is to support the attribution, and you almost never see what legal principle or law has been violated in those statements. Realistically, you see a statement that says this action, which is bad, but they never point to a legal rule that's been violated. So this action was perpetrated by such and such state. No evidence and why we think this is bad. Right? That's ultimately what you're getting. So you're getting the political level of attribution that Dr. Watt mentions, but you're not getting the technical nor the legal attribution in those statements. So I'll just turn now to everyone and ask, given everything that we've talked about here, all of the different struggles, dilemmas, or the slowness of developing these things, well, the exceptional has become the everyday. Is this concept of below threshold, or as we talk about it in popular culture, gray space, is this concept really even helpful when we're talking about the law and regulations? If yes, do you see a way forward using these concepts, or if not, do you see a different way of classifying what we're talking about so that we might be able to move forward and proceed with some sort of legal regulation or norm building? So I'm just going to go in order that we talked today and ask Professor Lubin to jump in.
Yeah, I think it is helpful in drawing a line between whatever it is that we're talking about and those things that have been regulated. And I do think that we can draw inspiration from the regulations of those things that have been regulated, the above the threshold space, where there are a huge amount of categories, from use of force to those armed attacks to trigger self-defensive action, to acts of aggression, to armed conflict, and the various categorizations within armed conflict. So there is a lot of these category building exercises happening in the above the threshold space. And what we failed to do is, in part because states were reluctant to do it up until now, is do the same kind of exercises in the below the threshold space, in distinguishing between the lawful and unlawful acts of intervention that states commonly engaging in diplomatic life, in distinguishing between what Professor De La Rue called one leg is okay, but two legs in your territory is not okay for a sovereignty violation, right? In kind of setting the lines for sovereignty intervention space and trying to regulate it. And I would just argue, because that's my passion in life, the one particular reason why we've been reluctant to do so is because of the intersectionality between espionage and all of this. States have been reluctant to set legal rules or even norms that apply to intelligence operations for many years and prefer to treat it as an extra legal construct. But the reality is, because of the daily exchanges that Professor De La Rue was describing, we're now in a universe where you cannot not address the espionage space and setting some rules of the road for it, because the result is that so many of these cyber activities are treading the lines of intelligence collection or require certain kinds of unauthorized access as a first step, which is the very definition of what the first step of an intelligence operation is too. And so the result is that we have the list of below the threshold activities that Dr. Watt alluded to. Say NSO Group was on her list. So is NSO Group lawful or unlawful under international law? The privatization of intelligence activities and the trade in surveillance tech solutions. We have failed to set rules of the norms for that. And I think that now is prime time to do so. And I will just shamelessly plug my forthcoming book with Oxford University Press, where I try to propose precisely that what that international legal framework could look like.
And I'm very excited for it. Professor De La Rue.
So yeah, the distinction between above and below the threshold, let's say, is kind of the historical and even like the real summa division of international law. I am in The Hague now, 10 kilometers from here. We have the city where Grotius was born, and he is the father of this kind of like big division between war and peace and how it affects international law. I think it's still relevant today to have the distinction, because we are talking about really two different type of situation. In above the threshold, and as Professor Lubin just mentioned, we have really this distinction between, on the one side, use of force, how the force is regulated, and then we have the law of armed conflict. And I think it's mainly useful for the law of armed conflict. This needs to not be conflated with the rest. And this is a very specific law because it has a very specific philosophy, a very specific objective. So I think that's why also there is this need. Then if we move below the threshold, I think it's maybe the wrong approach to see it as a block. So kind of opposing above and below the threshold. And a bit what was said before in the two presentations, it's much more gray on what we have below the threshold. And I think this is where we need to reflect a bit more. Part of the difficulty, I would say, on why we have this kind of summa divisions that still apply is also because what we see with cyber, and I could have mentioned that in the question you asked me on the difference, is in the past, when you had a question above the threshold, it will be always a military question going to the lawyer of the Ministry of Defense or whatever structure you have in your state, coordination with MFA, with Foreign Affairs, maybe head of state. But that will be how this will be dealt with. Below the threshold, mainly like taking countermeasure, will be more a treasury question, will be a question dealt by economical part of the government, not by military parts, not by other parts. And I think it's where it becomes a bit blurred with cyber, because we are asking lawyers that were used to work on a specific question, a specific set of questions. Now you have to deal with the full spectrum of international law, moving from how do you react to a self-defense question to how you react to a very low intensity violation of sovereignty, taking the form of penetrating into a few computers and maybe stealing a few data or just watching a few data. So I think that's where there is a difficulty. We kind of find some comfort in sticking to the SUMA division of below and above the threshold, but I think this maybe need to evolve in the future on the way we see it. So that will be my first answer. On one of the question, on this question, on the way forward, on this question, we see it, I think, in what I was saying before, I was kind of criticizing this idea of struggle. There is a struggle. We don't know what the law applies. What I wanted to say is just we may need a bit more time, a bit more practice, and we should not overestimate the fact that these things take time. Still, there are some questions, and I think there are some important questions we need to work on. One of the elements I wanted to put here on one of the questions for me, which is very important, and we need to answer, which I lost in my notes, it's fine, sorry. It's the question of, we need to address what do we want to achieve at an international level. And that remains for me one of the big questions regarding how we talk about international law, how we talk about below or above the threshold, but mainly below the threshold. Because we cannot really move forward with that, and maybe the international community, the state will not move forward if they don't know what they want to achieve, and then questioning subsequently, where do you want to go with international law? How international law can address that? How do you want to move? I think the point made by Professor Lubin on ransomware is an important point, and maybe there is a red line to be drawn. There you can maybe identify that the law as it exists does not provide answers, and maybe you need to move or you need to have an adaptation. But you need first to take this step of deciding that's where we want to go. And that's where you may need an evolution. Because if we continue to have just a discussion, international law and cyber, we kind of, I think, have solved in a lot of ways that in general, it applies, it offers answers and so forth. Then we need to identify this kind of question. I think another one, which was very interesting in Dr. Watt's presentation, is all this question of attribution. As I said in my introductory remarks, the law kind of provides the categories, and we have kind of an answer to attribution. But then there may be specific question where there is a problem. And for example, in the book you mentioned at the beginning, one of the things I show is the case of Estonia or the case of DDoS attacks, which is a big question. You have this type of attacks where you will have multiple number of actors targeting at the same time a target, and they may have been incentivized by a state, but that doesn't mean that they are controlled by that state. So whatever proofs you may bring on the table, whatever you want to show, you will be able to identify they have been incentivized by a state, but that's not a category in terms of attribution. So here, the law as it is will not bring an answer. Either we evolve in the law, and there is something with incentivization. I would be against that, because I think then you'll be over kind of apply attribution, but still, that may be the question we need to address. And the question is not attribution doesn't work, it's the situation that we see is different. And this is not a cyber question. This is also a question outside of cyber. And we have endless debates about several cases lately where we saw people taking up arms, going abroad, either in Syria, either in Ukraine, elsewhere, and fighting against a state. But they have not been sent by a state or controlled by a state. They're acting on their own, incentivized by different actors, maybe state, maybe other actors. But that's not something that existing international can address, I would say.
Perfect, thank you. Dr. Watt.
So yes, I think first and foremost, to my own mind, distinguishing between the above and the below threshold operations is absolute necessity. I think a good example of that it was the response of certain US officials in the context of SolarWinds operations, where these operations were actually called acts of war or acts of armed conflict, when in effect, under strict international law interpretation, actually they cannot be so. So I think first and foremost there has to be some sort of clear differentiation between the below and the above use of force threshold operations. But number two, I think within the below threshold operations, that in itself actually now requires a far more nuanced gradation than what we have been used to. So let's think about the intelligence gathering operations in cyberspace as an example. So we obviously normally actually attach the language of espionage to this sort of operations, where I have been for a while now convinced that, again, although this nomenclature is actually not wrong in its own right, I think for the future purposes, or for the purposes of some sort of attempting to grapple as an international community with those sort of issues, we again need to start legally actually adopting a far more nuanced taxonomy to these operations. So to me, it seems that activities, cyber espionage activities or intelligence gathering activities actually would perhaps require a sort of a differentiation between cyber espionage activities which target particular groups, such as, for example, the Pegasus project, or cyber surveillance activities. So these are activities which actually then are conducted on a larger scale, where vast number of people are being intercepted on quite regular basis. And then we have also this idea of what is bulk interception of communications, which again is undefined, and yet seems to be, in particular in Europe, has been accepted by certain governments and also by courts. So in effect, all of that actually needs to be somehow agreed upon. And of course, another point is actually how do we classify electoral interference campaigns? Are these acts of espionage? Are these acts of intervention into, say, sovereignty of states? Are they acts that actually coerce a state to actually making certain choices which they don't necessarily want to make? So, in effect, what is required is a finer understanding of what these operations are. What sort of purpose would that serve? Would that mean that actually regulating these activities is going to be easier? I honestly don't know. So, for example, if I am thinking of regulating of surveillance activities, so this has been on the cards since approximately 2015, both in Europe and actually within the United Nations, and these attempts have failed. So I think it's very much down to, obviously us understanding what is going on as lawyers in order to then perhaps serve for this sort of nomenclature to be adopted, especially when political attribution is made by state officials for those sort of purposes. But whether this would actually serve a useful purpose in relation to regulating of those activities, I just don't know, because on number of occasions, these attempts have been made, and we don't have, say, a cybersecurity treaty yet. We don't have a cyber surveillance treaty which regulates the working methods of state intelligence agencies. We have reluctance of states to actually subject cyber espionage or cyber intelligence gatherings full stop to any form of regulation. So I think distinguishing among these different activities is very helpful, but it's only as far as we as lawyers can actually go. Obviously, the rest is down to the willingness of the states to subject these operations to any form of regulation. So I think I would say yes, but by the way things are going, it seems as though this is going to be an incremental process of soft law development, norm development, and that sort of thing.
Thank you. I think you raise an interesting point. What would finally incentivize states to actually take these steps to regulate these activities? And if there is any kind of activity that would relate to this, I mean, typically we think of Great Wars as a way of incentivizing states to take action, but when we're talking about espionage and below threshold operations, is there anything that could incentivize states to come to the table to regulate their surveillance activities? So I'm just gonna leave it there because I see I'm being hovered over. Thank you so much to all of you for a fantastic conversation, and hopefully we've set up the next panel nicely. I really appreciate you joining us today.
Thank you to Dr. Leah West and the collection of legal experts from abroad for their time today. We really appreciate your expertise on this matter. This is the end of the first panel. The second panel begins in 15 minutes. We have a 15-minute health break. Please take advantage of the food and drinks we have available to us. And I'll talk to Rachel about setting up the next panel, as the next three panelists are also coming from abroad, 2 from Europe and 1 from the United States. So thank you very much. And for those online, we'll be back in about 15 minutes.
Thank you.
Good morning, we're back. The second panel of the day is on allies responding to gray zone attacks. So first panel was on the legalities of it. The idea of this panel is to learn from what our allies are doing, because they're facing the exact same kind of problems we are. And to moderate this panel, we have Rachel Babbins. She works in the private sector. She is one of the leaders of a new organization called Emerging Leaders in Canadian Security. They just launched their website. It's an organization, you can tell us more about your organization, but I'll just say that it fills a desperately needed niche, trying to provide an opportunity for emerging and medium rank people in all the different sectors of the Canadian defense and security community, particularly in the private sector, trying to build connections, try to provide mentoring. The CDSN just welcomed them in as a partner of our network, and we're looking to great things from them. So Rachel, I'll leave you to the moderating of this panel, and thank you very much for participating today.
Thanks so much, Steve. So good morning, everyone, and welcome to the second panel titled Allied Responses to Gray Attacks at the Year Ahead Conference. These past few years have really challenged decision makers across the world, both in the private and public sector, as our adversaries have accelerated their use of different hybrid warfare mechanisms, experimenting with a variety of tools, techniques, and tactics. Of all the cyber attacks of 2021, the breach of Colonial Pipeline, the largest fuel pipeline in the United States, was reportedly one of the highest media attention breaches that we've seen. This attack led to shortages across the east coast of the United States, causing chaos and panic for many. Interestingly, the attack didn't actually impact the physical process for gas distribution, but targeted mainly administrative systems. It was a company decision to turn off the pipelines out of caution. Also, the threat actors later claimed that they simply didn't know that attacking a pipeline would cause such a large disruption. And they said in an almost apologetic statement following the attack, quote, "We are apolitical. Our goal is to make money and not, quote, creating problems for society." Even more curious was the group's reaction following FBI, quote, work on the issue, as they announced that they were shutting down because of the unspecified pressure from the United States. I could go on about this attack, but what strikes me is the large outcome of what was actually a minor intrusion to an administrative system caused by a weak password, as well as the clear politics at play between the US, Russia, and this quote-unquote apolitical group following the attack. This discussion our panel is about to have is certainly timely, and I look forward to hearing our panelists' remarks on a variety of these topics. With that said, I'd like to introduce our speakers, which hail from all over the world to discuss these important topics. First, we have Dr. Bastian Gigerich. Dr. Gigerich is the Director of the Defense and Military Analysis at the International Institute for Strategic Studies, where he leads the research team that produces the IISS annual flagship publication, The Military Balance, oversees the development of the Military Balance Plus online database, and contributes to research and consultancy work. From 2010 to 2015, Dr. Gigerich worked for the German Federal Ministry of Defense in research and policy roles, while also serving as the IISS Consulting Senior Fellow for European Security. He holds a master's degree in political science from the University of Potsdam and a PhD in international relations from the London School of Economics. He's the author of several books on European security and defense matters, most recently with the Maximilian Terhale, The Responsibility to Defend Rethinking Germany's Strategic Culture. I'll first turn it to Dr. Gigerich to start with some remarks.
Thank you very much for that very kind introduction. It's a pleasure to share some thoughts with you today, this morning or afternoon here in the UK where I am. Rachel's introduction reminded me that I was working in government when the German government started to grapple with what was then called hybrid warfare and the idea that there is this space that I suppose we now call the gray zone that sits somewhere between peace and conflict, or peace and war at least. So what I want to do today, I want to say a few words about the country I'm from, Germany, and the country in which I live and work, the United Kingdom, and then conclude with a few thoughts on actually a related aspect, namely the resilience conversation in Europe, and I'll weave in some thoughts on what this might mean for Canada and indeed for other allies. I think, as Steve earlier said a few minutes ago, actually a lot of this is or are problems that we obviously share. So I'll speak for, I don't know, eight minutes or so to just kick off, and I'm looking forward to the discussion. Both the UK and Germany have, of course, recent experience of gray zone activities. In the UK, that focal point was perhaps that attempted assassination of Sergei Skripal. In the UK was also a very lively debate on Huawei as an instrument of Chinese state power and what that might mean for national infrastructure around telecommunications and 5G, later on 6G in particular. And it was just a reminder of the multifarious forms of state activity in that area, in that space between war and peace. And in Germany, alleged Russian agents conducted an assassination. We had cyber attacks on parliament and other government entities that were traced back to Russian sources, and Russian and Chinese influence networks are quite active, targeting public opinion and particular political fringes or the fringes of the political spectrum, and trying to kind of tear at the seams of societal cohesion in Germany. The UK, as most of you will know, conducted a foreign security and defense policy review, the so-called integrated review, the results of which were published earlier this year, and it is now working on a national resilience strategy. There's a fairly active debate in government, in think tanks, in the wider community. Some of it is infrastructure focused, going back to the introduction that we just heard, but a lot of it sits in the wider context of resilience at home and abroad, which is one of the main themes in dealing with gray zone challenges in the UK and in Germany. And it's interesting that that resilience theme in the UK comes through not just where you would expect it in the National Resilience Strategy work or the preparatory work for that, but also in the recently completed Reserve Forces Review, in the National Infrastructure Commission, and in a lot of think tank work, and it all comes along several headers that have to do with responsibilities and accountability, with partnerships, with investments required, and with what resilience actually means in the context of gray zone threats. In Germany, there's some early work on a resilience strategy, but the whole thought process is very heavily focused on civil preparedness and disaster response, so a pretty clear difference. Germany does have a conversation that links resilience with gray zone threats and with defense policy more broadly, but that conversation is, I would argue at least, rather incomplete and underdeveloped. And in the UK, on the other hand, resilience is an established element of thinking on modern deterrence and on efforts of reframing defense as or framing defense in part at least as a whole of society task. Now in the UK, that is not taking the form of what some of you might know as a total defense approach that some might know from Northern Europe, from some Scandinavian countries, but it does link much more directly to non-military threats emanating from opponents, including Russia, than it does in Germany. So the overarching framework in terms of gray zone and resilience for Germany seems to be civil preparedness, consequence management, disaster response, whereas in the UK, it is one of homeland defense and deterrence. And some of the challenges that Germany and the UK face in pursuing this approach and dealing with gray zone issues, I think I would argue are fairly universal, and that's probably of relevance to Canada. On the one hand, there's a challenge of coordinating and creating frameworks for coherent action of a large number of actors. You have the multinational level, you have the national level, you have the subnational level, and you have the private sector, and making that work is very difficult and time-consuming, but increasingly also unavoidable. And the irony is perhaps that despite everybody agreeing that that is necessary, leading or creating an effective response will primarily be seen as a national level task. So the overall responsibility and accountability burden, so to speak, politically sits with national leaders who therefore should have a clear interest in making a whole of society approach work, at least in those European countries that I mentioned. In times of national emergencies, and the pandemic is the obvious example, recent example, there will be competition for scarce resources because there will be a demand surge. We have seen that across Europe and most of our countries. So if we think in terms of homeland security, pre-positioned assets, earmarked financial resources, all of those are instruments that people are looking to help mitigate the risk and in particular increase the robustness of the system robustness rather than the redundancy of systems on a national level. Perhaps a word on technology. I think there's a trade-off that we need to talk about between using technology to optimize and generate efficiency on the one hand, and accepting rising interdependencies and the possibility of cascading the effects of disruption on the other. I think there's an interesting relationship between the ever-increasing level of interconnectivity on the one hand and the decreasing level of acceptable societal disruption on the other hand. That means that the role of technology creates on the one hand create resilience, but on the other hand also challenge it, and how to calibrate that, I think, is an interesting conversation that is a bit different in different national contexts, but I think it's one that we all might want to have. So I think for all of us, this implies that ultimately dealing with gray zone challenges through instruments of resilience or approaches of resilience really leads you to a risk management mindset that accepts that vulnerabilities will persist. It is not something where security is just a state that you achieve, and recovering from shock, restoring the ability to operate, and I mean here militarily, but also governmental, business, society. That seems to be the paramount goal. In NATO rhetoric, resilience is the first line of defense. A resilient system will deny at least some of the presumed benefits of an attack to the attacker. So therefore, there's a deterrent dimension to resilience, including in the gray zone. I think from a military perspective, which is obviously what I normally focus on, NATO allies need to talk about, and in fact they have started this conversation now, what capability requirements does the concept of resilience and meeting the gray zone challenge actually entail, and what planning parameters should be applied to this. So in other words, what are the practical implications of this for force sizes, for readiness, for capabilities, for equipment across that continuum from peace, crisis, conflict, war? And likewise, what civilian capacity and capabilities might need to be leveraged in that whole of society logic. So just to conclude, perhaps a few thoughts. I think what should be obvious to all of us now is that we live in an environment of near permanent and near constant contestation, and that contestation takes place not just in crisis spots, spots of tension, fragility, and conflict around the world, but it takes now place inside of our societies, of our own societies, within our own political institutions and political systems. And I think what Germany, the UK, and Canada share is that we have become the object of the foreign and security policies of other people. And that's not something that we're used to. That's actually, usually it's the other way around. We think about projecting our influence into other systems. And I think the fact that we're not used to it is part of the reason why the gray zone challenge is so disorienting to a lot of actors. So let me stop there, and I'm looking forward to the conversation. Back to you, Rachel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Giegerich. What you said about us being, Germany, the UK, Canada, et cetera, becoming the product of what others, the foreign policy of other states, very interesting. And I hope that we can sort of delve more deeply into that in the discussion following. I'm going to now turn to Dr. Marina Miron. Dr. Marina Miron holds a postdoctoral researcher position at the Defense Studies Department at King's College London. Currently, she is working on several projects, including the use of emerging technologies, most notably drones, in military and civilian contexts, and the use of the cyber domain as part of information warfare with a special focus on Russia. Dr. Miron is also a member of the King's College London Centre for Military Ethics, where she works on military ethics and military medical ethics related projects, most notably on the delivery of military ethics education to the Colombian Armed Forces. She is also an honorary researcher in military science at the Colombian War College, and has participated in a number of international conferences, given lectures on topics to audiences all the way from the British Ministry of Defense to the NATO Center of Excellence, Defense Against Terrorism, on topics such as contemporary warfare, counterterrorism, and information warfare. So with that, I'll turn it to Dr. Miron to give some remarks.
Thank you very much, Rachel, for the kind introduction, and it's a pleasure to be here again. It's a very important topic that we're discussing today, gray zone warfare. And one remark I would like to make, it's very interesting how the terminology has changed over the years. It used to be sub-threshold warfare, and to name one example, for instance, gray zone warfare is a phrase that is rarely used in official UK documents. For instance, the term appears only once in the UK's seminal Defence in a Competitive Age of 2021, and not at all in the MOD's integrated operating concept. So that poses a question, how seriously do we take the threat? What is our understanding of the threat of gray zone warfare? And what is it anyway? Because I see that a lot of focus is mostly on information warfare. So basically, just to say, gray zone warfare deals with actions that would preclude the alliance, NATO, from invoking Article 5. So it creates a legal constraint for the Western countries to respond to the likes of Russia and China. And of course, what is important to understand here is that, so I will be focusing more on the information spectrum and cyber spectrum, that gray zone warfare does not necessarily has to be about soft power. And we have seen this from the recent ASAT tests conducted by Russia. What was the response to that? What can we respond to that? It was not a kinetic attack on any country, correct? However, it raises a lot of concern, specifically for the US, not just because of the debris that was caused by destroying that old satellite in the low Earth orbit, but about the potential capabilities of disrupt US operations in outer space. And the same goes for China. So while we are focused on information and disinformation, other very important activities take place, and we are unprepared to face them. We are unprepared to formulate an efficient response. And I will be touching upon UK's response to Russia's cyber operations to build on what Dr. Gigrish has already told us. What are the options? What can we do about it? So when we're talking about Russia and Russia's information warfare, in 2013, everybody was shocked about Gerasimov's doctrine and hybrid warfare. Interestingly enough, Russian sources attribute the term to Frank Hoffman, and that was his invention. As a matter of fact, Russian academics demonstrate that in Russia, nobody has searched for the term until about 2010, when they read that term in US publications. Essentially, what Gerasimov was saying is nothing new. If one comes from the background of strategic studies, what tools belong to a state? What does a state have in its toolbox? And we are perhaps familiar with the acronym DIME, that is diplomatic, informational, military, and economic, right? If we apply that paradigm to what Gerasimov was saying, we can see that all of these tools of statecraft are included. And if we use that same paradigm to analyze both China's and Russia's actions, and to a lesser degree, of course, Iran's actions, but I'm not an expert on Iran per se, so I will focus on those areas of my expertise, we can see that what essentially Russia and China are doing, they're trying to exploit the weaknesses of Western adversaries because indeed they perceive them as adversaries across those four tools. Russia understands that militarily it is inferior to NATO forces. China's military is also not efficient. When was the last time China fought a contemporary war? China was a sponsor of several parties during the war in Syria. Russia has benefited from the Syrian war to gain experience, to rotate personnel in order to learn from this new contemporary battlefield what can be done, what should be done, how does it work after the emotional scars that the Soviet Union had from the war in Afghanistan in '79. So now, of course, Russia is claiming that militarily, and that's information to be consumed by the domestic constituency, that Russia has the strongest military in the world. However, Russia understands very well that it cannot risk a hot war with the West. What does it mean? Russia will try to exploit other avenues in order to degrade the capabilities of NATO countries and other countries that it sees as a threat to its internal security, in order to achieve that zero-sum game. In essence, because of the sanctions, because of Russia's economy, it cannot become stronger. It cannot be on par with, let's say, the United States. So the other way is to degrade them. If the contingent of the United States and the allied forces in Syria has the newest CMC systems, and Russia will have some jamming systems. And as a matter of fact, electronic warfare has been very prominent during the Syrian campaign, and that was something emphasized by the US, stating that now they need to adapt to this new challenge. So going back to information warfare, that is something that we academics call a sticky path. That has existed during the Soviet times, and the Soviet Union was very skilled in propaganda. And as a matter of fact, there are writings from the likes of Evgeny Messner, who wrote in the 50s, after the Second World War, that we are now leading the Third World War, and that is a war of consciousness. So the idea is to create an alternative reality. For Moscow, it doesn't necessarily mean just its own society, and we have seen Putin's efforts to strengthen that social cohesion that seems to be disintegrating in the West. And that's one of the centers of gravity identified by Russia. What can be exploited in the West? If military is no match for Russian forces, then the aim is to undermine the liberal democracy, undermine this idea, to sow doubt in the minds of the populations, both in the European Union, in the United States, in Canada, by creating disinformation campaigns, which again have been facilitated by cyberspace. Now, that makes things very complicated, because now we all are on social platforms, we're all on Facebook, we're all on Twitter. How do we know that the information we read is real? To quote Donald Rumsfeld, there are known knowns, there are unknown knowns, and unknown unknowns. And so from this perspective, we are now in unknown unknowns. There is zero trust. And interestingly enough, the aim of Moscow is not just to make the populations abroad distrust their own governments. And perhaps it would be logical to make them favor Russia. No, it's absolute complete distrust towards everything and everybody, which is a kind of an interesting path to go, with an ultimate aim, and that is actually a phrase used in the new military doctrine, is to exploit the protest potential of the population. So in this case, the population that is manned is not Russia's population, that is the population abroad. And we see all the political tensions. We see Russia's attempts to influence elections in France, in the United States. We see Russia conducting cyber operations, which are not to be classified as cyber attacks, do that later, such as SolarWinds, for instance. With an exception of Ukraine in 2015, all cyber operations conducted by GU, which formerly GRU, will be known in the literature as GRU. That term is no longer used. They are more about looking for weak spots in the system. And what is a system? Now let's think about how Europe releases data and about the whole transparency. So we have an issue. On the one hand, we have freedom, we have transparency. All the data is out there, open source. On the other hand, actors such as Russia, China, and Iran can exploit this data, and not just to influence popular opinion abroad, but also for planning military operations and the like. And so we have to think about what is more important in terms of response, whether securing that data would make more sense, thereby limiting this transparency, or risking data misuse. Because internet is not regulated. And now I'm coming to the last part. I hope I'm not over the time yet. What options do we have to respond specifically to Russia's information campaign, right? If we look at Cambridge Analytica and the links to Brexit, we're thinking, as a civilian, you're thinking they are doing all the same. Both Russia is engaging in information operations, so are our governments, and there are certain structures are being lied to. So there is a degree of doubt being created. The whole idea of democracy, and that has become evident with the COVID pandemic, has been undermined when countries like Spain and Italy restricted their citizens from going outside. And I happened to be in Spain during that time, and it was, nobody would believe that we're living in a liberal democracy. And every country, and that shows the weakness of the alliance and the weakness of the resilience, because when we're looking for solutions, we're looking for the lowest common denominator. ISAF mission to Afghanistan would be one example thereof. And so when it comes to responding to disinformation, to responding to cyber attacks, there are two options: denial by punishment, deterrence by punishment, and deterrence by denial. Now, deterrence by punishment would effectively mean that a country like the UK would have to use proportionally some sort of offensive cyber weapons. Now, can it? It would violate international laws of war, correct? So it would, again, play into Russia's hands to say, you are not abiding by your own laws. And deterrence by denial, how do you deter an actor like Russia or China? Because we are trying to use a bit of mirror imaging. The CIA was accused of doing that during the Cold War because they said, if we do A, the Soviet Union will do B. But we cannot apply that same logic here, and we have to understand what the aims, what the political aims are, what the strategic aims are, what the means and capabilities are that both Russia and China are using in order to be able to formulate a coherent and effective strategy that is not only feasible, but also acceptable to all parties and complies with international laws of war. So if the UK were to say, if you attack us, we will respond in kind, that will not be credible. And Russia knows it. So we have that problem. Of course, we can say that we will upgrade our IT infrastructure, we will ban imports from China, and so on and so forth. However, it's a reaction. What is needed is an action. So in a sense, Russia and China, when talking about the gray zone, will always be a step ahead, because on the one hand, we have very complex bureaucracies. We cannot reach an agreement on how to deal with certain things. Laws, international laws, take decades to be passed when there is an agreement on such a law. That's why cyberspace is still unregulated and there are many questions. Russia has already decided to create its RUNET and just disconnect itself just to protect its citizens from what it calls Western disinformation, which is trying, according to Russia, Sopian language again, to undermine Russia from the inside, right? Can Western states do that? Would that be democratic, or would that be legal in any way? And those are the questions we probably should be asking ourselves, because as it stands right now, Russia's favorite game, chess, we're in a stalemate. We haven't lost, but we're out of options in terms of how we can efficiently respond. So what my main point is that there needs to be some kind of a forum where such response is formulated, where such threats are better analyzed, rather than going after one strand or another. They should be seen as a complete integrated strategy, rather than mere information warfare, cyber warfare. And so we are trying to create different solutions for different problems. At the same time, we get distracted from other events on the ground. We get distracted from Syria, we get distracted from the Ukraine, we get distracted the strategic shadow play in Crimea. What happened? Why didn't anybody respond to that, right? So that is what needed of Western countries. I think not only the NATO alliance, we are talking about all countries, including Canada, on how to formulate a response, because we're in a majority. We have better capabilities. We just have to find legal ways of how they can be better utilized to deal with such threats. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Miron. That was very interesting and a really good overview and analysis of the Russian case specifically, which, as we know in this, hybrid warfare discussion, disinformation discussion, they're definitely top of the list in terms of experts in that, area. I found what you were saying really interesting, and I think that this is something that we should come back to in the discussion, especially on, your point about these unknown unknowns, and, how do we really deter by punishment when we're not fully, aware of, we're not fully analyzing the threats that are coming at us and responding in kind. So definitely something that we'll come back to. And, in comparison to what Dr. Gingrich was saying about more of a spectrum look of resiliency and, looking at Germany versus the UK. So something that we'll definitely return to. Before we go to our discussion, we're going to hear from our final speaker, we'll hear from Michael J. Mazar. Michael Mazar is a senior political scientist at the RAND Corporation. Previously, he worked at the U.S. National War College, where he was a professor and associate dean of academics as president of the Henry L. Stimson Center, senior fellow at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, senior defense aide on Capitol Hill, and as a special assistant to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. His primary interests are U.S. defense policy and force structure, disinformation and information manipulation, East Asian security, nuclear weapons and deterrence, and judgment and decision-making under uncertainty. Definitely relevant for this discussion. Mazar holds a PhD in public policy from the University of Maryland. Over to you.
Thanks very much. Very good to be here, if only virtually. Really, it's unfortunate that wasn't able to join you in person, but it's great to talk about these issues. Anyway, I wanted to talk about this from the U.S. perspective, sort of given a sense of where I see the discussion on this general issue of the gray zone in the U.S. now, and with some implications for allies. And my basic argument is that I feel like we're approaching an inflection point in the discussion of this, in terms of the semantics of it, but also the substance, heading into what we might call gray zone 2.0, except that I think that that term is going to become significantly less common over the next few years for a variety of reasons. So what I thought I'd do is give a few reasons why I think we're approaching a change, sort of a phase change in how we're thinking about this, and then a few ideas of what the emerging version of this issue looks like. So one reason I think that we're approaching an inflection point is that we've really started to disaggregate this problem. It's useful to think about the gray zone, competition below the threshold of war, but I think increasingly, as we have put more emphasis into understanding a variety of these tools, what we're discovering or reminding ourselves is that there's very significant differences among these. There are some that are much easier to deter and some that we really just have to compete with. Lumping targeted assassination of individuals, as in the Skripal poisoning, with kind of economic coercion is really putting instruments together that have vastly different standing under international law or the nature of competition. And in a variety of ways, I think it's just, we're starting to pull this issue apart a little bit and think about discrete issues. And as the comments from not just the two preceding panelists here, but also the prior panel, I think, make clear, cyber and informational aspects of this are, as I'll emphasize, becoming increasingly significant, if not dominant. Even within that realm, there are very significant differences among the kinds of challenges that we're facing. So one thing I think that's happening is that what we have been referring to as the gray zone is kind of fragmenting a little bit into a focus on a variety of very different policy problems. Second, I think we're approaching kind of a new era in thinking about this, because China and Russia have been producing increasingly decisive reactions and responses to their actions. When we first thought about this at RAND 5 or 6 years ago, one of the things that we immediately thought was, this stuff is not a magic wand. To the degree that Russia and China are interfering in the domestic security of other countries or coercing others, they are going to produce reactions. And that's exactly what's happened. And a lot of the discussion so far has really been, I think, tilted toward Russia. But, obviously Canada is an Asian country in the same way the United States is, and China's increasing profile in this area is an aspect of concern for all of us. So if you look at China's actions in the South China Sea, China's actions with their wolf warrior diplomacy, Russia's actions in terms of disinformation or the targeted assassinations, all of those have generated a very significant response. And so now we're in a position where China, for example, has really destroyed its kind of public persona in countries like South Korea, even the Philippines, certainly Japan. You've now seen comment or statements from Japan, the Japanese government and former Japanese leaders, on things like its commitment to regional responses to Chinese coercion, its potential responses to a Taiwan contingencies that, frankly, we wouldn't have imagined 4 or 5 years ago. So in a variety of these areas, these gray zone campaigns are generating very powerful responses that I think have turned the strategic landscape against Russia and China in very significant ways. That leads to my third point of why we're kind of approaching an inflection point, and that is that the strategic balance is not shifting against the West. I think a lot of the discussion of the gray zone early on talked about how these were the kinds of tools that we couldn't match, and they were going to allow China and Russia to win the strategic competition. In my view, that's not happening at all. If anything, Russia and China broadly and strategically are in a worse position than they were 5 years ago, in part because of the reactions that they're generating with these kind of tools. If you look at things like the alignment of major powers and where does Japan fall? South Korea, India, Brazil, Mexico, the EU in general. I mean, if you look at a number of EU states recently hosted Taiwanese representatives for visits and sort of courted Chinese reaction with that. You're seeing a lot of steps where countries all around the world are kind of stepping up, primarily democracies, but not only democracies. Vietnam, I would put in this category, are stepping up, and China and Russia are not in any way promoting a better alignment of general international power in their favor. If you look at particular indicators, which we did of sort of, for example, in Asia, are countries agreeing to Chinese demands in terms of territorial issues, in terms of ignoring the 2016 Hague ruling on territorial disputes? Is China beginning to get countries to agree to limit participation in US military exercises or alliances? The answer to all those questions is no, that we're not seeing significant movement in their direction. Countries are definitely trying to hedge, but we're not seeing great success for the countries employing these. And then fourth and finally, the US government has, in the conceptual realm, not necessarily in the policy response realm, really begun to formalize some of its thinking about this. You see things like the Joint Concept for Integrated Campaigning. Both the Army and the Marine Corps have published doctrinal statements about competition. There are other doctrinal approaches in the works. And I think in the forthcoming National Security Strategy and National Defense Strategy, you're going to see mentions of these issues. The Defense Department is actively trying to come to grips with this problem of competition below the threshold of armed conflict. So for all these reasons, I think that the discussion we started with in 2014, 2015 about the gray zone now needs to advance to a kind of a new realm. And what would that look like? A few clues very briefly that I would see. One is information is the linchpin. So Marina mentioned this, the Russian notion of the war of consciousness, and that general idea that a competition over information, narratives, information security, all of the things in the information operations basket, both internationally and also protecting our own domestic environment, as really the centerpiece of the ongoing competition below the threshold of war, and then which would be the centerpiece of the competition in war, is I think really has risen to the surface. Now the challenge here is our work on this has convinced me that frankly, it is very difficult to quantify the effect that Russia, for example, has had with its disinformation campaigns. And I see this problem of the war of consciousness as being 95% domestic. It is what we're doing to ourselves that is primarily the problem. And Russia and now increasingly China try to piggyback on that, and they can have little discrete anecdotal success stories. But I don't see this as a problem primarily of one where external actors are having great success in moving the needle in these areas in terms of lack of trust, lack of faith in institutions, whatever. These are things that are happening within Western societies. And that makes the response, in fact, much more complicated. But information as a leading edge issue. Secondly, organizing for response. Within the US government, we are still not organized, whole of government, across government, cross-domain, multi-domain, whatever we call it, linking the various elements of the US government, not even, before we get to the discussion of linking public and private. Because in the information realm, of course, as we know, if you want to ask the question of who has the data we need and who controls the networks and understands what's going on in the information networks, it's 95% private actors. But the linkages between public and private to really respond to this are in their infancy. So that, maturing that is an obvious priority for this new era of response. A third aspect of this, or another aspect of that, which was brought up earlier, was the intelligence piece. So in the US intelligence response to this, it's advancing a bit, but it really raises this perennial intelligence problem of open source intelligence and the balance between secrets and open information. And in responding to these kinds of threats, open source information really is the dominant kind, but the intelligence community, I think, is still struggling to keep up with that. Third piece of the emerging understanding of this is the building of norms. This came up, I think, in the prior panel, the reference to the UN, GGE, and other kinds of information security norms. How can we build normative constraints on these kinds of actions, in addition to building domestic resilience and so on. Fourth, as we continue to understand this, I think pushing back against these kind of threats doesn't mean ignoring our rivals' national interests. And this has been mentioned a couple of times. In the information realm, for example, Russia's answer is, you guys talk about our interference in your domestic processes all the time, yet you claim the ability to promote democracy in ways that interfere in our political processes, as far as we're concerned. And the United States and our democratic allies have not resolved that issue. And I think figuring out how to balance those questions of defending ourselves and establishing norms while preserving the right, particularly of non-governmental actors, to take actions that promote democracy without creating a completely hypocritical standard where we say, we can do to you what we are demanding you not do to us. That's going to be a big challenge. And the final thing I would say is the biggest lesson in the last several years to me is that the issue of the gray zone, below the threshold competition, is really a transitional concept on the way to an understanding of this broader reality that's been the subject of a lot of discussion, a number of books, which is the nature of conflict is changing, and the focus of conflict is increasingly the stability and security of rival homelands. That tends to blur the boundary between peace and war. But even in wartime, the security of American sort of information networks, logistical networks, all of that sort of stuff. But more broadly, this idea that, as I've argued, that we need to advance to what we might call a virtual territorial integrity norm. I think we've made some progress in establishing a general territorial integrity norm so that large-scale violations of sovereignty are now seen as unacceptable in the international community. We don't always respond entirely decisively, as 2014 and Ukraine proved, but at least the norm is reasonably well established. What's happening now is that attacks and conflict are migrating into spaces that are not covered by that norm. And our big priority for the future is establishing this new norm. But the challenge that I see is, as I mentioned, the most significant and fundamental threats to societal stability are not coming from outside, they are coming from inside. And so this creates this incredibly messy new realm in which the very concept of national security is going to mean new things. And the steps that we have to take to preserve the goals we establish in national security documents will have as much to do with how we are managing domestic issues like inequality, like bias and managing the implications of diversity, all those kinds of things. That's all going to become kind of mixed together. And the US government, at least, is a long way away from the kind of thoroughly integrated discussions that we will need to manage that kind of new era. So that's where I see that we're at from a US perspective.
Thank you so much, Michael. And your view that, this is an issue not only for, in the foreign policy space, but mostly in the, domestic policy space is very interesting. I think this actually leads to the first question that I wanted to ask the panel. We here at this conference are lucky to have people from all different segments within the security and defense space, whether it's on the academic side or on the practitioner side, whether it be in the policy space, military space, and as well as people from the private sector. So I'm curious, you all spoke about, different ways that we can different sort of frameworks for resiliency and how different cases and countries are potentially responding. If you were advising somebody either at the strategic, operational, or tactical level, in a very clear, this is how I would sort of advise you to respond to the current threat environment as we're seeing it, what sort of advice would you give to that country? And I know that's a bit of a loaded and hard question to answer, but I want to you know, it would be great to have something that we could sort of take away from this panel and really potentially think to implement into policies or other things that, as this space is constantly changing and adapting. So with that, I'll turn it back to the group. Bastien, why don't you start us off?
Sure. Thanks for that easy question. Look, I mean, well, first of all, let me quickly say something on Mike's very good points. I mean, I think the one thing that we might just make sure that we get right is, Mike, as you said, it's our domestic vulnerabilities that are the problem, but they are, of course, domestic vulnerabilities that are being exploited, that are being exploited by others. So I think I would just be careful that we don't go so far to disconnect the external activities from those domestic vulnerabilities. I'm sure that's not what you meant, but I just would caution against that a little bit. At least in Europe, you can very clearly see that work, and I would argue that the US is not short of examples as well, where that connection was pretty clear. So, Rachel, on your question, I mean, I think the first thing I would say, if I were advising anybody who needs to make decisions on this, is that you have to accept that all of your choices will be suboptimal, because I think it isn't possible to be perfectly prepared for a number of reasons. And it's a classic, it's actually not new, it's a classic defense planning dilemma that you will not be able to afford to prepare for everything, and you will not be able to overly specialize on a small number of contingencies, because we have been in for surprises, and we will continue to be in for surprises. So that's the first reality that people need to accept. So in that sense, you're moving the conversation to a conversation about vulnerabilities, about managing risks, about mitigation, and I think once you move away from what we've been discussing, the gray zone, it is really about a balance, and it's about maintaining the ability to react to changing circumstances. I think that's at that abstract level that you asked the question, that's I think what I would say. And then everything else is a matter for what situation are we actually in. But I think we have, at least in Europe, it feels like our security environment has deteriorated, and the problem is we have some new risks and some new challenges, but the old ones have not gone away. So there are more vectors. The attack surface is perhaps broader than we previously understood. So there isn't the new replacing the old. It is about dealing with the new and the old in parallel and simultaneously, and I think that's what makes these choices so difficult.
Thank you. And if I could follow up on that answer, you spoke a lot about vulnerabilities and specifically the need to approach this from a risk-based approach. What are some of those vulnerabilities specifically that you would address first, or you would advise to address first?
Yeah, I mean, I think when we talk about European countries, I mean, you would need to make it a bit specific. So let's take China, for example. I think we can have a very informed conversation now in Europe about China and around government positions and strategic competition and competition below the threshold and all of these kinds of things. But the reality is a lot of our, if you take the German case, if you speak to our car makers, they will say we sell more cars in China in I don't know, 2 weeks, 3 weeks than we do in a year in India. So why would we engage in some of this diversification that you're talking to us about? So if you talk about a vulnerability like that, where our economic activity supports the development of capacity and capability in China, one needs to ultimately get to that point where one asks, well, is that actually in our interest to do? And that, I think, creates the difficult choices where our economic success fuels the future problem, and we need to find ways to get, just to make, use a specific example, to get government, therefore, to set parameters that the private sector can, diversify into as the German government keeps saying, a China plus X approach to its activities. But it is actually really difficult. Those are the kinds of deeper vulnerabilities that are below what we see in the headlines and that I think are very hard to address. Now, others have spoken very eloquently about cyber and information. Again, I think that's another area. But if I may, just for 10 seconds, bring it back to military matters, I think what European countries are only slowly beginning to understand is that that while some of them think of themselves as the rear area in any conflict, they haven't quite understood that the rear area is where some of the battle will take place because of, if you just think about the combination of long-range precision strike matched with cyber attacks, matched with disinformation campaigns, all of that will happen in the rear area. So those are vulnerabilities, again, that in capability terms, we need to address. The list is actually very long, Rachel, but let me just make a start and then hand it over to others.
Thank you for that. All right, we'll move on to Dr. Miron. Did you have either an answer or wanted to follow up on what the other speakers have discussed?
Thank you very much, Rachel. I would just like to briefly follow up. The question is abstract enough, but generally speaking, what is important is not only to understand your own capabilities and how far you're willing to go with your response and how you're going to allocate them. As an example, again, was the UK responding to Russia's alleged cyber attacks, because again, this is a problem of attribution in order to respond. So you have strategic communication, or you would do it as the US did, very interestingly, probing an electric grid in Russia, as in saying, you there, we will take it out, right? Whether it's legal or not, but it's up to each actor how far they are willing to go and what the potential trade-offs are. Again, are we interested in a conflict, let's say with China, if we know that we're importing aluminum from China? What is going to happen to aluminum prices in 2022? And that will affect, amongst others, the steel industry in Europe, particularly in Germany. Another one would be rare earth minerals. Again, China. Do we really want to have a confrontation with China? Russia, again, energy. They're using different tools from that dime toolbox to a distinct degree. So the problems that we are facing are so multifaceted. If we try to counter one problem, we're essentially aggravating another problem. So there has to be careful consideration in terms of how far we're willing to go. France's approach to Russian cyber is to open a dialogue with Russia on cyber. Now, how credible that is in terms of them cooperating on that one matter, and that has been going since 2018, if I'm not mistaken. However, there has been cooperation, but at least keeping the enemy close, you kind of get the idea of, or at least a little glimpse of what is going on, right? So it will be up to every single actor. Now, the biggest problem is, can these actors reach some sort of a common ground? Again, US versus the UK approach, or the French approach versus the German approach. Now, are we acting as an alliance? Are we acting each of us for themselves according to the capabilities? And we shouldn't be looking for support of other countries if we take steps with which others not necessarily agreeing. So that makes the matter complicated. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And lastly, we'll turn it over to Michael.
So in answer to your question, I think there's one answer, which is just a very big and non-security theme about the vulnerabilities of countries being primarily a function of the institutions in the society being unable to solve problems, the levels of inequality and kind of alienation, things like that. So, but that's obviously not a security issue so much. In the security realm, I would say two things. One, to kind of the general US government, and one specifically to the military. To the general US government, we have got to find a way to organize our response to the increasingly integrated set of military and non-military issues in this realm. I mean, just to take cyber as an example, it's taken us years of struggle to get to trying to have a single office that is the unquestioned coordinator for cyber response policy in the United States government, prevention and response, and we're not even really there yet. We've got all these different nodes that coordinate better in that realm than in some others, but still not nearly well enough. The problem we have is we've got a Defense Department that looms over this whole situation with its size, and it has a planning history and tradition. But most of the issues are not strictly DoD issues. And what's going on these days is a lot of folks in defense saying, you know, we fight and win the nation's wars. Why are you asking us to solve the nation's problem short of war? You've got other departments and agencies like state that simply don't have the budget, the manpower, the planning traditions to be able to run large-scale campaigns of the kinds we're talking about. Other parts of government that just don't have a history of this at all. You've got the National Security Council that sits on top, but coordinating policy, not doing operations, and without, again, the personnel to be able to really take this over. So we've got to get somehow serious. And there's different ways of doing it, but we've got to get serious about this long-standing issue of whole of government coordination. And then for the military in particular, I'd say, looking to the future, the part of this that worries me the most is that we've had a decade now of discussion about our cyber vulnerabilities, and we're still not institutionally taking seriously the fact that 10 minutes into the next conflict with somebody, we're going to be looking around wondering what just happened. And I think we've got to put more effort, resources, attention to becoming the most information resilient military on the face of the earth. And we're crawling in the direction of that priority, but we're not there yet. So those are the two, you know, if I were, as you say, giving advice, those are two things that I'd really highlight.
Thank you so much. We now have some questions from the audience, so I'm going to turn to those. So the first question here is, how is Russia influencing elections in the US and France, and what tactics have they used? I'll open it up if there's anybody that would like to go first in answering.
Well, I can say a quick thing just to start. We've done some work on that and some RAND projects. I would distinguish two things. One is, you know, big social media campaigns, right? Using the social media platforms to put out a lot of information in a lot of different ways, sometimes bot driven, sometimes, you know, combination of bots and actual individuals. And then a separate technique, which is kind of leaking documents, and the infamous leaking through WikiLeaks of Hillary Clinton's emails and other US government documents designed to influence the outcome of election. There's been significant work done on that as well. I tend to see that as having potentially had a bigger effect on an actual American election than anything else. One of the things I was saying earlier was we've looked really hard for this, and I have yet to see persuasive evidence on the specific level of effect that Russian social media disinformation or misinformation or influence operations had on actual voting or other election outcomes in the United States. All the evidence I've seen is that the Russian activities, and I agree with Bastian, we can't ignore them, but in terms of measuring their effect, the numbers and size were pretty small relative to the overall numbers of social media tweets, posts, and so on going on in the United States. So I think this is more of a preview of what we're going to see in the future rather than so far a decisive kind of action. But those are some of the techniques that they've been using.
Thank you for that.
I think if I can just add a few thoughts to this. I mean, I think, you know, in France, I mean, I'm not a specialist on France, but I think what we're seeing there has been similar, even though maybe on a different scale, with the Macron leaks back in a few years ago now. I can't remember which year it was, and social media-driven campaigns designed to polarize and to push people towards fringes and you know, basically pull at the seams of those domestic vulnerabilities that Mike is talking about. I agree, it's very hard to measure how effective that is. It certainly does receive attention. I would say though that I think most of our countries are now better prepared to deal with that and to counter those kinds of campaigns. So I think we saw that in Germany in the elections last September, or in the run-up to the elections last September. I would venture a guess that we'll see that again now in the run-up to the French presidential elections. So I think you know, if the effect was hard to measure before, it'll probably get even harder to measure now because I think we're a bit better now in keeping an eye on those kinds of things.
Thank you. Dr. Miron, did you want to add anything?
I believe everything has already been said. What I wanted to say is, first of all, by what metrics do you measure the effect? There is no way you can operationalize any variables in terms of measuring an influence of Russia's information campaign. So most of it is based on what we're reading, open source information, and so on and so forth, you know. And at this particular point, what Russia is looking for essentially is to exploit schisms within societies. The same was the case in Spain was a Catalan independence, where, you know, they were trying to actively worsen the situation and encourage the Catalan government to fight for independence from Spain. And I think we will be seeing it throughout. It will not be that evident. What is important is at what point are our societies when it comes pre-election? Are there two groups that are competing against each other? Is there a middle ground? How high are the tensions in these societies? And so I believe that Russia will be looking for these societies on the tipping point and will try to add just one light push to tip them over the edge. And that's what essentially Russia has been terming as exploiting the protest potential of the population, because after the whole COVID measures, the populations of Europe became quite disillusioned with the politicians, with the government, with the democracy, and so on and so forth. Certainly, it was not Russia who did this. However, they can easily exploit those dissatisfactions with liberal democracy in order to create a conflict. And that's something that we should be aware of and should be taking measures against. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I see that we're at time here. So I just wanted to thank all of our panelists for this fascinating conversation and for your remarks. We really appreciate your attendance today, so thank you.
Thank you very much. That was an excellent panel. It was reassuring, not in the least, as I worry that if the threat really is domestic in terms of these things, we're not going to get much cooperation on it. I do appreciate the basic notion that the Russians and the Chinese have not only made us all worse off, but made themselves worse off. So at least international relations theory and the circular dilemma are still alive today, if that's the only thing we could take solace from all of this. But it does speak to the need for diplomacy, because ultimately the two panels together suggest that the best way to deal with these kinds of problems is to actually for us to stop pinging at each other, because the current endeavor is certainly not leading us into any place productive. So thanks again from Europe and from the United States. That was a really terrific panel, really thought-provoking. And thanks to Rachel, and good luck with the launching of ELCS. I'm very bad with acronyms, the Emerging Leaders in Canadian Security. And now we'll have our next panel, which is our Diversity Fireside Chat, organized by women of color advancing peace and security. I'm not sure if Dr. Siham Rayal is going to be, she's not here, so I don't know if she's on electronically or not. No. All right. So we'll just give it over to Ezra Bengizi, who is the co-director and founder of Women of Color Advancing Peace and Security Canada, and she will introduce the panelists, and they'll have the conversation that will be most provocative about Islamophobia and national security in Canada. And so I'll let them get settled, and then Ezra can take it away. So just give us a second to get resettled. And thank you very much. And then after this panel, we'll have lunch. To be clear, for the lunch, the food will be delivered to you. That is the COVID protocol of the day. So in case your stomachs are rumbling, we'll have food after this panel. All right, Ezra, take it away. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you so much. Is this mic working? I don't know if you guys can hear me. Can everybody hear me? Great. So thank you so much for the warm welcome. I know you guys took that literally with the really cool swag bags and the hats and gloves, so that was pretty cool. So good morning, everyone. Thank you to the organizers for putting this event together and inviting the WCAPS Canada chapter to participate. My name is Isra Benghazi. I'm the co-director of WCAPS Canada. I'm also a PhD student at the University of Toronto. So WCAPS Canada is just one of the many chapters of our organization, founded by Ambassador Bonnie Jenkins. And it's an organization where we seek to advance the leadership and professional development of women of color in the field of peace and security, as well as to promote anti-racism, diversity, and inclusion policies in national affairs and foreign affairs. To begin, today's discussion is happening on the unceded, unsurrendered territory of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation, whose presence here reaches back to the time immemorial. WCAPS Canada is an organization that is rooted in uplifting and centering the voices of racialized women in dialogue surrounding peace and security in Canada. This includes putting a spotlight on Indigenous women's experiences with state violence and the importance of grounding our work in reconciliation. I invite everyone here to reflect on the recommendations by the Truth and Reconciliations Commission and the ways that we can more meaningfully implement them, particularly as Canada continues to deal with the reckoning of the residential school system. By the end of the discussion, we hope you will consider connecting with us to learn more about our mission and ambitions at WCAPS Canada, but also how you, your organization, or your institution can foster better collaboration and allyship with racialized women doing research and advocacy on peace and security in Canada and abroad. Our discussion today is titled National Security and Islamophobia. Muslim communities and individuals have been targets of state surveillance and policy that has discriminated, marginalized, and unlawfully incarcerated Muslims in the name of national security and counterterrorism. This conversation must extend from the local to the global, as we hope this conversation today not only sparks further dialogue, but adds to the chorus of voices calling for justice and protection of Muslims in Canada and abroad. Surveillance of Muslim Canadians has become the norm for federal law enforcement agencies, which contradict in the quote-unquote multicultural and diversity, as well as the religious tolerance narrative that Canada prides itself on, and the narrative that it constantly reinforces. This panel is important as we bring 4 experts to shed light on how counterterrorism and national security measures disproportionately target Muslims and racialized communities. The tragedy of September 11th, 2001 has generated significant consequences for Muslims around the world and reimagined the way that Muslims are perceived. Despite Muslim states being the most impacted when it comes to extremist and violent terrorist incidents in many countries where terrorist groups are active. Moreover, Canadian Muslims were not excluded from the world's demonization of Muslims, as we saw a rise in hate crimes that targeted Muslim communities, including in 2017, when on January 29th, a Quebec mosque was violently attacked, claiming the lives of 6 Muslim men and injuring 19. More recently, we witnessed the London terror attack where a Muslim family was brutally murdered on June 6th of this year while walking in their neighborhood, or the countless attacks and threats targeted at mosques around the country and towards visible Muslim women who wear the hijab. This is why an intersectional and anti-racist approach to national security and defense is critical. Our panelists today will add more to this discussion and provide examples of the daily experience for Muslims that engage with security-centered institutions, including the police and CSIS. Merci de vous être joint à nous aujourd'hui dans...
Thank you very much for joining us today in the context of this dialogue on national phobia. I'd like to start by recognizing that we are here in the unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe nation, who's been here since time immemorial. My name is Nabi Ignezi, and I'm a co-director of the WCAPS organization, Women of Color, Advancing Peace and Security. Our organization works on promoting the advancement, professional advancement of women in the area of international peace, security, and conflict transformation. In the middle of all of this adversity, inequalities, especially for Muslims, continue to persist, which in our case of Canadian Muslims leads to dialogue and reflection. Canadian Muslims from all countries continue to fear for their security, and so do Muslims throughout the world. Discrimination and racism still wreak havoc in our communities and in our country, and there are communities that still feel in danger. They feel betrayed by their government. Mortal terrorist attack motivated by hate in London, Ontario, reminds us of the emergency to take even more concrete measures to fight against Islamophobia and any form of racism and xenophobia. Today, 4 panelists are joining us for this very important conversation, and I would invite you to put questions to them at the end of the discussion.
Discussion with Senator Mobina Jafar. Senator Jafar represents the province of British Columbia in the Senate of Canada. She's a strong advocate for peace and inclusion and a champion of the women, peace, and security agenda. Throughout her career, she has been focused on bridging the gaps between policy and reality, ensuring that the realities, particularly of those who are most vulnerable, are reflected in law and policy making. Senator Jafar is a strong believer that communities are at the heart of any successful policy initiative and that women have the true knowledge of their communities. Senator Jafar's global work on peace took her to the Middle East, Africa, and Asia, where she worked with women peace builders as well as governments to advance the peace agenda. As Canada's Special Envoy for Peace in Sudan, she succeeded in bringing Darfurian women to the peace table in 2002. A champion for human rights, diversity, and women, Senator Jafar chaired the Standing Senate Committee on Human Rights for nearly a decade, as well as the Canadian Committee on Women, Peace, and Security for 3 years. So Senator Jafar, you have a unique perspective being the first Muslim senator, first senator of South Asian descent, and the first African-born senator who has constantly been a champion of social justice and who has done a lot of work in the field of peace and security with an anti-racist approach. Therefore, you are aware that there are several domestic policies that seek to monitor, prosecute, and stigmatize Muslims in Canada. These policies assign the presumption of guilt onto Muslims at large and diminish Muslim civil liberties. We're thinking here of the scrapped M103 study and the Islamophobic rhetoric that accompanied it, as well as the ban on religious symbols which unduly targets Muslim women and their hijabs in Quebec. So I ask you, how do you see these policies continuing to perpetuate Islamophobia? And my second question is, how do you see politicians fueling Islamophobia, and how does that impact the development of national security policies and legislation?
Merci beaucoup, Ezra. Je suis vraiment heureuse d'être ici aujourd'hui.
Thank you very much.
I'm very happy
to be here. This topic.
Thank you. Thank you for always being so kind to me. And you know, you all have, I was listening this morning, and other times you must have looked at facts and figures. And so I want to speak to you all more, not from the senator's point of view, but more from a practicing Muslim, woman politician who wants my Muslim community to be treated equally, and we to be able to practice our faith in peace. I just really believe that my definition of a country's national security is that comes from me being a member of the National Security and Defense Committee in the Senate. I was also vice chair for many years. And so I've had many years of experience on this issue. And for me, I truly believe that national security only as strong as the faith the community has in our security forces, such as CSIS, and what information the community gives to CSIS. If the community does not trust CSIS or any organization, the police or any, it's not going to be safe. The community is not going to be safe, and our country is not going to be safe. And so I want to share with you that there are for me, two types of Islamophobia. One is the personal, what Ezra was discussing about the mosque, and then sadly the London tragic killings as well. And the other is the state Islamophobia. And I want to focus more on the state Islamophobia. And there are the two types of acts that I said. There are heinous acts committed by individuals, like Ezra was saying, the Quebec Mosque. I want to tell you that the Quebec Mosque, it still hurts me. I went to see the family. And I met the mother who had not seen her son for years and years and years. Came from West Africa. She'd been there 3 days. 3 days, and her son got killed. And that mosque was such a wake-up call for us politicians. What was interesting is that all politicians came together for the for the Quebec Mosque. They came together for the London tragedy. But for me, that's the personal. But it's what policies government puts together is important. And I want to say to you, and also tell me when I'm running out of time, I want to say to you that I arrived in the Senate. My swearing-in ceremony was 1 week after 9/11. So you can imagine, first Muslim senator arriving in the Senate a week after 9/11. And normally when you're sworn in at the Senate, there's quite a ceremony, and I found out later, I didn't know that day. And it's quite elaborate welcome to the Senate. But mine was very simple, and I understand because people were talking about terrorism. And I had 60 members of my family. My father was a politician in the audience, and I could see his hair just rising at the back of his neck when he heard the kinds of things senators were saying in the Senate about our faith. And he later on said to me, I had choices of going to so many countries. We are refugees from Uganda. I came to Canada thinking this was a place where we could live safely and practice our faith. But Canadian politicians don't know our faith. And it was a real wake-up call for me and for my family. And then, I want to say to you that the first week after my husband and I left Ottawa, and you can imagine, we were quite happy. Actually, we were buoyant. The first Muslim senator never dreamt of that. That's another day's topic of how it happened. But at the airport, my husband, who is with me here today, and he'll tell you to this day he's not forgotten it, he was practically, not quite, strip searched. And I was in such shock at what happened. And I'm saying to them, I just got sworn in as senator, and you think my husband's a terrorist? What are you doing? And I immediately went. At that time, I was very close to the ministers, and I said, what's this? And he said, well, you have to understand, it's teething pain, we have to do this, we have to do this. But if you're a Muslim, everybody, including my 8-year granddaughter, knows random checks. Go to the airport and observe around you who gets the random checks. And that's state Islamophobia. For years and years, I would tell my colleagues, see who will get the random check. Every Thursday night, we leave together to go home. I'm the only one who gets a random check. Every single time. My colleagues wait there because first they didn't believe it. That's state Islamophobia. And then, we talk about Quebec and their law, but national is no better. We had the citizenship bill where the woman was not allowed to wear a niqab to the ceremony. And that caused terrible, terrible damage in the community and to Canada. Then we had the barbaric practices law. And I think I just died when I was on the Human Rights Committee. I fought the minister and said, you can't do this. You can't call us barbaric cultural practices. You can't. We come from colonial countries where we know what barbarism is. We were called that. You cannot do this to us. And of course, I wasn't heard. Soon as the government had lost power, first thing I did was change the title, and everybody said to me, it doesn't matter now, it's over. I said, no, for my community, it matters. You cannot call us barbaric. I mean, the content of the bill I could live with, but the title, and that's what this is, government authorities Islamophobia. And there are so many more and more things I could say that the government does, but I want to say to you that I could go on, but I can say to you the one thing. When government does Islamophobia, when the Quebec government is doing this secular bill, when I talk to my Quebec colleagues about this secular bill, and they think they are freeing the woman because the woman is submissive. And I say to them, that's not for you to do. Whether I'm a Muslim woman, I choose not to wear a headdress, but I can if I want, and that's my right. I live in a democratic country, and you can't stop a person from dressing the way they want, how they feel. But I tell my Quebec politicians, I challenge them, say, you continue like this, and you will lose the talent, the exceptional talent you have in the Quebec women that are amongst you, whom you're stopping from going to courts, into your education system. You are the losers. And so that's why today I want you, I see a lot of young people here, I want you to go away and not come together when there's a terrible thing like London or Quebec Mosque, but come together when there is state Islamophobia, authoritative Islamophobia. I go to many places, and mothers call me and say to me, how can I go to the authorities to get help for my son, who I think is getting into wrong places? And I don't know even if it's terrorism, because I don't know how they will treat my son. And then forever my son is destroyed. Or a son might say, I'm being really groomed to go into this, I need help. But if I go for help, I'll be destroyed. I go to mosques, and they say, we know there's this one person, but if we call police here, or if we call CSIS here, our mosque will be closed down. There's a real fear in the community. For me, that is very dangerous, because I believe our security is only as strong as those people who live in the country. If part of the people in the country believe they cannot seek out help, then we are not going to be a strong country. So I want to give you two messages today. One is, Islamophobia doesn't really exist in our country. I've lived in this country for 50 years, not within Canadians. Yes, there are exceptions, I accept that, but it's greater within our authorities. There's greater within our authorities. You have no idea how many military places I go to train on Islamophobia, or to the police forces. That's where it exists, not by personal, but by their acts, by what the Terrorism Act does and what rights it gives. And that's what you should look at. And I lastly want to leave this message on this conference at the Canadian War Museum. If we really want to have peace in our country, We cannot continue to treat a very talented group of Muslims, very talented Muslim Canadians, as terrorists. You know, the one fear my family and every Muslim in this country has is when there is an attack. People pray, literally pray that it's not a Muslim, because there'll be a real problem. There'll be a real fear in the community. People use our name. They use our name to do terrorist acts. But our faith is of peace. And so when a Christian boy does a terrorist act, it's not called a Christian attack. But when a Muslim boy does, we are all marked with the same brush. And so I ask you next time when you see these things, question it. Because together, we are going to, especially you young people, you want to have peace in your country. And you won't have it if we don't treat everybody equally. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Oh, thank you so much, Senator Jafar, for introducing us to the institutional challenges related to tackling Islamophobia. I'm going to move on to Faisal Baba. So Faisal is an associate professor at Osgoode Hall Law School in Toronto, Ontario. He has researched and published in the areas of constitutional law, multiculturalism, law and religion, disability rights, national security, and access to justice. He teaches constitutional law, human rights, legal ethics, and appellate advocacy. Previously, he sat as vice chair of the Human Rights Tribunal of Ontario. He maintains a varied public and private law practice, appearing before administrative boards and tribunals and at all levels of court, including the Supreme Court of Canada. He advises and represents a variety of individuals and public interest organizations in matters pertaining to constitutional law and human rights. He has appeared as an expert witness before Canadian parliamentary committees and served as a member of the Equity Advisory Group of the Law Society of Ontario. Faisal has lived and worked in the Middle East and South Africa. He has also lectured and taught in many countries. So Faisal, I would like to ask you, what are the connections between national security and Islamophobia that manifest in Canada's defense and security policies? My second question to you is also, what have been some of the most alarming examples of Islamophobia for so many Muslims in Canada? Not just during airport screenings, but also interactions with law enforcement, online surveillance of Muslim communities, mosques, etc. And my last question to you is, what are some of the institutional challenges and hurdles we encounter as we try to hold CSIS, the RCMP, and the Human Rights Commissions accountable? Are they failing us?
Okay.
Faisal, go ahead.
Thank you very much. How long do I have?
About 10 minutes.
Okay. It's a delight to be here. I thank the organizers and everybody in attendance. That was a generous and lengthy bio. I guess I was invited to speak here because I'm a law professor and I specialize in constitutional law and human rights. I think also because I'm a Muslim Canadian. At the time that I was appointed to the full-time faculty at Osgoode Hall Law School, one of the oldest law schools in the country, I believe, I know that I was the first Muslim to be appointed to that particular law faculty in its 150-year history. And I believe I was, if not the first, one of the first, and remain one of the only, to this day, full-time law professors in the country. And that's not, I'm not saying that to say anything about myself. I'm saying that to say something about our law faculties in our legal establishment. The one thing that isn't in my bio and that I don't actually talk about very much because it's not usually relevant, and that's really the only reason why I don't talk about it very much, but I feel like it's highly relevant today, is that I'm actually the grandson of a Canadian war vet. My maternal grandfather served in Europe in World War II, was shot by the Nazis, spent over a year in a POW camp in Germany, and came back and lived to educate his grandchildren about that experience. And so I grew up with my grandfather and his stories of time in battle, of injury, of living a life of trauma from that experience, actually. I still remember when the film Saving Private Ryan came out, and he went to see it and spoke to me about his experience in the war more than he'd ever spoken about it before that time. He lived at the Pearlie Veterans Hospital here in Ottawa, and I used to visit him regularly when I was coming to Ottawa to argue cases, including cases against the government, including cases alleging Islamophobia. Unfortunately, near the end of his life, he died in 2005, and we were close enough that I would visit him whenever I would come, but I was sad to see after 2001 his politics and his attitudes shifting considerably, and it became increasingly difficult for me to have a close relationship with him because of the impact of 9/11 on, and more importantly, I think, is the response to 9/11 of our government and of Western states generally that caused a certain culture to develop in certain circles, and that was a culture in which he was deeply immersed. And I'm really sorry to say it was the military culture, the security culture, in which the idea that Muslims are presumptively terrorists was very deeply held. And he wasn't that kind of person before 9/11, but he certainly became that kind of person after 9/11. So, you know, that kind of personal perspective really shaped, and I was in law school when 9/11 happened, and so my personal evolution was largely shaped by that event, and as I said, by the response to that event. As was mentioned earlier, when the events of 9/11 happened, Muslims who were old enough to understand what was happening, that thought of, oh goodness, what's going to happen? I mean, I remember when the Oklahoma City bombing happened. I was an undergraduate student, and we were running around, me and my friends were running around trying to figure out desperately who had done it, because early reports had labeled a quote-unquote Middle Eastern-looking man running away from that site. This was 1995. I still remember it so clearly because we felt the inherent vulnerability of that. And so that's to say that Islamophobia always existed, and Muslim fears of being associated with terrorism existed well before 9/11. But what happened with 9/11 was the official adoption of that narrative and its institutionalization in state practice. And so just a couple of things to try to answer those questions, at least with some preliminary responses. The definition of terrorism that was brought in a hurry 3 months after 9/11, so it was December of 2001 that Canada adopted its first Anti-Terrorism Act. And it was essentially we essentially gave up our sovereignty and adopted legislation that was dictated by allies. And in doing so, we essentially adopted the American War on Terror, which we now know was ill-defined and ill-conceived. And we adopted a definition of terrorism that was imprecise and could be deployed in ideological ways, and that's exactly what has happened. And more dangerously is it reinforced discourse in the public imagination that very clearly identified Muslims with terrorism. And so we've seen to this day non-Muslim people commit acts of carnage and destruction that creates fear in the public and that seeks to communicate some sort of ideological or political goal or message, the definition of terrorism, but they don't get prosecuted as terrorism offenses. And there's good reasons for that, actually. And my position has always been that we don't need a crime of terrorism. We've got enough crimes to classify terrible acts, and we've got the institutions and the practices to prosecute. All the crime of terrorism did, the adoption of a crime of terrorism did, was put a target on the backs of Muslims. And I can say the first time that I ever experienced racism directly was with my family in my hometown, with my mother, who's what the former Prime Minister called an old stock Canadian, or what people in her province call pure laine. But she wears a hijab because she converted to Islam 50 years ago. And we were berated by individuals in a shopping mall in my hometown, steps away from my place of birth, and told to go back to where we came from. This was me, my mother, and my father and my sister. And that was a jarring awakening, because at that point I was already an adult, and I appreciated that the country that I had been born and raised in had undergone a significant change. Something was happening. And I think the alarm bells didn't start ringing early enough. Thankfully, they're ringing now, but it's 20 years too late. And we have a whole generation of Canadian Muslims, people that I teach in law school, for example, who don't remember life before 9/11, and who don't trust the government, who don't believe that the rule of law does what it says, who don't believe that all Canadians are equal. And I've seen this in my own reality, and that's why I started by describing a little bit about my personal background, because notwithstanding the fact that my grandfather took a bullet for the country, spent time in a prison POW camp, I'm still perceived as in a unidimensional way, based on how I look or based on my name. And this is the reality, is that the Muslim community is extremely diverse, and you see it just in the diversity on this panel. And these dynamics that we're describing have the effect of reducing us to a single stereotype that has damaging consequences. So I think I'll pause there, and I'm happy to come back to get more into details in response to those questions.
Great. Thank you so much, Faisal. From what I'm hearing from Senator Jafar and Faisal, is that we've all experienced acts of Islamophobia, and this has affected every single Muslim in our nation, which just comes to show how serious this is. So I'm going to turn this over to Aziza, and we have Aziza Kanji, and she's a legal academic and writer. She received her Juris Doctor from the University of Toronto's Faculty of Law, and also a Master's of Law specializing in Islamic law from the School of Oriental and African Studies at the University of London. Aziza's work focuses on issues relating to racism, law, and social justice. Her writing has appeared in the Al Jazeera English, Haaretz, Toronto Star, Truth Out, National Post, Ottawa Citizen, Open Democracy, amongst very many other academic anthologies and journals. Aziza also serves as the Director of Programming at Noor Cultural Center. So Aziza, I would like to ask you, so many of us are familiar with the work you've done on the no-fly list kids as one of the most blatant examples of how Islamophobia and national security intersect. Can you speak to the necessity of doing this kind of advocacy and how it's impacted families? I'd also like to ask you, can you think of at least 3, even though we know there's a lot more, pieces of legislation that need serious reform and that actively harm Muslim communities? And my last question to you is, we haven't talked a lot about this, but national security, Islamophobia, and its impact on Muslim women. Why do you believe that these experiences are less discussed or heard from than Muslim men's experiences of Islamophobia and national security?
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Good morning, or maybe it's good afternoon by now, and salam alaikum, greetings of peace. Thank you, Esra. Thank you, Siham. Thank you, Kaha, for organizing this space in this conference to have this really critical conversation about this phenomenon of Islamophobia, which is so deeply entrenched and pervasive. I think it's deeply sad, but also telling that such a conversation would be considered provocative, but it is perhaps a sign of the power of Islamophobia, that it is simultaneously pervasive and omnipresent, and yet something which is largely out of bounds for critical discussion. So thank you for organizing this much needed space in this conference. As Esther mentioned, I'm from Toronto, Dagaranto, the ancestral territories of the Haudenosaunee, the Anishinaabe, the Huron-Wendat, and Mississaugas for many thousands of years. We are having this conversation about national security on land that is the unceded, unsurrendered territories of the Algonquin people. Over the last few weeks, the world has witnessed the violent ejection of the Wet'suwet'en land and water defenders from their ancestral unceded territories in what is for now called British Columbia, a testament to the ongoing brutality required to sustain a settler colonial state on Indigenous land. Islamophobia and anti-Muslim racism, far from being an aberration or a post-9/11 innovation, have in fact been entwined for centuries with the genocidal anti-Indigenous violence that lies at the very foundations of the settler colonial state. And so, for example, papal edicts that set the stage for the enslavement and dispossession of Jewish and Muslim people during the Crusades formed the precedent for the doctrine of discovery and terra nullius, which enabled the treatment of lands occupied by Indigenous peoples as empty lands, which then set the stage for the genocide of the American Indian Wars, precedents from which, in turn, have explicitly been cited by governments to support their practices during the War on Terror, building up a national security and war on terror apparatus that has been wielded against Indigenous land and water protectors in Canada and in the United States. Now, we see Canadian political leaders shedding tears at memorials and wringing their hands and saying, "This is not us," every time Muslims are shot down while praying in a mosque or mowed down while walking out in a public street. Even as the same political leaders uphold policies that brutalize, securitize, and dehumanize Muslims largely out of sight. Internationally, with the continuing sale of arms to regimes that massacre Muslims, with the continuing opposition to mechanisms for international legal accountability through the International Criminal Court, for example, for Israel's crimes against the Palestinian people, with Canada's failure to repatriate Muslims who have been arbitrarily detained without charge in unlivable camps in northeast Syria. And domestically, within these colonial borders of the Canadian state, with the entire panoply of state practices, repressive practices, disproportionately wielded against Muslims, from security agent visitations to no-fly lists, to mass surveillance, to aggressive sting and entrapment operations, to extradition and deportation to serious risk of torture, to preemptive criminalization through peace bonds and counter-radicalization measures. The presumption of Muslim terrorist threat has created a situation wherein 98% of completed terrorism prosecutions have been against Muslims or individuals linked to Muslim groups, largely for acts very distant from any violence at all, even while white supremacists and right-wing actors have been responsible, according to CSIS's own statistics, for 8 to 12 times as many deaths as Muslims have in Canada since 9/11. While, as Professor Baba pointed out, the apparatus of securitizing war on terror measures has been built up and entrenched very quickly in Canada, even the most basic and minimal measures to check these operations of violence against power against Muslims take years and years of struggle to implement, if in fact they are ever implemented at all. Over a decade ago, the Canadian Human Rights Commission called for the most elementary disclosure of race and religion disaggregated data on the operations of national security institutions, so that their claims that they are not engaging in racial and religious profiling can actually be publicly checked. A decade later, we have no such data available to us. And not only that, but the state's own official national security transparency commitments says nothing about race or religion disaggregated data at all. The very basic precondition we need in order to address Islamophobia and other forms of structural racism and national security practices. It took years and years of advocacy to even have January 29th, the day of the Quebec Mosque Massacre, recognized as a day of remembrance and action against Islamophobia. It took years and years of advocacy for the widows from the Quebec Mosque shooting to be recognized as victims entitled to victims' compensation from the state. It took years and years of legal struggle against government obduracy for the victims of torture with Canadian complicity in gross violation of international law to obtain any compensation, with the Canadian government continuing to spend $2 million per year to fight the compensation claims of one survivor, Abu Sufyan Abdurazik. It took years and years and years of dedicated advocacy to have children who have grown up being on the no-fly list, under the stigmatizing shadow of the no-fly list, for no reason other than happening to have the same name as someone else. It took years and years and years of dedicated advocacy to even have a way for them to be able to get off the no-fly list, despite the universal acknowledgement that they were there simply by mistake. Malcolm X famously said that if someone sticks a knife in your back 9 inches and pulls it out 6 inches, that is not progress. What we are asked as Muslims to be grateful for these minimal measures of mitigation against these regressive measures is the 6 inches out after the 9 inches has been put in. That is not progress. It is minimal mitigation of regression. As Senator Jaffer said, one of the most pernicious, and from my perspective as a Muslim woman, insulting aspects of Islamophobia is its ability to disguise itself as a progressive politics, as a politics dedicated to the liberation and salvation of Muslim women, even as Muslim women continue to not only bear the greatest brunt of hate crimes and other private violence inflicted by Islamophobes, but also bear the burden of oppressive laws advertised as saving Muslim women while actually harming them, for example, hijab and niqab bans, as well as bearing the burden that is inflicted on Muslim women when their families and their communities are securitized and criminalized. Women like Dr. Khadija Metwali, who has been forced to become an advocate for her son, Abdurrahman al-Banasawi, who is currently imprisoned in a supermax prison in the United States after being subject to an aggressive sting operation as a youth, following the sharing of his information, his mental health information that marked him as a vulnerable target for an entrapment operation. Women like Sophie Harkat, the wife of security certificate detainee Muhammad Harkat, who has written so disturbingly and movingly about the absolutely destructive impacts, the extreme surveillance measures she and her family have been forced to live under, so extreme that Muhammad Harkat actually said he would have preferred to have been back in prison so that these damaging effects that have inflicted his whole family would not have been experienced. He would rather have been back in prison, even though he has never actually been charged with any crime. In this perverted, perverse universe of national security discourse, we now see that the latest feminist development is not, in fact, examining the gendered and sexual violences that have been inflicted against Muslim women and against Muslim men in the course of the War on Terror, But instead, the feminist development is to now supposedly acknowledge Muslim women's agency by recognizing their ability to either serve as informants on their communities or themselves to be considered threats of terrorism in and of themselves. And so not just passive victims, but active terrorists. This is considered a recognition of Muslim women's agency. As the great scholar and activist Angela Davis said in the context of the carceral state, equality means not liberating people from prisons, but simply putting as many women in prisons as there are men. Similarly, in the context of the national security state, we see how equality means, in fact, further extending the arm and the gaze and the scope of the securitizing gaze to also capture Muslim women and not simply Muslim men in its grasp. Recently, I was preparing with a friend who's a community leader for a presentation he was asked to give to the National Security Transparency Advisory Group. And the questions that were put to him by this group, which is supposed to be an arm's-length civilian body that's exercising scrutiny over national security institutions, the questions were deeply revealing of the extreme limitations that we have in not even addressing Islamophobia, but even understanding it as a phenomenon. The questions all revolved around things like, why don't Muslims trust national security institutions? How could we get Muslims to trust and engage with CSIS and RCMP, while at the same time asking whether there should be a boundary or a border between community outreach and intelligence gathering, as if the very fact that that question needs to be asked doesn't speak volumes about why Muslims would have mistrust about engagement with these agencies, which under the guise of outreach instead conduct further surveillance and intelligence gathering instead. These types of questions speak volumes about the complete inability and the unwillingness to not only address Islamophobia and structural racism in national security practices, but indeed to even admit or acknowledge its nature. A racism which is not simply a question of unconscious biases or individual aberrations to be solved with further inclusion and diversity, but rather a racism that has been deeply woven into the fabric of the very way that ideas of national security, threat, and terrorism have been conceptualized. Thank you, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you so much, Aziza. I'm emboldened by the anti-racist approach you use to ground your advocacy and expertise. I now want to turn it over to Kofi. Kofi Achampong is a Toronto-based lawyer, community advocate, and public affairs government relations professional. As a lawyer, Kofi's practice has focused on human rights, employment, criminal law, and civil litigation, with a number of client files that have highlighted the intersection of national security with the aforementioned areas of law. As a community advocate, Kofi has regularly lent his voice in consultative services to issues at the intersection of anti-Black racism and Islamophobia, including stakeholder engagement on the Ontario Human Rights Commission's report on anti-Black racism and policing, as well as the federal government's national strategy on countering radicalization to violence. Kofi, I have 3 questions for you. My first question is, what are the ways that police investigations impact Muslim communities in their day-to-day lives? My second question is, your work as a lawyer has put you in contact with clients that experience Islamophobia and the stigma that comes with it in workplace environments. And can you speak more to the lived reality for Muslims that deal with seeking employment and how national security policies impact their ability to secure jobs? And this will be a question that will be directed to all of the panelists. What do you believe Muslims can do to hold government institutions accountable when their rights have been infringed upon?
Okay, can everybody hear me? All right. I've been feeling a bit cold up here, but Aziz's comments have sort of heated up the stage a little bit, I think. So I certainly appreciate that. First and foremost, I want to also just say thank you to the organizers of this conference, WCAPS as well, for inviting me to share some thoughts on this very challenging, complex, and very pervasive issue. I just want to first and foremost start off by just reiterating what the senator had said, which is, I think, indicative of a point that is often lost on law enforcement, on institutions that are charged with issues relating to national security and defense and whatnot, which is that the Muslim community is not a monolith. I understand the reflexive nature often to as human beings that we have to not to oftentimes group individuals. It's something that many of us do. We all have these sort of habits, and it doesn't matter what your background is. We sometimes all sort of fall into these streams of consciousness that limit our ability to truly see issues and understand them in their true essence. So I think it's first and foremost important to understand that when we're talking about the Muslim community, we're talking about a very diverse community. Muslims comprise approximately 3.5% of the Canadian population. They come from every part of the world. Some of them look like me. You wouldn't know I'm Muslim by my name, by my appearance. Some wear niqab, some wear hijab. Some pray, some don't pray. Some are more culturally Muslim, some are more religiously Muslim, some are converts. I'm also a convert, which means I didn't grow up as a Muslim. I only became Muslim maybe a little bit over 10 years ago. So Muslims come in all forms with varying degrees of attachment to religiosity, to practice, to opinion, and you're going to see that reflected as you engage the Muslim community. I've been listening to parts of this conference and trying to sort of think about, what's the common denominator between, some of the sort of the topical issues that are being discussed here around gray space and, securitization and diversity. What does that have to do with, and Islamophobia? What does that have to do with each other? And they have a lot to do with each other, if you think about it. Although you wouldn't know it because there's a diversity panel, right? We've segmented diversity away from this harder conversation, right? Which is oftentimes something that happens in conversation about any academic subject. You have I'm originally an IR student, so I study international relations at U of T as well. You have these conversations that, leave this concept of diversity outside of the normative sort of solutions that are sort of developed in fields like international relations. And then you have a whole other academic discipline that's sort of geared towards criticizing these normative takes. And they kind of live in their own kind of worlds. There's critical studies world, and then there's hard IR and defense world. But you kind of have to bring them together if you're really talking about addressing threats to your national security. And I live in the real world, so there are threats to national security. At the same time, those threats look very different, and your solutions are going to look very different if you don't learn to understand the people with whom you're seeking to protect and work with. Oftentimes in security space and defense space, what you'll find is a institution that has no understanding whatsoever of the population that comprises this jurisdiction that we call Canada. Again, even that needs to sort of be taken into account because there's still very competing claims about what Canada is. And there are many communities that don't see themselves necessarily as part of Canada and that are fighting the concept of Canada and what it means historically for their rights and their identities. So we can't think of things in a very monolithic way without seeing the tensions and complexities that comprise this landmass that we all occupy as a broad Canadian community, if you will. So all this to say that hearing about the threats of cybersecurity warfare and whatnot, and I think to myself, the greatest strength isn't going to come from our capacity to develop new technologies, to track, to disaggregate information, and to know where these threats are coming from necessarily from a technical standpoint. The greatest threat is going to come from not having individuals in our country who literally believe that this country represents what it represents. To me, that's the greatest threat. And that's the threat that's being exploited by other countries in the world who are simultaneously engaged in all kinds of nefarious actions to undermine Canada as and other Western democracies. But what we're doing is we're helping them. Why? We're helping them because we as a society, and when I say we, I'm really speaking to the leadership at the institutional levels of this country. And we're in a room with folks in defense and national security. We got to speak a little truth to power here. Yeah, we have to acknowledge that this country has a very distinct past that has created a stratification that is racialized, that is clear, that is rooted in ideologies that have been racist. I think we can acknowledge that. And that still struggles with acknowledging that reality. And still struggles with dealing with decentralizing and democratizing power as a result of that. If democracy is truly the West's greatest strength, it must learn to democratize power at its greatest level. And if you can't do that, you're not going to get the smartest people to counter threats. You're not going to get people who sincerely believe in what Canada's and America and all these liberal democracies claim to represent. And I understand, I'm a lawyer, so I'm not ignorant to the realities that words on paper oftentimes don't mean anything, right? But we are in a project as human beings here to try and create lives for people and families. And what our panel ultimately is talking about, whether it's Islamophobia, whether it's sexism, whether it's anti-Black racism, whatever form of discrimination we're talking about things that undermine the cohesion, connection, and believability of what this country seemingly represents. So I just want to I feel like that's a long preface, I apologize, but I just had to say that. Now, with respect to the question of how policing impacts Muslim communities, that's a very big question, because it impacts Muslim communities from all aspects, from the investigatory stage, what constitutes a crime, who is investigating the crime. Overwhelmingly, it's going to look like a reinforcement of this sort of stratified society I'm talking about. What victims oftentimes feel as they're dealing with law enforcement and police. So many clients, of course, will right away, even if they are themselves victims or witnesses, be treated as suspects in the Black community and in the Muslim community. And don't get me started on the Black Muslim community. Okay, Black Muslims comprise about maybe 10% of the Muslim community in Canada as well. And they are overwhelmingly concentrated in specific places in this country. And I'm part of a community group that's working on a study right now that's trying to sort of disaggregate their socioeconomic standing. I can almost guarantee you that they're going to be on the lower rungs of most of these data indicators, which indicates to me that they are the ones who are going to be over-surveilled. They're going to be the ones who can't find opportunities for long-term job prospects, whose kids are going to struggle with many aspects of what it means to live in poor and low-income environments, and then feel the sense of disaffection and dislocation that comes with that, and not being able to see themselves reflected in the society that they're growing up with. So naturally, they see themselves as outsiders eventually in this society. This is obviously not everybody. Don't get me wrong, but many of them will oftentimes end up in this sort of situation. And then they're over-policed, overwhelmingly by people that don't look like them, that have no conception whatsoever of their religion or their culture, that can't differentiate between so many aspects of their life. No wonder they're going to struggle with all these obstacles in place. But what policing looks like, I would say, is quite similar to what Aziza was talking about. It's lack of transparency. It's blatant lying on warrants. It's sweeping projects where they just go into people's homes and irrespective of really concrete hard evidence, it's overcharging. 70% of charges are withdrawn. Over 70% of charges are withdrawn in Ontario. So of course, the vast majority of people who are being charged tend to be people of color, and so you're compounded with this sense of reinforcement in which you are the othered, the surveilled person in the state, right? And law enforcement is being used as a tool, oftentimes, to disempower and to remind you, in essence, that you're here to be surveilled. How are you going to build a national security infrastructure, a defense infrastructure that includes this community? How are you going to do that? Of course, if I cannot trust these institutions, I'll go online and see disinformation, and I can't tell the difference between that because your rhetoric doesn't match your action. So what difference does it make who I believe, whether it's coming from Russia or China or what have you? We have to acknowledge that there is really a problem, and the seeds of undermining Canadian cohesion lies in our institutions and our inability to truly, genuinely engage the people who live in this country. It also looks like, I'm so sorry, it also looks like discounting mental health, right? It's not understanding the realities of mental health. People in security and law enforcement have no clue what mental health is. How can you police, how can you secure, you don't know what mental health is? This is fundamentally the issue of our day over the last two years, arguably, that people have come to understand how mental health impacts on every people's lived realities. I could go on. I think you had 2 more questions, but I'll stop there for now. But yeah, it looks like over surveillance. It looks like forms of entrapment. It looks like a criminal justice system that is completely stratified. You go into any court, you'll see that overrepresentation there. It looks like prosecutors who are overwhelmingly white, senior ones at the highest level are overwhelmingly white. So we're dealing with a society that has to acknowledge the racialized element of power and exclusion at the highest levels. And again, that goes to the issues of hiring and promotion that the government talks a lot about, but I'm not sure how serious they are about addressing that. We can talk a lot more about that.
Thank you so much, Kofi, and thank you for emphasizing why intersectionality is critical to our dialogue on national security. So I know we've hit 12:30, but we know we do have some questions. 5 more minutes? Okay, so I see a question up on the screen. So maybe we can kind of start with that. So the question that we have on the screen is, what strategies can we as individuals take to cause a change in Quebec's current illegal and unconstitutional law that bans hijabi women from a career in public service? And we'll start in order, starting with Senator Jafar.
Thank you. I'll just say very quickly is to fundraise and have the best lawyers like Dr. Fazal go to courts and fight this. That's one way of doing it. And secondly, it's to encourage people that look like us to be in the legislature to change laws. That's long term, but the immediate is to go to court.
Not wishing to disagree with my esteemed co-panelist, and as a constitutional lawyer with some actually connection to the legal challenge that's going on in Quebec right now, my opinion as a legal scholar is that solutions to this particular kind of problem lie outside of the law. And I think we need a more engaged politics. We need people, non-Muslims, to be more engaged on these issues. The question sounds like it's coming from that kind of a place. So to that person, get involved with your community and get involved in politics, because I think The law is there to mitigate and to stop the worst things from happening and to provide some compensation, maybe after the fact. It's not there to change the systems. That's something that only we can do as human beings acting together.
May I just please, not wanting to disagree, I agree with everything he said, he's the expert, but having been in politics and knowing how difficult it is to change anything, I can tell you, I've been a senator for 20 years, and it'll take many, many more of us. It'll take a long time to get there, so we need to do both.
And I've been losing cases for 20 years.
We have a panel full of unsuccessful Muslims up here telling you what to do. But you know, it wouldn't be a panel of 4 Muslims unless you had 5 or 6 different opinions. You know, we can disagree with each other and also disagree with ourselves. So not being from Quebec, I don't want to be too prescriptive on this, and I think the narrative that exceptionalizes Islamophobia as a particularly Quebecois problem is extremely damaging. It obscures the nature of Islamophobia as well as perpetuates the pathologization of Quebec. But we know that these narratives that represent Muslim women in hijab as backwards, as unliberated, as in need of saving, as a problem, are actually popular across the country. Often we conceptualize Islamophobia as a problem of an absence of knowledge that can be solved just with more information, with people getting to know Muslims better, with seeing 4 Muslims on a panel. But in fact, the problem of Islamophobia isn't simply an absence of knowledge, it's the active production of narratives in order to justify it. And so Charles Mills, the great Black philosopher, famously analyzed the phenomenon of what he called white ignorance, which was not simply a deficit of knowledge, but the active propagation of knowledge that sustains narratives of white supremacism. And so similarly here, we have the active perpetuation of narratives that pathologize Muslims and justify the imposition of exceptional measures in order to discipline and control them. In the context of Quebec, I think one of the primary obfuscatory narratives has been the idea that this may be a good faith secularism initiative, that it's about preserving the religious neutrality of the state. But in fact, when you look at data support for the bill, or among supporters of the law, antipathy towards Islam is much higher than antipathy towards other religious traditions, including Christianity and Catholicism, which is said to be the source of Quebec's particular antagonism towards establishment of religion. So I think first and foremost, we have to understand this as not about liberating Muslim women, not about protecting secularism, but an instance of the institutionalization and legalization of a phenomenon of Islamophobia, which transcends Quebec and is pervasive nationally. Thanks.
I would just say, realistically, I mean, there just aren't enough white Quebecers who care enough about the concerns of racialized Muslim women and people to take up the cause. As minorities, it's not realistic to expect that in a society like Quebec, you're going to be able to have, the majority you need to sway public discourse. If you were to democratize the debate around Bill 21 and what it's really saying, there are very good arguments, arguably on both sides. Although, I mean, obviously, I would disagree with the essence of the bill, but there's going to be arguments that are going to be put forward, and you're going to find some Muslims who actually support elements of the bill, and some Muslims, majority of which I would suggest probably would not. But at the end of the day, those Muslims are at a demographic deficit in Quebec, and so their rights can be trampled if the majority decide that their rights are to be trampled, and they can make any argument at knowing that politically there is no consequence for that. So ultimately, what's required are allies. Are people who recognize a wrong when they see a wrong, an overreaction when they see an overreaction, an overcorrection when they see an overcorrection, and to say that I'm not going to be a bystander and a witness to the creation of this type of society that undermines, what we think are rights. And rights are constantly competing with each other and being argued, and this is what makes Canada and parts of the world great, that we fight and we let people have discussion And it's incredible. It's an incredible thing to see. I worked in the legislature in Ontario for a long time, and it's great to see. It's an incredible thing to see. But we have to recognize when we see a wrong, and those who are in a position of power, who have the ability to speak to a constituency that is the majority, they have to speak. Because it can't be left to Muslims and Muslim women and Muslim organizations who are vastly outnumbered to be advocating for themselves alone. So I'll say that.
Thank you so much, Kofi. And thank you, everyone, for listening to us. I think this was a really great discussion, and I think really sheds light to how important this issue is. And if we continue to kind of perpetuate these injustices, it's only harming our nation and preventing us from achieving real progress. So again, thank you so much, everybody. I will move it on or turn it over to Steve. Thank you.
Thank you, Ezra, and I want to thank the panel. I think this was a really important conversation that we had and we will keep on having. I really liked Kofi's last statements about that bystanders can't be bystanders. This speaks to a lot of things that will come up again when we talk about cultural change in the CAF later on. That we need to, when we see things, we need to say something, and we need to act. And so I think from the start to finish, this was a really moving and important panel that gave us a really interesting perspective, an important perspective, and a diverse perspective on Islamophobia and national security. I want to thank particularly Ezra. We delegated to Ezra and her new organization, Women of Color Advancing Peace and Security Canada, the job of putting this together. So the credit is entirely due to her and her organization. It's a very new organization that fills an important gap in Canada. There aren't very many organizations that bridge national security defense with people who have been historically excluded from these conversations and from political power. And so we're very happy that you can do this time around. And unfortunately, the challenge is that if you do this really well, we'll ask you to do it again. So thanks again for your time, for the expertise of everybody on the panel. Just for clarity's sake, the food will be delivered to us, so just wait and it'll come to you. But this is also time to get out and breathe some kind of air and use the facilities and all the rest. We'll be back here at 1:30 for the next panel. So thank you very much to our panelists today. Good afternoon. I encourage you all to continue eating. The food service has been a little later than we were expecting, but we must move on as we have one of our panelists is coming from Europe, and so we're going to get started with our afternoon program where we have two panels. The first is on how to change organizational cultures. This should not just be a one-time thing of oh wow, we've got a problem this year. Organizational change, as we will appreciate over the next several years, is a long time. It's something that's been coming for a long time, and it's going to take a long time. But I still think this panel is well-timed, given that the government of the day is now focused on this, given the events of the past year. They've set up a new command on professional conduct and culture. But the thing is, the CAF is not the only organization that has a problem with its culture. I think that there's plenty of room to learn from this panel for not just the CAF or D&D, but for a variety of organizations. But I'm very much looking forward to this panel. Dr. Stephanie Van Lackey from Queen's University, who is also the co-host of the Battle of Them podcast, will be the moderator, and I'll let her do the introductions. And I do want to make a reminder, we actually do have microphones on the sides, and we are going to try to have some time at the end of this panel for Q&A from not just the people out there in the internet, but also from folks here. So please, towards the end of the panel, migrate to one of the two microphones if you have a question to ask of the panel. I'll leave it to you, Stephanie.
Thank you, Steve. Bonjour à toutes et à tous.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Stephanie Van Heckley. I'm from Queen's University, and I'm very happy to be the moderator this afternoon on organizational cultural change.
University. I'm also the director of the Center for International and Defense Policy. I'm delighted to organize this panel on organizational change. We have three wonderful panelists, and I think that Dr. Seidman did a good setup of this panel already. I think that we're at a moment where there are hopeful signs. There is a new Minister of National Defense. There's some stability in military leadership with General Wayne Eyre being appointed as the Chief of Defense Staff. And then there's a new organization led by Lieutenant General Jenny Carignan, the Chief of Professional Conduct and Culture. So we're seeing some tangible signs of change and some momentum, but at the same time, and as Steve pointed out, we've all seen this before in terms of this cyclical attention to sexual misconduct in the Canadian Armed Forces, and then the issue fading into the background. This time around, with this major focus on cultural change, however, perhaps the framing is a little different than the previous times. And in any case, we'll have time to debate the merits of this. Et je voulais aussi mentionner que même si
I also wanted to mention that even though the exchanges will take place in English, you're, of course, very welcome to ask your questions in French. Stephen has already mentioned that there are two microphones on the floor to the right and left of the room, so please feel free when we get to the question and answer period to ask your questions in French.
Right away with introducing our three panelists. So to my left, we have Dr. Megan McKenzie. She is a professor and Simons Chair in International Law and Human Security. She is a feminist scholar who focuses on military culture, war, post-conflict recovery, and reconstruction. She has a new edited volume coming out with Nicole Wagner called Feminist Solutions for Ending War, and I'm sure I'm not the only fan of her 2015 Cambridge University Press book on the military. Thank you very much to that contribution to the debate on military culture. To my right, we have Dr. Karen Davis, who is a senior defense scientist with Defense Research and Development Canada, and that's a unit within a unit at the Director General Military Personnel Research and Analysis. Dr. Davis has published on military culture, gender, and diversity. In fact, published an article 3 3 days ago, hot off the press, with the Journal of Military, Veteran, and Family Health on socio-cultural dynamics in gender and military contexts. And I'll just say also that, over the years, Dr. Davis has been a tremendous mentor, not only to me, but for so many scholars who are working on these issues. And thank you so much for your, longstanding leadership on speaking about military culture and cultural change, diversity, and gender in the armed forces. Last but not least, joining us from Europe, thank you so much, we have Dr. Maren Tomfort. And Dr. Tomfort is an anthropologist who has done extensive field work with the German Armed Forces. She teaches at the Command and Staff College of the German Armed Forces in Hamburg and has written on peacekeeping, culture, civil-military relations, and Afghanistan. So as you can see, we've got really 3 top experts to talk about the culture of the topic of organizational change and military culture. And what we'll do is that ahead and preparing for this panel, we had a little exchange amongst ourselves, and we decided that we wanted a roundtable style discussion and to make it as interactive as possible. So we'll have an exchange for about 45 minutes, and then we'll leave some time for the Q&A. And the first question that I had for our panelists was really about, what we want the audience to walk away with in terms of learning about this moment of culture change. And, right here in Canada, we're very much focused on all the headlines that we've seen since February in the Canadian Armed Forces. But of course, we've got an expert coming from Europe, so we'll definitely broaden the lens in terms of experiences that have occurred elsewhere. So first off, on the topic of organizational culture, what it means, what are your key takeaways for the audience in terms of setting the scene for the discussion? And we'll start with Dr. McKenzie.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Stephanie and Steve, for inviting me. Thank you, Kaha, and everyone who have been a part of organizing this event. I want to start first by also acknowledging that we're on unceded traditional territories of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe peoples. I did write down a couple of things just because I'm very passionate about this issue, and I know not to go off script. It's important, so, but I do want to keep it conversational. So a couple of things to just say. The first, I think, is optimistic and is really to sort of note that how we're talking about cultural change and this widespread embracing of the need for cultural change is actually something quite new. There's been sort of decades of defense and pushback against claims that there's been a cultural problem in defense forces, not only in the CAF, but in other defense forces. So my research has primarily focused on the Canadian Defense Forces, the US military, and the Australian Defense Forces. I just moved back from Australia after being there for over a decade, just to give you a sense of the context that I do research in. And so there's been sort of this long-standing denial of that culture was an issue, despite victims and advocates pointing to this as a potential problem. And in fact, there's also been a long-standing claim that culture was one of the best assets of the defense forces, that there was this distinct, positive, and honorable aspect of culture that needed to be protected. And so we know that minorities, women, racialized individuals, gay, lesbian, queer service members, Indigenous service members have been pointing to a toxic and problematic culture within the forces for decades. So we do have this really positive shift in away from framing dysfunction and misconduct as a bad apples problem to an embracing of talking about the need for cultural change, and that is something to note. So I'm somewhat optimistic by that shift, but I do think it's important to say that, look, we can all in this room agree that cultural change is necessary, but we all will probably define cultural change differently. And that's an important distinction. Cultural change is very rarely defined. And it's concerning because in that sense, culture change can become a rhetoric. So for years, especially when it comes to sexual misconduct, one of the projects I've been a part of is looking at 30 years of media coverage of sexual misconduct in 3 countries. So that's why I've been called to do a lot of media lately. My research has become very important to the Canadians recently. And for decades, after every high-profile incident, there'd be a mantra of zero tolerance. So you can map out 40-some declarations from military leaders or defense leaders pointing to zero tolerance as a rhetoric. And we actually you can map the shift from zero tolerance to the need for cultural change very clearly. And so my worry is that we need to make sure that this doesn't become a rhetoric. And so I think the antidote, just to end, is really to be more clear about what cultural change is about and for. And the root problem that initiated these discussions of cultural change, of course, is sexism, racism, homophobia, abuse of power. And so I think it's important not to disconnect discussions of culture change or sanitize discussions of cultural change and move them away from the cause of those, and also not to assume that cultural change discussions for some people think, well, it's going to be a few leadership workshops, or there's a certain version of cultural change that can be very disconnected from addressing sexism, racism. So I think if we fail to sort of connect those two, then it can become a rhetoric. And so that's my main concern, is just to keep that on the agenda.
And just out of curiosity, what are the 3 countries you're comparing? Presumably one of them is Canada?
Yeah, so Canada, Australia, and the United States, yeah.
Excellent. I'll turn next to Dr. Davis.
Okay, yeah, so great introduction, Megan, great overview of what's taken place over several decades. I've lived through all of that, including throughout the 1990s with the first significant, what we would now call cultural challenges in the Canadian military, stemming from incidents in Somalia, of course, and the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal in 1989, integration of women. So a lot of the work that I've done over the years did have a focus, first on the introduction of women, and then more recently, looking more broadly at the institution as fundamentally a gendered institution. And I would agree with Megan in this current context as we move towards significant effort for change and significant commitment on the part of leadership. There's a much broader framing of what culture change and culture means in the Canadian military, including broad recognition of the intersections and importance of sex, gender, race, ethnicity, those social and cultural identities, and also the impacts of all of those relationships on culture. The piece that, and again, gender is still embedded in that analysis, but now the struggle is to how do we incorporate all of those different perspectives? You know, as Megan said, different people will think cultural is something different. When we're trying to understand what it is, there are multiple perspectives on what culture is. So typically the challenge that I've been given as an applied researcher in the department in the last few years in response to sexual misconduct and the current culture change is how do we measure culture? How do we monitor culture? How do we know when it has changed? Because in past iterations of culture change, there have been assumptions that we have changed. And those assumptions were broadly made after a few initiatives in the first few years. A few resources would be thrown at the problem. As Megan mentioned, some training, that sort of thing. And so a discourse would develop, a narrative would develop across the institution, accepting that the change had taken place. So driven by leadership, espouse narratives of inclusion, diversity, all of those things, but then sit back after a few years, stop paying attention, and then we end up in the press again, right? So this time around, there's a concerted effort to bring all of the stovepiped issues together. So we started out looking at sexual misconduct in 2015, and now challenged with bringing all forms of misconduct across the military into an umbrella through which we can understand it as an integrated part of a whole. And so in terms of what I like people to know about culture, I still believe it's a fundamentally gender-based culture, and that doesn't mean it's about women and men as sort of a dichotomous, gender is not about women. I think it's a gender-based culture more broadly. And integrated with that, there's an increasing acknowledgement, if not shift yet, that we also need to understand the intersections of colonization and the impacts on a lot of future Canadians and, some serving members already. So one of the things that, we're trying to think about as we think about what culture is, past initiatives were focused on changing individuals, making sure leaders understood how to lead, diverse teams, that sort of thing. That's still important, but now in terms of understanding culture, how do we better understand the dynamics and relationships, not only among leaders and people, but among those institutional mechanisms and structures that we put in place in the military. So one of the analogies I've used before, around 2000, there was a series of work around changing the culture to be more strategic and innovative in the face of developing technologies, and there was a book came out of the US called Power to the Edge. I don't know, some of you in the room may remember it. It was technology-based, but it was basically challenging the notion that technological power was focused in the center, in headquarters, in security organization, and that to be successful operationally, that power needed to shift to the edge somehow. So I've picked up on that analogy, and I would challenge people to think about how that fits in a cultural context when we're talking about people and structures and policies and that sort of thing. How do we give the marginalized voices in the organization? And we're definitely trying, but how do we give those diverse voices that are typically at the margins and less likely to be heard, how do we give them the power to actually influence the culture of our organization going forward? So I think, that's a significant shift in thinking, but a much bigger challenge to actually do. So I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you so much. And you mentioned institutional mechanisms for change, and we'll come back to that in a moment because I think that's very important. But let's first turn to Dr. Tom Ford to contribute to that first question.
Yes, hello everyone, and thank you very much, Stephanie and Steve, for inviting me. I'm very sorry that I can't be there in person. Bonjour à tous.
Hello everyone from Germany. I'm very, very happy, pleased to be with you tonight actually for me.
Again, I just wanted to recognize or give recognition to the people who speak French as well. Being an anthropologist, I want to really underline what Megan and Karen have already said. We need to define not only culture change, but for me as a cultural anthropologist working on culture change, we need to define culture first. And for me, culture is an orientation and meaning system that influences, not determines, but influences the way we think, we perceive, we interact with each other. So it defines how we actually live and how we put things into practice. And Tim Ingold, the British anthropologist, would speak of not only culture as a noun, but of culture as a verb and say, we culture every day. So culture's practice is something at the forefront of our anthropological culture definition. And when you look at culture change, or when you want to instigate culture change, I think you need to, as a first step, you need to take stock of what kind of culture you have in your organization. And you need to maybe ask anthropologists to conduct research on current cultural norms and values, and especially on cultural practices. Because if you don't know them, you can't change them. And as a second step, then you need to work with the leaders, and but also and not only work from top to bottom, but also from bottom to top. So you need to integrate all levels of an organization in order to achieve a long-term and sustainable culture change. In other words, you cannot just ask the leadership to follow or to instigate a culture change as a top to bottom approach, but everyone needs to be integrated here. After you've taken stock, what's really relevant in an organization and what kind of practices are the norm and are accepted by our members of society, of organization, and maybe also of larger society. And Megan, you said that you've just returned from Australia. For me, it was very interesting to follow up on the Barrington report and on the war crimes that have been apparently conducted by the special forces in Afghanistan. And our colleague Jessica Wolfendale from the States said the reason why these special forces committed these war crimes, these gendered war crimes, was not only because they turned into bad apples, as you've mentioned earlier, but also because Australian society as a whole has a very distinct concept of masculinity and violence. And so if you want to change military culture, you need to take the culture of larger society into account as well, and see what is going on in the surrounding culture and surrounding society. And you need to see what are the aspects you can work with, or what are the aspects you actually have to work against, or maybe you can even be a trendsetter as a military organization, showing a larger society that some things simply need to be changed in order to become a more diverse, more accepting society. And so there, for me, Stephanie, you asked, what do I want the audience to walk away with? And for me, it's the first thing I want everyone to walk away is to have a clear definition of culture and of culture change. What is it? And also, secondly, I want everyone to walk away with that culture change is a very tough job, and it takes lots of time. It's a long-term commitment, and in the beginning you will meet lots of criticism, especially when you are the leader of an organization and you want to when you want to be the driver of this culture change. So you need a long-term commitment, and you need definitely the time. You might need advisors, maybe in the beginning anthropological advisors about what kind of culture you actually have on the ground, but also other culture management chain advisors. And you need your friends at your side, and these need to be members of your organization. In other words, you need cultural brokers. You need those who are with you, who are as convinced that culture change is necessary as you are. And these cultural brokers need to come from all levels of the organization. We know from the military that it is a very hierarchical, it's a very difficult word for me to pronounce. We all know that it's a very hierarchical organization, and normally the way things work in military is that you just take this top-down approach and expect everyone to follow the rules or follow your orders. But with culture change, this doesn't work. If you want a sustainable culture change in your organization, you need to convince all levels, and you need the participation of people from all levels as well. Because when you instigate culture change, or when culture change is instigated by a crisis, for example, you always have 1/3 of your organization or of society that is ready for change and open to change and is willing to work towards change and support the measures. And then you have another third of the group who are just standing by and watching and taking their time to observe. And then you have the third of the group who are very critical, and they rather want to keep things the way they've always been, and they're more or less conservative. Sometimes they really act against you, and so you need to work with these three groups. And but the first group that is open for change, and you need their support, and you need them to actively work together with you. So in the long run, implementing culture change and following up on it on a long-term basis is very hard and tough, and can be quite challenging. But in the end, I think the outcome can be very rewarding. But you need to follow up on it. And I speak from our own experience here, because at our Staff and Command College in Hamburg, Germany, we've been working for 2 years now to instigate culture change, because we see that our academy is more or less a bit too old-fashioned. It's also the setting of our academy. We are not modern in any way, or we are a bit modern but not modern enough. And now during the pandemic, we saw that we needed to digitalize as fast as possible, and so the pandemic helped us to somehow change our organization and the ways we've worked with each other. But it's not enough, and now we need to follow up on this. And but there are always people who are against it, and who feel threatened by change, because it's more comfortable to remain the way we've been. And if you think about culture as a meaning and orientation system, and make yourself aware that culture is socialized from one generation to the next, and we just don't inhale culture. That's why it's very difficult also to actually conduct research on culture. That's why we anthropologists, we always go into the field for a very long period of time, for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, because you can't just simply conduct research on culture by distributing interview questionnaires. You need to apply our method of participant observation and see what kinds of norms and values and actual practices people follow up on, because they've been socialized into this culture for a very long time, from the time they've been born, and they've been influenced by their social surroundings for a long, long time. And we talk, when we talk about culture, we talk about our primary socialization. That's the socialization we go through by our parents and our relatives, and kindergarten and school system, etc. And then we have the secondary socialization, which might be the one we receive by the military, if we are members of the military. And this takes another period of time to grow into this kind of military culture. And when I talk to my students, who are all officers, they say, actually for them, military socialization, or getting used or learning how military culture works, never ends. So they say even if they've been with the military for many years, or even more than a decade, they say that they never stop learning about military culture, about the military organization. And of course, it influences how they act, how they put their behavior into practice. And in order to change this kind of socialization that people go through, not only when they are with their primary group, when they are with their family and relatives and their friends, but also when they are in their military environment, to change the socialization actually takes time and lots of work. And it also needs quite a bit of convincing to let go of old habits, because it somehow questions people, or it might lead people to question their identity, because culture and identity, they are actually two sides of the same coin. And if we tell people you need to change your culture, or you need to change your social cultural conduct, then we tell them you actually need to change your identity, and that can be quite threatening. So you must be very, very convincing when you as a leader or as an organization say, okay, we need to change our culture. You need to have a quite prominent reason to do so. So yeah, I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. Those were great comments. And I think that certainly you have to be very convincing in an environment where there's a lot of uncertainty. And it's that uncertainty that's incredibly difficult to manage, I think, for the members of the organization, because there are some short-term signals of change and certainly some a vision that's articulated by leadership, but then we know that this is a long-term project. So there's a bit of tension between what needs to be done in the short term and this impatience for action and new policies to take hold. But at the same time, this is a long-term kind of game where that broad buy-in needs to be built, and not just unidirectional from the top down, but also from the bottom up. So very important comments from all three panelists. I think another takeaway for folks in the audience is the importance of definitions and of definitional clarity when it comes to talking about culture change in the military. And also this dimension of, the military, has experienced sexual misconduct, and this is linked to its broader culture, and then how different that is from the rest of society. And this is where I want to go with the next question, because there's this camp that views the military as a unique institution, and certainly we can argue that there are very unique aspects to a military career, but at the same time it is an institution embedded in a broader societal context. So the next question I have, now that we've spent time thinking about defining the terms of the debate, is about the how, how the change can happen, acknowledging that there are many difficulties, acknowledging that this necessitates some short-term changes, but also long-term commitment. What are the key mechanisms and strategies for cultural change? And then, are these unique to the military, or can we borrow from other institutional contexts in order to guide the way forward? So we'll go in the same order we went earlier, starting with you, Megan.
Great, thanks. I'll try and be brief, because I really want to hear some of the questions that everyone might have as well. I think one of the mechanisms for culture change that is uncomfortable is disempowering people that have been in leadership during a period of cultural dysfunction. And I really appreciated Marin's comment around you can't change a culture you don't understand. And I think we're still trying to understand cultural dysfunction, not only in this institution, but in other institutions. Existing leaders are rarely equipped to instigate and initiate culture change precisely because they've been at the helm of a dysfunctional institution. And that doesn't mean that every single leader in the CAF is responsible or a problematic leader, but it does mean that existing leaders have often either been perpetrating the problem, been complicit with the problem, turned a blind eye to the problem, or have not understood the problem well. And that's an uncomfortable reality, and it is it is a particular problem for the military because it's a hierarchical institution, and so disempowering those in positions of power is not really the most feasible option for cultural change in a military structure. So, if you think about in academia, why I exist, when we teach, sometimes we'll flip the classroom, right? To get students to sort of raise their questions and lead the discussion with the understanding that, they're best placed to raise questions and to sort of tell us what they don't know or what they need to know. And standpoint feminists, also Black feminists in particular, have said that if we want to know how power operates, we need to talk to those who have been, marginalized, who have been discriminated against, who have historically been not listened to. And so using this argument, I would really argue that those impacted by negative culture are best placed to inform and lead cultural change. And I was really inspired by the last panel. I think just hearing, if we want to understand Islamophobia, we have to talk to those and listen to those people who are impacted daily by racism. And so this is a particular, it is so cultural mechanisms for cultural change really can't look like PowerPoints for military leaders, which is my greatest fear, that that's what this will translate into. And so I might just leave it there in the sense that I do think there is a particular kind of problem for cultural change in this institution.
Thank you so much. I'm with you in terms of hoping we don't get to another PowerPoint as an outcome of this.
Hi, yeah, just building on what Megan said and reaching back to my notion of power to the edge, I think absolutely that the voices of the marginalized and what we will refer to as affected persons in the Department of National Defense is incredibly important. And the leadership piece, of course, you can't do it without leadership, and but it also can't only be a top-down approach. One of the tools, I think, a lot of the mechanisms I think are similar to any organization in terms of leadership champions, leadership commitments to success, development of visions and sharing it with the organization, resourcing, proper resourcing to affect the change. Those are all important leadership-driven pieces. But where I think the military can be a little, where it is definitely different is, this is reaching back to things that others have written about in different contexts for several decades, but it really is about the hearts and minds of the members, right? It is an organization embedded in Canadian society, and as we've been doing qualitative research to better understand the culture, and there is a real impatience in the organization for the exercise of understanding because there is such a pressure to change. But when we talk to to people about what's happening to them in the organization, it becomes abundant that if we don't capture those hearts and minds, the culture will change. People will adapt to the pressure for change, and they'll find their own ways to adapt if it can't be influenced and if they can't be engaged in a positive manner. Another mechanism that I think is important in military context is, we have ethos, we have doctrine, we build that identity through all of these types of documents and socialization, as Maren noted, in ways that doesn't happen in a civilian organization. So as we're looking, for example, at updating some of the doctrinal and ethos type policies right now, we hear soldiers say, we're held to a higher standard than Canadians, and what I've tried to push back and say, no, soldiers, members of the military are not held to a higher standard. They're held to the same standard that's expected of all Canadians. However, they are being asked to do it under very unique and challenging circumstances at times, right? So that notion of not accepting that the military is a special institution on a pedestal somehow, but yes, are differently challenged in some of the things that they have to do. The last point that I'll make in terms of mechanisms for change and this power of the voices and accessing voices. So since the implementation of the Employment Equity Act in the mid to late 1990s, there's a requirement for organizations, as most of you are probably aware, to put mechanisms in place to listen to the members of the impacted members of the organization. And employment equity, we had specific designated groups. So we've expanded beyond that. Years ago, I was a member of a couple of those advisory groups, and we had absolutely no voice or no power. What we could actually do was very much in a little box. Today, those advisory groups are expanding. So we have the Defense Team Pride Advisory Organization, for example, in addition to the employment equity groups. There's other groups that will be standing up to expand the range of voices, and they are being heard by senior leadership. And it's, using this mechanism, it's become a challenge. How do we effectively work with the advisory groups without overburdening them, because they represent really such a small proportion of the organization, and now we're asking them to do a lot more than what we've ever asked them to do before. So how do we give those marginalized voices not only the space to be heard, but the resources to effectively be heard, within their current capacities? So I'll stop there.
Super interesting points, and I think what you said makes me think that one of the ways that the military is rather unique is in the levers of control that it has over its members through different milestones of the military experience, from recruitment, training, education, leadership, selection, and promotion. I think the military has certain specificities that are unique to this organization when compared to civilian organizations, and that if culture change is pitched in a way to leverage all those key milestones that make for that military experience from recruitment to release, then I think there's perhaps better hope to achieve success over the long term. Dr. Tomforth.
Yes, thank you. I want to start with an example. When I started to work for the German military, for the Bundeswehr in 2003, I had an encounter with an officer, a German officer. It was early in the morning. He was drinking his coffee, and I was a bit taken back by the way he drank his coffee, because his coffee cup showed naked women, and so he was just sipping his coffee, and everything was normal for him, and I was completely offended by what he did there with his coffee cup. And so that was 2003, and when researching the military on the Balkan and also in Afghanistan, sometimes I would enter the offices of soldiers in the barracks or in the staff headquarters, and sometimes I would just enter an office and people would watch movies with pornographic content, and it seemed that was something normal to do, to have such a coffee cup, to watch these movies and to make certain jokes about women and other minority groups. So I was simply taken aback by this kind of behavior, and what concerned me the most was that leaders didn't say anything against it. They didn't do much about it, and maybe they were a bit ashamed when I was around, but they didn't really stop this kind of behavior. So that's quite a few years ago now, 2003, and but the military, the German military, and also the MOD have done a lot to change this kind of situation, because even if military leaders didn't really stop people from doing what they did, and of course, there were also other forms of sexual harassment, also physical and psychological violation of women. They didn't really do much about it. But then year by year, our awareness grew that something needed to be changed in the German military. And in 2014, we had a big conference at our academy, which is the academy where we train our high-ranking officers. So they come to our academy for general staff officer courses after they finished their master theses, after they've had a certain amount of time of working experience, not only in Germany, but also in mission theaters. They come to us for the general staff officer courses. So the academy has a quite high reputation in Germany, and we organized this big conference with hundreds of people from the Bundeswehr attending. And the main topic of the conference was women in the military. And we had invited about 100 women from all parts of Germany, from all levels and all kinds of sub-organizations of the Bundeswehr, and we asked them to speak up. And of course, it was a big setting, and some women, they didn't really dare to speak up and really tell their stories, but there were also other women, and they told their stories, and they said, well, it's easy to be integrated when you are when you are somewhere where your job is just another office job, and the only difference between a normal office job and a military office job is that you're wearing uniform. But then when you're part of a combat unit and you're a woman in this combat unit, things seem to be very different, and women had to put up with lots of things, and they finally dared to speak up. And I think that was a changing point, more or less, that they really dared to speak out in public and to name the problems that there were. And the military, finally, the MOD and also military leadership said, okay, in order to integrate women better into the military and to fight against this misconduct that we apparently have in our organization as well, is to increase the numbers and to smaller the minority, in order to have more people from this minority group, and to show people that women are an integral part of the Bundeswehr, of the military organization, and also of the military culture. And when I talk to officers or other soldiers nowadays, they say, well, we've been to Afghanistan together, women and men, and we've seen that what women can actually do in the military. And I think many people have critically thought about the prejudices they once had against women in uniform, and especially women in combat units. It was quite interesting. In 2004, 2005, I talked to officers in Bosnia-Herzegovina, German officers, and they said, women in the military, it's a no-go, and I'm about to leave the military organization because of this, because once women are allowed into all units, all parts of the organization, this won't be my organization anymore, and soldiers won't be soldiers anymore. So they were really offended by the fact that women could serve in all parts of the organization. And I think due to experiences, to actually hands-on experiences in theater, the younger generation has different opinions and a different stance towards that. I don't want to say that sexual misconduct doesn't happen in the Bundeswehr anymore, but I think behavior has changed to some degree. And what the MOD has started a few years ago is a counseling program for senior leaders, for high-ranking German officers. So for them, it's a requirement now to attend these counseling courses, where they learn how to lead diverse groups, including women, and how to lead their team in a very respectful way, and how to fight sexual misconduct or the discrimination of minorities. And that's something new for the German military, because normally senior leadership was above everything. I mean, we have a very hierarchical organization, and the higher you are in this organization, the less that was the idea of the past, the less you have to learn, because you've learned the fact that you've become a senior leader shows that you've learned enough, and that you are intelligent enough and experienced enough, and that you don't need any more courses. But here, the general idea has changed towards, yes, senior leadership needs counseling, senior leadership needs to attend special courses, especially on new challenges within the organization, especially when it comes comes to dealings with diversity, not only gender topic, but also minority topics, etc. So that's something new for our organization. And I think it's very important to work with the high-ranking leaders, because normally they are quite risk-averse when not in combat. And I think that's typical, because you asked, okay, what are the mechanisms and what kind of mechanisms are quite typical for the military? I think it's quite typical for the military to be risk-averse when not in theater and when we're not in combat. So senior leaders try to stay awake from making mistakes, or from they are not very brave. They lack audacity to make mistakes, and I think we need to teach them that they need to open up and be willing to make mistakes and sometimes take wrong turns, because these wrong turns are just normal when you drive culture change in your organization, and that's a very important step that we still need to work on within the German military. Thank you.
Thank you. It's very valuable to have these parallels from the Bundeswehr. We tend to hear a lot about Australia, the US, the Five Eyes countries, but also the Nordic countries. So having Germany introduced here in the conversation, I think is very valuable. I'd like to maybe go to the Q&A, because I'm realizing that time is just flying by. So I want to give the audience an opportunity to ask their questions, whether you're in the room and you're using one of the microphones, or whether you're online and you're sending your questions in virtually. Do we have any questions? What about online? Okay, so if there are no questions, I'll go ahead and ask a question. Okay. Sorry, I cannot see you. I'm blinded by the lights. Yes, please go ahead and introduce yourself and then ask your question. Yeah.
Hi. Hi, my name's Erin. I have a question. There's sometimes been critiques for looking at changing culture that ignores, I guess, systems and power. And, when you talked about the problem of defining culture, that it can mean everything and then therefore nothing. So I guess, what are the potential problems you see when we approach many issues of misconduct from simply a culture change perspective? Thank you.
Would you like to go first?
Yeah, thank you for your question. Just to give a little context, I came to studying the issue of sexual misconduct primarily because of working with women recently integrated into combat units. So one of the research projects I've been a part of is working with the first cohort of women to be integrated into combat units in the United States. And I followed the first graduating class, some of the members of the first graduating class for the last 5 years. And every single one of those women have either been assaulted, witnessed an assault, or supported someone who's been assaulted. And so I've also done work looking at the obstacles, the challenges to addressing military suicide from a gender perspective, why service members aren't coming forward to seek mental health support, and how that's a gendered problem. I've also looked at hazing, and as Maren mentioned, in the Australian context, the recent war crimes allegations. And some of the obstacles, I guess, that I've learned from all of those cases really are, well, I guess the first is really around blowback to cultural change. So I think, at least what I've learned from the US context, I think many people thought that integrating women into combat roles was going to be a silver bullet to gender equality in defense forces. And certainly for many, it opened doors and it was an important policy change. For many female service members, there's been blowback in the US. Sexual misconduct in the US has gone up significantly, and I know that some people argue that that's because there's a better environment for coming forward. But there's also other, including active duty service members, who say that the culture, there's actually been an active blowback. And there's also the fact that under the Trump administration, there was sort of an open encouragement of misogyny on a level that may have had an effect in the Defense Forces. So I do think that we should be aware when we're thinking about cultural change, what are the blowback effects for those who are already in a vulnerable position potentially, and what are we asking those, are we asking women, integrating more women to solve the sexual misconduct problem is actually, a policy that has been suggested in some arenas, and that makes people who are already vulnerable more vulnerable to solve the problem for which they're vulnerable. So that's, I think, a challenge that we should be aware of. And I think, so another example related to that, in Australia, when women were integrated into combat roles, they made a strategic decision not to, and a blanket rule that there could be no media coverage of any of those first women, because they learned from the New Zealand Defense Forces that those women got so much harassment that it would actually protect them from not having media coverage. So they couldn't be celebrated, they needed to be protected. So I think that these are all the kinds of conversations that we have to be having in tandem with these broader sort of quick efforts at cultural change.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
Yeah, so just in clarifying the question, asking for what we see as some of the obstacles to culture change, right? Yeah. So, one of the things, certainly the gender-related challenges have, definitely have been obstacles in the past. And I take the point that asking those who are actually impacted to do the work of change is problematic. And that's where we get into the discussion of, how do you effectively empower and resource so that those lived experiences, the obstacles that we see among those in marginalized groups, their lived experiences are often what tells us that there needs to be change. So trying to facilitate the change without actually understanding those lived experiences and how they can contribute to change, it's hard not to do that. But the other thing that I think is an obstacle to change from what I've seen over several decades is the assumption that change has taken place. So we talked about the short term when there will be a flurry of activity. The language will change, the discourse will change, the narrative will change, and you'll hear people saying all the right things. So just by way of an example, I can remember in the late 1990s being finger-pointed in an NDHQ cafeteria and being fairly violently accused of being a feminist because I was, revealing things about the treatment of women in the military. Today, you hear many men in national defense identifying as being feminist and identifying with feminist objectives. So the discourse has definitely changed. But what I've seen in the past is the discourse changes and we start to talk the talk. We see some of the main behaviors start to change. And the psychologist will say, if you going back to the zero tolerance thing, if you change the behavior, the attitudes, values, and the culture change will follow. I challenge that because I think when the heat and light is removed, we have, for want of a better description, we have the politically correct behaviors at the right time. The organization has learned how to talk about the change objectives in really acceptable ways, and then sit back and say it's changed. So today we struggle with the language around culture change. We talk about cultural alignment, and then cultural alignment with the espoused values and ethos of the organization, but then we say, wait a minute, that's not enough. It has to be cultural alignment with Canadian values, have to be continuously adapting to what's changing in Canadian society, not continuously trying to follow and catch up. Right, so assuming that we're there, I think is the obstacle because it's an ongoing challenge, and it's an infinite journey to continue to adapt effectively.
So you would say something that would really be unpopular with the military, and that there's no end state here?
Exactly, the mission is never accomplished. Yeah,
Dr. Tomford.
I can only underline this. Earlier I said culture change needs time, and we cannot define an end state. And I know the military don't like that, but that's the way it is. I can only support what Megan and Karen said. And I think another main obstacle is also a blindness that change needs to take place. And that people think everything is all right, we've changed enough, or we have our curricula, or we have our doctrines, and they all point towards the right direction, but not seeing what's actually on the ground or how people actually behave. And I think what I see in Germany still in the German military is that especially women, some of them don't dare to speak up. So everyone thinks, well, we've reached certain things. We have a certain percentage of women in the military, and we treat women respectfully, but they are blind towards the fact that sexual misconduct, sexual assault still happens. And on the other hand, women don't dare to speak up about these topics. They rather talk about these problems in their small groups and their peer groups. And so leadership thinks that everything is all right, whereas when you talk to the people themselves, and we've talked about this earlier, the situation is different and points towards the need for continuous work on these issues. And I think leadership needs to be aware of that culture change is never finished, but needs to be when people want it to be sustainable, it's a long-term project. And sometimes this project changes direction, or new topics will come to this project, but we need to keep this work ongoing and openly. If not, we will fail in the end. That's my statement here.
Thank you so much. There's another question in the room, and then there's a question online. So I suggest that we take both, and then we do a final round, like 2 minutes each to close up, if that's all right with you. So I'll pose the question that's online, very related to what Maren just said. How does an organization embrace and protect their change agents? So those coming forward in this moment, speaking in favor of change, how does the organization protect them? So that's the first question, and then we have another question in the room.
Thank you. I just wanted to pose a question about culture change as it relates to mental health. So I know, in the military context, this is complicated because when it comes to either recruitment or folks that are already in the military, there's a consideration on, if somebody has a mental health challenge potentially, perhaps they're not suitable for combat, or they're not suitable just not even for combat, but to be in the organization as a whole. But then we also want to encourage a culture change in the sense that people are more aware of not all sort of mental health issues should be put into the same bucket. So in terms of the sort of Canadian or in other regions that you've studied, how do we encourage our leaders to take a more, balanced view of mental health, and how we can, support people who are in the military and applying to the military to come forward about challenges that they might be having, and that they would be welcomed in that, and there's a space for them in that environment.
Thank you so much for the question. So we'll go around, and then feel free to address one of the questions or both of them as you see fit.
Yeah, thank you for both questions. I'll be really brief. I think in terms of the online question, I think the most important way to protect change makers is to empower them. It's very difficult to be a change maker if you're not empowered and resourced. And so I think that's the short answer to that. The question about mental health is such an important one. And I think, you're right, the focus on deployability really makes it difficult for service members to be honest about their mental health. It's not in their career interest to do so, quite frankly. It's very detrimental to one's career to be forthcoming with your mental health status. This is a problem particularly in special forces communities where there's a hyper-competitiveness amongst special forces in terms of deployability, in terms of fitness levels. And so it's disclosing mental health issues the system seems to be set up to make it a disadvantage. And I think we're just starting to know, and I think this goes back to the problem of we can't solve a problem we don't know well. We're still understanding actually some of the mental health challenges. I think we have this assumption around, particularly around military suicide, that suicide is related to combat exposure and trauma from combat exposure. We know that that link is actually tenuous, that many of the mental health issues that service members face are not connected to deployments. It's connected to other issues, addictions, very, very a complex set of issues. We also know the long-term mental health impacts of sexual misconduct. And so I think for me, it's around understanding that that is a complex problem and really removing some of those barriers to disclosure and some of the stigma to disclosure for service members.
Yeah, definitely the mental health challenge, very challenging. And I think back to the experience of Romeo Dallaire and how that really did start to at least shift some of the narrative and recognition in the Canadian military, at least, that it was somewhat okay to come forward and talk about it. So there has been some improvement, but a long, long way to go. It's very difficult. But the one I'll really comment on is to embrace and protect change agents. And so yes, definitely empower them. Make it part of the reward system, and make it part of a professional competency. Make it a criteria upon which people are assessed for promotion and further career development opportunities. That's one of the things that we are working on right now, to ensure that the things that we're saying are important to culture change are the things which we are giving leaders or individuals in the organization training and development to achieve those objectives, and then they're assessed on it's integrated with the other performance competencies that they're assessed on for further development and opportunity. Stop there.
Marian.
Yes, I would like to add to the topic on culture agents. Of course, I also think that we need to empower them, and I think it's a good idea to we even reward them for the brave work they are doing. But I also want to talk about the other third of the people who are against culture change and who oppose culture change. And I think the organization or even leaders need to be brave enough, audacious enough to maybe lose these members of the organization, because some people, we will not be able to convince them that culture change is necessary and that different behavior towards, for example, women and minorities is necessary. And then we simply need to accept that maybe they are not part of the organization any longer, and it might sound harsh, but we need to show that we stand or that we really stand for our norms and values, and that if people support other norms and values that might be outdated nowadays, we also let these people leave the organization, or we also prevent these kind of people entering the organization. So I think we need to stand behind our norms and values, and we need to be audacious enough to put them through and to make sure that everyone behaves in a certain way. Otherwise, we won't achieve culture change in a long term. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you both for these last answers. I'm back to Megan's earlier comment. I see Steve peering down at me, and I'm wrapping up. But all three of you have been just so so interesting to listen to from where I'm sitting as a moderator, and it encourages me to send the message out there that I think more research is needed on this stuff. You know, coming back to what you said, Megan, about we can't change a problem we don't know all that well, and that was echoed in some of the other panelists' comments. And so I'm sitting here as the co-director of the military personnel node. I have to make an appeal for more research from both graduate students and professors. And one thing that I will say has greatly facilitated the research has been having a co-director who's at DGM-PRA, because there's a lot of important work that's being done internally that we're not always aware of as academic researchers in universities. And so what the CDSN has enabled is breaking down some of these barriers so that when you're doing research on military personnel in an academic institution, you get to become better aware of what's being done inside. And when there's sharing of data and of findings, I think then you become more responsive to the problems of the day. So that's my appeal. And on that note, I will close out the panel and just once again, thanks, well, please join me in thanking Dr. Mackenzie, Dr. Davis, and Dr. Tomford from Europe.
Stephanie did an excellent job of stealing my thunder, because I was going to talk about the excellent work that you and Irina are doing at the personnel theme of the CDSN, bringing together these two different sets of researchers, because for one thing, for academics outside of the government to try to do research involving the Canadian Armed Forces, in terms of doing surveys of those people, it's very, very hard. But they are surveyed constantly by the folks inside the government. And so if we can get that data, if we can have those conversations, we can know more about it. And in part, my thoughts about this are inspired by something that Megan said on the most recent episode of the Battle Rhythm podcast. And I say this not because we get, profits into my pocket for a Battle Rhythm podcast. There are no ads for it. But always want to promote it, is that Megan and I were talking for the most recent podcast, and she talked about how, because the Canadian Parliament is very weak in its oversight, or actually doesn't think that its job is to do oversight, they don't really collect data in the same way that the American Congress forces the military to report. So we may not always be fully confident in the data that the American military and the Department of Defense collects on the military, but at least we can compare it over time and have a decent sense of what's going on, whereas we have a real data challenge in these issues, because there's simply nobody forcing anybody to collect rigorous data on the challenges we face on these issues as well as others. But I want to thank Stephanie, and I want to thank Megan and Karen and Maren for their panel, for their conversation today. It was a very important panel. The government is struggling with how to deal with organizational change, cultural change, but so are other organizations. I think more than a handful of academic institutions are going through questions about how to deal with equity, diversity, inclusion, how to change their cultures to become more tolerant and inclusive. And so these are important lessons for all of us. And so I want to thank you again for your contribution today. We now have a 15-minute break for snacks and beverages over on the side, and then we'll come back for the last panel, which is on nature-induced emergency operations at home. And if I couldn't make a pitch for that being relevant last week, I can certainly make a pitch for it being relevant this week. So we'll have that conversation in 15 minutes. Thank you. final session, Nature-Induced Emergency Operations at Home. As I said earlier this morning, it is kind of surprising how little discussion there is in Ottawa and in sort of political science departments, international affairs programs across Canada about domestic operations. In any defense review, you will see the standard list of priorities of the Canadian Armed Forces, Defense of Canada, international expeditionary operations on behalf of allies or part of alliances, and somewhere on the list there will always be aid to civil power or assistance to civil authorities. And it's seen as being a top priority, but it is not the toppest priority. It is usually seen in some ways as an inconvenience that gets in the way of readiness, gets in the way of the CAF's day job. Now, when the CAF goes and deploys into elder care facilities, engages in flood relief, engages in firefighting, or deals with ice storms, which folks may remember from a while ago. The troops who participate value that effort. They understand that it's very important, but at least from the outside, it doesn't seem like this is incentivized, that this is prioritized. And General Eyre, before he became CDS January of 2020, just before the pandemic, he gave a speech where he talked about how much stress the increased pace of operations, of domestic operations, was causing for the Canadian Armed Forces because climate change was creating more and more in emergencies. And this was before the pandemic. And since the pandemic has been underway for now almost 2 full years, we've had a series of other emergencies, which obviously most recently has been the BC floods. And that has cut off much of British Columbia from the rest of Canada. And now we have more than 500 troops and more than 12 helicopters and planes involved in this effort at the same time that there's an emergency in Newfoundland. And so we brought together a group of people who study this stuff to bring them to Ottawa, either in person or virtually, to begin to have this conversation to figure out what we can learn about how to do this stuff better and maybe to develop more lasting frameworks so that way, while individual operations may be seen as ad hoc, the larger endeavor has a more strategic plan to it. So today we first will have Dr. Kausar Ahmed from the University of Manitoba, and then we'll have Dr. Nirupama Agarwal from the York University, and then we'll have Dr. Emdad Heck from the University of Manitoba. They are part of a network that focuses on these things, and now we're going to bring these 3 networks together. So first, Dr. Ahmed, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's a privilege coming here this afternoon, and of course I would like to express my gratitude for the organizers to bring such a panel, as you have rightly heard from Professor Seidemann. Ladies and gentlemen, I come from the original lands of Anishinaabe, Cree, Dakota, and Dene peoples, and lands of Métis Nation. Before I actually get into my I would like to mention that I would be very much relying on slides as a loyal ex-military officer, so please don't get bored because it gives me, just a direction of talks. So I would be basically speaking from my experience of 19 years of active service with Bangladesh military, and I was deployed several times in aid of civil power to support cyclone and relief operations, and later part of my life, as of now, I also had been deployed twice in Manitoba, 2011 and 2014, to support the flood operations and closely worked with the CAF members at that period of time. So that is the title of my very small and humble presentation. And I'd like to start by saying that armed forces have provided support for civil authorities in response to civil emergencies and natural disasters. It goes back centuries, nothing new about it. We apply various terminologies. We call it in support of civil authorities, military assistant, support for civil defense, etc. However, over the past decades, it has become a common practice both in developed and developing nations to deploy its armed forces to provide necessary human displacement-related rescue and relief operations, and especially when disaster such as natural disasters strike. And with the increasing frequency of natural calamities, armed forces handing over aids and rebuilding infrastructures and providing medical cares for the marooned people are all but a very normal affair nowadays. Although the deployment of armed forces occur in various degrees depending on the nature of the disaster and civilian authorities' specific request, challenges are abound in terms of joint operations because of these various types of and groups of people working together from different culture, and that connects to our previous session. Typically, armed forces are trained to fight conventional wars against a nation state in defense of sovereignty. However, one might surmise that chances of full-scale wars are few and far between in modern geopolitical context. And also in pluralistic governance structure in the Western democratic countries, it has led to a discourse on domestic resources allocation that call for closer involvement of military forces in domestic as well as international nature-induced emergencies and disasters, as these institutions, i.e. armed forces, are funded by the public revenue. And this is more so in view of declining Cold War scenarios. Why armed forces are often called for humanitarian assistance and disaster reliefs. Some of the points that I wanted to share with you, please pardon me if I'm very much biased towards military. Here are some of my thoughts that armed forces have a capacity to respond in terms of training and resources. It has operational capability within a structured system in a very hierarchical form, command system that is, and which is also needed during a response in disaster, rapid deployment capability, flexibility, leadership, and a degree of trust is reposed on armed forces, as I saw during my own involvement in those operations. I would like to refer here a work from Christian Lupert. He's from Canadian Armed, he wrote a small article which I encountered just last night. And I wanted to give you some stats here, if you see here, that 32% involvement of CAF personnel and 16 out of 23 operations in the last decade, what he documented, gives us a broad view that the increase of CAF members' operations in disaster management and humanitarian reliefs. He also talks about the size of operations increased recently. He mentioned post-2000 floods have required call-out of 2,500 CAF personnel, whereas 1997 Red River, that means my province, 8,000 personnel, and of course in 1998, Eastern Canada, 12,000 personnel. And he also observes that transport aviation and to evacuate communities and airlift supplies of and providing foods in a greater demand. So in general, through this slide, I would like to tell you that the increasing demand and use of CAF members is there already happening. So my task was, from my team leader, Professor Imdad, was to give you an overview of the involvement of armed forces in disaster management. So I thought of going back a little bit of laws, rules, and how these are applied. So here, these are first slide here. So there are, it depends on the countries and nation states how they perceive the operating procedure with the civilian and military components. So in USA, they call it military support to civil authorities, and there's large literatures. Americans do love to write quite a bit. So you'll find a lot of things there if you're interested. In our country, provincial governments do have emergency acts and state of emergency. So it also varies from province to province and how do they want military help. NATO has a very large, I would say, and very elaborate disaster assistance system. And of course, never forget, United Nations has UNOCHA, a very large department. And sometimes it is also called in aid of civil power and armed forces assistance. Moving on, I would also like to bring to your attention that we have something called Oslo Guidelines and climate change, because rest of my panelists would be touching a little bit on that. So again, it's a large literature, but just these two key points, there are direct and indirect assistance and infrastructure support that armed forces provide in most of these operations. And also European Union and Southeast Asian nations, ASEAN, they have developed a very elaborate systems of bringing in military personnel in support of natural disaster. So in one of the literatures, I was trying to understand and categorize if there would have been some models practiced so far over the globe. So we find that there are actually 4 ways that military assistance is called for. First, as you see on the screen, detached deployment of military assets. So several components are detached and sent for support. Then we have use of military assets to augment civil manpower, use of military as a substitute for civilian workers, and use of military in security and policing roles. So if we go back and analyze the roles, we find these are the major ones that in many cases forces members or happen to take part. Then I would also like to refer here CIPRI's 2008 report, and this is kind of very interesting report because they did a couple of case studies starting from Pakistan flood, Haiti earthquake, and more to large-scale natural emergencies. And what they're saying in this report, the authors, that there are 6 factors desirable and which kind of contribute to the effectiveness of the armed forces deployment. And here these are, as you see, again, timeliness, appropriateness, and confidence, efficiency, absorptive capacity, and coordination and cost. The absorptive capacity is a little interesting as they explain, because they elaborate in that report that various components, when they operate jointly, there is a necessity of understanding each other's cultures, absorb the limitations and capabilities of civil administration versus military. And that is how this point kind of little interesting here. In many cases, if you go back to the literatures and a lot of online papers, you'll find there is a term also used quite extensively. It's called civil-military cooperation, CIMIC. And it's kind of very old term. As a military officer, we have read through a number of campaigns that our colonial masters tried in Malaya, especially. And there they extensively referred how to win hearts and minds, sort of thing. So it comes from there. But in this slide, I just wanted to tell you that there are several challenges. To begin with, it's a problem of culture of these two civilian and military members and their organizations. And of course, the humanitarian community is a loosely configured system of network and actors. Of course, various agencies, Red Cross, and so on and so forth. And there is sometimes we see a problem of unity of effort. Also, humanitarian actors often openly are hostile to foreign military forces, and I'm talking here of extraterritorial involvement. In some cases, we do send our forces members to support others, for example, the Haiti earthquake. So there are certain tensions there also exist, and then increasing politicization and militarization of humanitarian assistance. In many cases, we have seen in Africa, and also I would refer to the Nargis cyclone, if you are aware, that happened in Myanmar back in early 2010. So there are certain challenges in regard to that. And of course, guidance on civil-military coordination, and this is always there because there is no actually guidance. Unless something happens, then people quickly rush in the form of incident command structure, and then they develop something. So it is always there. And I think it's my last slide, and I am well within time as instructed by my leader. So. This is important, that communication and coordination with non-defense organization and those who come to work together can be improved through exercises and better standard operating procedures. In numerous instances in the past, I am in the opinion that in the normal time, not only when you are called for emergency operations, there are scopes, component of military and the civil administration can sit together, do some bit of tabletop exercises or whatever is possible, so that these operational procedures are kind of rehearsed and practiced. And next point is experienced personnel is a key asset, and we sometimes forget, especially because in the case of military, we always try to send people, whoever is available, right? I mean, we don't have very standard, allotment of people and experienced personnel. And same is the case with the civil administration. People get changed, each year. Third point is really important: indigenous knowledge building for resilience, because natural emergency occur in a particular area time and again, right? Is something that in a common frequency. So we do not really curate knowledge. We do not keep the knowledge and build upon it to face the next round of natural disaster. And of course, building humanitarian assistance and disaster relief capacity, if you are sending troops outside with the partner countries, remains a very good way of increasing their resilience. I intend to end here by only saying that it is increasingly a reality that members of the armed forces would work in natural disaster and humanitarian assistance in conjunction with the civil counterparts. So it's the more we practice, it is better that we support and we save lives in terms of emergency. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ahmed. Our next speaker is Dr. Nirupama Agrawal of York University, and she's coming to us from Toronto.
Okay, so my slides will come when okay. I am excited to be here. Thank you so much for the invite. I'm extremely delighted, and thank you everybody for making the time to listen to our talks. My presentation is intended to invite engagement and seek insights to the challenges ahead. For example, can Canada's existing national security and emergency management institutions adapt to ever-evolving and dynamic systems before the country is unable to support a coordinated response to large-scale and compounding events affecting national well-being? So there's security, and now also we want to bring in the social and emotional and health, all those aspects into the society. So this is kind of a whole of society approach we were talking before in other panels. So that is the crux of my presentation, and the title is Evolving Threats and Emergency Management. Is it in Canada? So is it time? Can we ask ourselves, is it time for a reboot that is rooted in adaptation? So can you bring up my slides, please? Yeah, okay, well, thank you. So I put this slide to engage the audience, but the format is not the best for doing that. So I'll just mention that the image, I captured this from British Columbia, damage caused by flooding, not an earthquake. And so we are getting so used to seeing the devastation caused by various extreme events that sometimes we are unable to really grasp the cause. And we will, switch channels on the TV if you're watching, switch different websites if you're browsing online. So we have just gotten to that point that it's every day, it's almost every day. So if you wanted to pin down the top 3 national security concerns today, they would be extreme weather, cyber attacks, and pandemics. Because what we are seeing during pandemic or during COVID is that layers of vulnerabilities are being peeled away, exposing deep cracks in the system created by humans over time. And so this is what I see from literature, from what I watch, follow the news, and this is what comes up as the top three threats of today: extreme weather and changing climate, and pandemics, and cyber security. So we are seeing those examples right now. We are seeing what's happening in BC. We saw the critical infrastructure in Newfoundland healthcare system being down due to a cyber attack. So what we have been doing so far to deal with these emergencies domestically is like fire, police, hospitals, ambulances, paramedics, and also our CAF members, Canadian Armed Forces. But traditionally, we have come a long way. So we only used to rely on police, fire, and paramedics. But now we do have emergency management institutions. So we have a system in place. So all these threats but also all these threats are unfolding in parallel. So we have come a long way from a paradigm shift after paradigm shift to a point where we are talking about capacities, adaptation, resilience, not vulnerability as before. So Canadian Armed Forces are called to assist with wildfires, floods, while they continue to help with COVID. I forgot, I didn't say next slide, please. So I'm on the fourth one already. Yeah, can you go back, please? Can you start from the beginning? I'll tell you where to stop. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And the next, and the next. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so just wanted to discuss the issues. So what do we do? What are the issues in front of us today? So we have, like I said, emergency management systems in place. Is it possible to see the slideshow, the slides you are showing in my main screen? I'm seeing myself. Oh yeah, okay, wonderful, wonderful. I see it now. Can it stay? Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Oh. Yeah, got it.
Can you see it now? Okay.
Yeah. So so there are various factors contributing to the challenges at hand today. We have emergency management systems, so they are well established, but not adequate amid evolving patterns of threats. So we have established the systems, but we are unable to move at the pace as emergencies are evolving. So prevention and mitigation is in place. We talk about it, but it's not enough. Risk identification tools may be in place in provinces, but they miss the mark to prevent damages. Same goes with response tools and mechanisms. They are in place, but they lack capacity, like heavy equipment, physical and human resources. And we also have well-established emergency management systems at local and provincial levels. So why do we end up overwhelming the system repeatedly every time we are faced with extreme events? So early warning systems, we know that they work and they should work, but we are missing the mark in terms of keeping up with the technology, or somehow something is missing, missing that. We recently missed the detection of a tornado in Barrie, and no public alert could be issued in time. And so same thing is going on in BC right now. So atmospheric river and the resulting rains that we are seeing should have been understood better as we go through the second consecutive year of a strong La Nina phase. So So we know that. So there is a gap. This is what I mean. There's a gap between knowledge and science and data and legislation, administration and policy and implementation. So that those gaps I identify as one of the issues that we need to really tackle. Next slide, please. So like I mentioned, provinces have a structure in place. Municipalities are now required to have emergency managers, while major cities have dedicated EM personnel. So we have the system in place. Now, how do we use the system more effectively, smartly, and efficiently? So we talk about risk reduction, but we still, so the talking is about risk reduction, but action shows response-based action. So the mentality, the mindset is still a response-based. And response-based is also need-based. So it's like custom order. So if you needed something today, you are looking around how to order, where to order it from, how to get it. And which is exactly what we are seeing. So capacities cannot be built overnight. Case in point, the expired PPE not being replaced, resulting in much chaos in the early days of COVID-19. So that point I wanted to make. Next slide, please. Thank you. So coming to the role of CAF, our CAF members, there has been a 40% increase in weather-related missions of the CAF. So keep that in mind. Next slide, please. These are the current deployments. They are domestic deployments right now. So that they're, like Steve also mentioned, they're responding to floods, they're responding to wildfires, also contaminated water, tainted water. Sometimes the territories or the areas are so remote, only military equipment can take them there. So how to deliver or give access to what's needed on the ground. So they are called for that. Next, please. Now, response to COVID is still going on. Just recently, they helped out in provinces where COVID restrictions and vaccine uptakes were actually the weak links. So all that is going on the side as well. And CAF is an expensive resource. Their training programs are resource extensive. So we need to be mindful of that. And next, please. And just to give you a perspective, these are their international deployments right now. So they are deployed for various purposes, various assignments, including joint training and peacekeeping mission, etc. So they have to be active, and they're all over there. So, and then they are also called for domestic assignments. And now, so they are stretching themselves really thin, and we need to be mindful of that. So how do we, so coming back to my thesis, is like how we need to reboot the system that is rooted in adaptation. So all I'm asking is for your indulgence in thinking about how to reboot the system that is rooted in adaptation to the ongoing climate uncertainties. And some of the components it should have that I've listed here. So we should have hazard zoning, and we should identify communities and businesses and infrastructure currently sitting in hazard zones. So there is a recent study I came across during the 2017 and 2019 floods in Quebec and Ontario. The study was done after that. And it turns out that 94% of the population population surveyed, community surveyed in those areas, they didn't know they were living in a floodplain. So how is it happening? We are progressing, there's no question about that, we are not. We just need to identify all those gaps and actually try to fill those gaps. Then the second point I have listed is resilience building by reducing the severity of consequences. So if we focus on the impact, climate impact and consequences of all kinds of disasters, and then try to reduce those components or break down those consequences into smaller pieces and try to see which ones we can address right away, some short term, some medium term, and some long term. So eventually we get to address all of them. Because nobody can do all of the problem solving right away overnight. And then the last point I'm making is capacity building by strengthening the 5 capitals. So human capital, we need to invest in humans, training, education, and all kinds of things, financial capital, physical capital, and natural capital. And the last one is social capital. So I'll give you just a little bit of examples of each one. So human capital involves knowledge, skills. We need that. Financial is access to funds. And access, when you talk about access, it's really neither equal, not equitable right now. So we need to address that. So access to financial resources, not only financial, all other resources as well. Physical is infrastructure, equipment, technology, and digital. And digital is huge right now. And natural capital would be natural defenses and carbon sinks. So natural solutions to problems we have created over decades. And I'll just touch upon that later on in a minute. Social capital, we can see how important that is and how strong that is because it involves networks and social media. And that is futuristic as well. Next, please. So reboot is also signaled in the split of public safety and emergency preparedness in the ministry. Now we have 2 ministers rather than 1. And I spoke with Matt, who wrote this article for The Hill about how the pandemic has compounded emergencies that no one saw coming, as it has preoccupied minds all over the world. So imagine you're dealing with something domestically and all of a sudden there is an attack. I'm talking about medieval ages. So all those attacks. And when a country is going through a naturally triggered emergency disaster at home, really, you are really weak at that point because your attention is divided. Next, please. So what I was envisioning is something like a humanitarian assistance and disaster response kind of a sister unit attached. They can go side by side with CAF because they can train together on things that are relevant, and they will be able to attend to domestic needs. So I've listed administration. So there is government, which is legislation. So they can, our research and studies, all this should inform policy and legislation, of course. And then I'm listing administration. So we have National Defense, Public Safety Canada. We have emergency management units in provinces and territories. And then we have nonprofit agencies, Red Cross, Salvation Army, Global Medic, and there are many more. Then on the right side, I have listed science and data. So these two, administration and science and data, they have to be always working in hand. Otherwise, it's the same thing, the gaps keep on widening and it would be difficult to keep a track of all the gaps that we unintentionally create over time. All the agencies on the right side that I've listed, all these agencies do help us. Environment and Climate Change Canada, Natural Resource Canada, they have a very, very rich data that we can use for research and for informing us. Now, I'm looking at the last point, insurance on the administration side. So I just want to take a couple of seconds to elaborate on that. If you talk about insurance, we don't have, first of all, we don't have flood insurance in Canada per se. So there are a couple of insurance agencies right now, they do offer but you cannot find them. They're hidden down the rabbit hole if you just browse the internet. You will have to really fight hard to find a link. Because, and then the insurance, should it be national, should it be provincial, should it be territorial, single hazard oriented or all hazards oriented? How should it be designed? So that's one question. Next, please. And then this is what we have. What we have, sorry, Canada will come later. This is what FEMA has, US has FEMA. We always look to the south, to the FEMA model. So what FEMA does for flood insurance, what FEMA does for assisting in recovery, response and recovery, for what FEMA does. But all that being said, the national funds flow through FEMA there in the US, and the FEMA subcontracts distribution. Then insurance companies and their lawyers, they misappropriate funds. And there is so much room for corruption. A post-Hurricane Sandy investigation was reported in a documentary by Frontline, and you will be shocked to see how millions of dollars went to the pockets of lawyers and insurance companies and not to the people who suffered. So not to the people who were impacted. And this went on and went to the courts and all of that. So next, please. I just want to, this is Canada. So this is the model we have right now. We do have under Public Safety Canada, we have National Disaster Mitigation Program, started in 2015 because of all these floods and fires and ice storms. So there had to be, something had to be done, but this is only meant for floods. And started in 2015, I think it was only for 5 years initially, now has been extended to March of 2022. So next, please. This one I want to talk about, just introduce to you the Netherlands model. What they have done is they have removed flood insurance since 1953 because they saw that the flood insurance, national flood insurance, or even private flood insurance, it encourages developments. Developers get encouraged and they start developing, and then government, and there is no way that they can provide the help, the help that is needed without government subsidy. So government subsidy has to be there, and there is no insurance in the world that can act just alone based on their revenue. So what they have done is National Water Authority, they have created, and this entity is free of politics. So politics cannot interfere. If they go to the ground and they say, these are the areas, they are of flood risk, they are in a floodplain, and they will bring the farmers and the communities on board to say, we want to move you there, we need to vacate this area. And so whatever decisions they make, it's not interfered by the politics. So they have this model, Room for the River. So there will be local knowledge that will be used in creating these models to allow the rivers more room so they can flood when they have to. So coming back to the natural solutions, sort of. And that is the model they have adopted. So back to the point of insurance, how is it feasible in Canada? Do we want to bring in? I know there's a lot of talk about insurance. I know everybody wants to have the federal government to do something about insurance, but these are the difficulties we are going to face. Next, please. Yeah, I'm going to finish. And this would be the last one that I just want to touch upon, introduce to you, that we are paying attention, the world is paying attention. This is a new high ambition coalition created to protect 30% of the land and 30% of the oceans, which wasn't the focus. Oceans weren't the focus until now, only the land. So we were only talking about improving ecosystem on the land, this and that. But now the oceans are 70% of the world is oceans. So now the focus is also shifted to oceans. Also to tell you that there are other methods, urban forest methods that can be implemented and they are a much better carbon sink than just creating forests. And there are other methods similar to this, how to improve the ecosystem and bring the biodiversity back. I'm sorry, I might have taken a bit too long. So I'll end there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our last presenter is Dr. Imad Haq of the University of Manitoba.
Just waiting for the slides. Good afternoon. Sorry that I couldn't be there this afternoon, but my minds and is there for sure with all of you. First of all, I would like to thank Steve, Kaha, and their team for inviting me and exposing me to all the panelists since the morning. I've been listening passionately and so interesting. And Steve said that if he does it too well, then he'll have to do more. Well, some people has bigger shoulder, and Steve has bigger shoulder. He can carry on, and we can support him. My talk is going to be based on what Professor Agrawal and Dr. Kausar Ahmed have already laid the ground, so it made my life a lot easier. But I'll be talking more in reflection on Canadians at risk and what are the relevant security issues with regard to nature-triggered climate change-induced emergencies. But before I get into my sort of conversation, I would like to add to Rand Corporation's Mike Major's main observation. He hypothesized and suggested that it's the domestic dynamics that's the main sort of agenda is going to be in the short run in the United States. He's very right, but I would like to add to him that because we are evolving in a very rapidly complex risk society, I'm citing Ulrich Beck's work, which had global influence. What is happening that our society globally changing very rapidly. Technology is basically has never been in this pace, and our institutions are evolving, facing new challenges. If you consider society, technology, institutions, and evolving into more and more complexities, we are basically, we'll never be ahead of these evolving situations. So in that kind of situation, what are the issues, in front of Canadians in terms of emerging risk and in terms of relevant security issues? So the context that I'm going to talk about is nature triggered. We deliberately use that term because it's not nature induced, because we also created a second nature. Our climate change is not nature given, but is human activities who contributed into it. So nature embodies these human activities. So based on that, let's get into some issues. Could you get to the next slide, please? Yeah, next slide, please, then. Next one. Okay, so what has been happening in Canada in the last 30, 40 years' time? If you look at the major events, if we use some criteria, Canada never faced billion-dollar loss from a single disaster before the 1980s. Red River flood, Saguenay flood, and the ice storm basically shook us for the first time. That costed more than billion. Ice storms cost more than $3.5 billion. And in 2013, the Calgary flood, we experienced $5 billion. So the insurance industry is what Professor Agrawal already talked about, that we could not afford. Many insurance companies could go bankrupt. In Canada, between 2008 and 2018, that 10 years time, we experienced 195 major disasters. So that is telling us that we are experiencing a lot more disasters, and global warming and climate change is a major factor in causing and bringing these extremes to our society, to our land, to our water, and so on. Now, I want to share one thing, that we all the time face a dilemma that could we rely on science totally, or could we rely on, non-scientific and others? I think my own observation experience tells me that science can help us enormously. When I was teaching, in Brandon back in the 1990s, At that time in my class, I observed and shared with them that the CO2 concentration was 350 parts per million in volume. And at that time, IPCC predicted that by 2020, the carbon concentration, CO2 concentration will be around 400. I'm offering a similar graduate course, and when I looked at data, it's now 410. So science can be provide very approximate trend and in terms of prediction. What it cannot do is basically, there are a lot of uncertainties and it cannot predict those elements and also human elements. So we need to think and bring and rely on both science, social sciences and humanities. And we heard from our panels since the morning that we need to have those kind of integration and interdisciplinary research. Now, next slide, please. So in terms of Canadian Armed Forces and climate extremes and regional capacities, this panel didn't order or desire what has been happening in last 3 weeks in British Columbia. It just in front of us, it happened in last 3 weeks time. And IPCC predicted this Canadian exposure, droughts in the prairies and in the coastal regions, both East Coast and West Coast will be exposed to more extremes. What was our observation here is that now we are hearing new terms: atmospheric river, rain bomb, fire weather. These are the terms that they were in meteorology, but have never been used this extensively. Now reality is telling us about the existence of these terminologies to express and define ourselves. So what is telling us these features is basically indicating new features and new extreme parameters of atmospheric events. These are unprecedented events. But are they all nature given? Absolutely not. What happened is Everford, if you think about the planning, basically the whole drainage basin was drained out and embanked, is basically fighting the nature. Why we didn't put a sort of extensive floodway in our planning? And still we are relying on embankment. We just reformed it, but we are still not thinking nature-based or nature-oriented planning. Professor Agrawal at the very end mentioned about it, that forestry and river, that's the way our planning need to be changed. Our mindset and our paradigm must shift towards more nature-oriented. Next slide, please. So it's not the Canadians, the civilians who are going to be vulnerable. Canadian Armed Forces also is going to be, they are vulnerable to climate changes and climate security. Right now, National Defense maintains about 21 military stations with 21,000 buildings in 2.2 million hectares of land in Canada. They are exposed to physical vulnerability. For example, the Halifax installation could face 20 centimeter increase of mean sea level rise and quadrupling the flooding by 2050. Same thing, Esquimalt, the naval headquarters in the West Coast, would face similar kind of things. In addition to that, extreme temperature doesn't allow the training in the summertime. The range capacities are getting reduced. So all of these things, if you put together, it's not the civilians, it's Canadian Armed Forces, CAF is also vulnerable, and they are going to be exposed, and there could be a huge loss. Could you go to the next please, next slide? Okay, now if we look at the global scenarios, we can see that we cannot just think Canada in isolation. Canadians need to have global peace and order. And in order to have that, we need to get involved. We are involved in humanitarian assistance. Canadian Armed Forces Help, Haiti, earthquake recovery, we all the time are involved. But these calls are going to be increasing along with climate change in an incremental way, in an exponential way. So Canadian Armed Forces is facing a serious challenges right now and in the near future. So what are the main critical issues? Let me sum up under two major questions. Next slide, please. Next, please. So these are the two issues, two critical issues that emerge from this conversation. What is the nature of this emerging trend in various climate change-induced extreme events? So is basically by and large what is happening. They are outside the norms. They are erratic, random, and generally speaking, unpredictable. Few things are predictable. So uncertainty is a critical element in the emerging world. So we need to ask that question, that how to deal with uncertainty, that, knowing the unknown. And definitely we have some tools we can brainstorm and we can come up with some pragmatic solutions. The next question is, what should be and could be done institutionally to reduce potential emergencies, disasters, and resultant loss and damages? As I said, 2-3 things that come to our mind. One is that nature-based planning approach must be there rather than putting short-term economic benefit and corporate interests at the very forefront. Secondly, we need to think of harmonized planning with nature so that in the long run, we can optimize and we can reduce and mitigate this loss and damage propensity. Also, institutionally, we are very sectoral. We need to change that paradigm. We need to have more multi-level institutional arrangement with multi-sectoral and intersectoral approach. So what are the implications for Canadian forces? Next slide, please. Of these two questions, Dr. Kausar Ahmed elaborated very well, and also Dr. Agrawal, that how, they gave some statistics that how roles are changing. And also our, armed forces, as Steve mentioned, that, they sweat when these calls come up. They don't like it. Obviously, I don't blame them at all because they are expensive, their training and others, and their roles are not supposed to be for internal domestic response, but they called during the COVID time. They were called for during the this ongoing crisis in the West Coast. So these new roles are putting them in a very, very difficult situation. I would like to cite one interesting example with you. What has happened in England a few weeks ago? The British military had to create new drivers to drive the trucks and supply gas. They didn't have ready-made. They didn't know how to supply. They didn't know the roads and other, nodes and points and so on. So they had to retrain the armed forces. It took about 7 days for them. And military had to drive gasoline to different installations. Think about it. So it's not British, Canadian soldiers, American soldiers will have to do the same thing when supply chains are interrupted. We don't have the appropriate labor force. These kind of crises are just coming. So how to, get ready for those kind of things? We have to be adaptive. We have to be flexible, but we need this kind of institutional arrangement so that we can mobilize very, very quickly. So early warning, for example, is a good system, early warning modeling and knowing about exploring those uncertainties. Creating scenarios, another technique and tool that we can create. So we have many institutional tools and brainstorming, and RAND Corporation pioneered these, some of these tools. We need to explore these things, and we should have a more conversation among Canadian Armed Forces as well as other civilian institutions. Next slide, please. So I'll just finish up with 2-3 major points. I have just 2-3 more slides. Next slide, please. Next, please. So what are the current institutional arrangement? I think my two previous speakers clearly said that Canadian Armed Forces are called for when provincial capacities are surpassed, but this is happening and more. But what I would like to highlight that the coordination and the multi-institutional arrangement is not in place ready-made. It's just case by case. That's the way we are working on it. But that to be changed. And that's why Professor Agrawal said that, is it a time for rebooting? I would say that it's not rebooting. I think it's a time for restructuring. So let's go to the next slide, please. Next, please. So what I would suggest that we need to think about risk reduction rather than response systems. And that's why we have to come up with more nature-based, nature-oriented planning. Rapid response capacity with new institutional arrangement could be made and should be made. But let me just go to the next slide. from my literature survey, I came up with a synthesis of two major options for this new institutional arrangement. One is an integrated civil military institutional arrangement with high adaptive capacity, whereby early warning system with effective social media, mass media mobilization capacity will be there. And also there will be local and regional level capacity enhancement so that there are arrangements for mutual collaboration at times of emergencies, and also development of joint integrated administrative and decision-making system so that not only military, not only civilian, but it's an integrated collaborative system. The second option is to go with the US model, that is FEMA model, creation of a federal non-military disaster response agency, which is very similar to US Federal Emergency Management Agency outside the military. It's a basically humanitarian and disaster relief oriented force. It could be very efficient and it could really relieve Canadian taxpayers' money from expensive deployment of Canadian armed forces. Also, institutional learning would be an asset because when it is a focused and responsible institution, they can create both institutional learning, personal learning, and so on. And also public and community mobilization would be much more effective. Now, my final comment is that Climate Security Plan for Canada, that report suggested to establish a climate security task force to make these decisions, to examine all these options. I would recommend and add to them that if it is done only by civilian or only by government or only by military, I don't think it will be successful. The task force must embody multiple stakeholders representing the public, representing the government institution, representing the civil organizations, and representing the military. Only in that way we can come together with a pragmatic solution with an adaptive and higher capacity to respond to emerging and changing risk. So my final comment, we are living in a complex world and it is changing at a much faster pace than our understanding. And we got to be ready, and our institutional changes and restructuring is very much called for. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Since I am the one who's supposed to give the final remarks, I will take 5 minutes from my final remarks and slice them from me and give it back to this panel. A few questions. So if there's anybody in the audience who wants to come to the microphones, feel free. I will of course ask the first question, which is, Emdad, you concluded with a call for some significant modification of how Canada operates. And I can't help but notice that when there was a pandemic and the federal government said, hey, provinces, can we declare an emergency so we can do stuff? All the provinces said, no. And so we didn't get an invocation of the Emergency Act. We had the federal government basically have to bargain and beg the provinces to do things. And we had the provinces vary quite widely in how they handled this stuff. And so I guess this leads me thinking that we're probably not going to see some of the institutional changes that you rightly recommend. And so that leads to the following question, which is, are there either provinces that do or cities that do this emergency response better than others? And are there lessons that we can learn from them? Because it may be that we need to learn how provinces do things better, since ultimately all this stuff, particularly with the CAF, is response to the provinces asking for help rather than the federal government being able to impose its own solutions. And that's for all of you as a first question.
Okay, I'll take it and then maybe my other panelists can join. Steve, I think that's very relevant because Canada, our jurisdictions are divided, I mean, federal and provincial. So we need to, live in a sort of, delegated power structure. We cannot deny it. That's the Canadian Confederation. Having said that, in order to do the right decision, you need some courageous leader and courageous thinking. That's what we can see that happened in Manitoba when Duff Rublin, invested $65 million back in the 60s to create the floodway. He was a target of political, animosity, and he lost in one election, but then came back. But he invested $65 million. It saved more than $20 billion over the years by now. Mm-hmm. So this needs, courageous. So some cities and some provinces, are they doing better? Yes, if they are courageous and if they have the foresightness that what's coming, in that case, they are doing much better. But if they ignore and short-sighted, they become the losers. But about specificity, we can cite several examples.
And I'll just add one quick thing, Professor Seidman, here is that I would like to differentiate calamities or these issues in two things, two ways. For example, the public health situation that we are facing now, COVID, and natural disasters. So these are two distinct categories because in terms of natural disaster, I think there's an urgency reflected from the province and the federal government, and there's an unison of activities and ideas to get in and step in and handle the situation, but not exactly in the case of public health because it is something a little different in terms of taking action. And I will also echo with Professor Emdad that yes, there are examples of provinces, cities acting preemptively to deal with the next round of natural disaster and not sitting alone. And as an example, the flood preparation in Manitoba. So I think these are the preemptive actions if provinces in coordination with the federal government undertake, then it's really better to remain prepared for the next cycle. Thank you.
Neera?
Oh, well said. I don't know what else to say, but politicians, or I should say the governments function on according to their term. So 3 to 5 year term, and then sometimes the perception is that is based on that. So they will create a perception that what I will get if I did X, Y, and Z. So if they don't see much of a benefit in their political career, somehow they push the things aside, even though they do realize there are important actions to be taken or some changes to be made, but they wouldn't do it.
Well, that is suggestive of a possible strategy, which is the federal government right now feels pretty unconstrained by budget deficits. And so it could be that the Liberals fund big infrastructure projects that are aimed at resilience, and that would be money that the provinces would want to spend because that means jobs in their districts. Now, one of the challenges we face right now is the economy is doing too well for some people, and our employment is too low for some people, and so the question is going to be about justifying this. But there's a moment, we have a moment right now where we can do this. Emdad, you wanted to speak about it.
Very relevant. I would like to add with Dr. Ahmed that in terms of nature-induced extremities, they are very much related to natural resource management. So in terms of ownership, it's the province. They have the owners of the natural resource management, and they can and they should do much better. In that way, they can. But in terms of health, I think federal government should take more standardized responses rather than leaving it to the provinces. So I think Dr. Ahmed is very right on his comment.
Great. Well, we're running out of time, so I'd like to thank the panel. You're addressing some of the most important issues in Canada. I was talking to somebody yesterday who reminded me that if the Chinese really wanted to threaten Canadian security, they couldn't have hoped to have a more successful military operation than what the storm just did to British Columbia by cutting it off from Vancouver from the rest of the country. And so if we really think about security in terms of having supplies going across the country, the threat really is things like what's been happening. So your expertise on this matter, the more we can to share your expertise with the rest of our community, the better off we are, because this really is one of the central issues of our time. So I want to thank the three of you for participating today and for being part of the future of the CDSN. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. There's a question in the chat.
By way of conclusion, I want to first thank Kaha, Melissa, Paxton, Rachel, Rose, and Gabriel for doing all the heavy lifting. All I got to do was look pretty in the front of the room and speak a lot, but they got to do all the organizing and all of the tough work, monitoring the stuff. Kaha has been behind us and by herself, monitoring all the different feeds to make sure everything's going well. And so I want to thank all of these people for their hard work on this. And I also want to thank Aaliyah, Stephanie, and Ezra for doing the excellent work of organizing three of the panels. I gave them the responsibility for finding the speakers, for coming up with coherent themes, for developing the questions, and then leading really interesting, informative, sometimes even provocative conversations that will push us to think about these things much harder. So thanks to the three of you for that. And several organizations played a pivotal role: Women of Color Advancing Peace and Security Canada, Emerging Leaders of in Canadian Security, SSHRC for funding us, Minds for funding this particular event, NIPSIA, and also the Center for Security, Intelligence, and Defense Studies have all played a role in making this happen, so I'm really thankful for that. You don't have to applaud them. Most of them are not in the room. But I do want to ask you for a favor, which is let us know what we did well today, what could have gone better, besides, unfortunately, serving lots of pork with our lunch, which I apologize for. What we would like to see in next year's conference. Each year, we reach out to our partners to ask us what they think of as being the problems in the year ahead, and they're excellent predictors of the problems of the year ahead. So if you have ideas for next year's conference, let us know. The CDSN is very much an adapting and an evolving organization, and we take the feedback we receive quite seriously. This was the first semi-in-person event that we've done since our capstone conference in March of 2020. I remember very distinctly flying back from Toronto. I was flying from Billy Bishop Airport, and as I was sitting in the airport, I could hear every cough, I could hear every sniffle, and that was the day that Tom Hanks came down with COVID. And that was the day that we knew that it hit North America and our lives were going to change. And so we've been responding to this crisis. It's not going to end anytime soon. But with your help, we can figure out ways to navigate it. So if you have ideas, suggestions for how to run a conference like this, things that we could do better, things that the network should be studying or engaged in, we'd love to hear from you about it. It's a privilege to have members of the Canadian defense and security community from Ottawa and beyond involved in this conversation. I'm glad you guys could come out today because obviously going to events in the middle of a pandemic is kind of scary. So I appreciate your attendance today. Please share the word with your colleagues that this will be online, that there is much insights that could be shared, and we hope to see you in a more full room without so many COVID protections and maybe not even with masks next December. Enjoy the weekend and enjoy the holidays. Thank you very much for your time, and we'll see you next year.
Thank you. Thank you very much.